and he took down the World Tour champion Lohai in a 3-0 fashion. But Lohai was taken out by Newman, and Newman is just one of 3 Falcons players that have made it into the top 8 so far, which is something to note. Also, our back-to-back defending champion Ulsan is still in here going for the 3-peat. So Tekken is crazy. We may either get a 3-peat champion or we may get a new champion out there.
Dang.
Yeah, I love how we have all of our brackets in front of us too, because it's AA, BB, CC, and then right after this, we are going to see Group DD. Why all the double letters? Do we not want to throw numbers into that mix? A1, B1, right?
It's levels to Tekken, all right? You got to qualify where you got to qualify. And, when it comes down to the end, it's just a testament to how much of a grueler it is to make it to the top 8 in Tekken. So, as you're going to see, you got Phasing over there. He is also one of the 3 Falcons players who have made it to their championship bracket. And so Falcons, man, when it comes down to the club championship points, they got some soldiers here when it comes down to Tekken, and even have a great team when it comes down to COD as well.
Yeah. So as we talk a little bit, though, about what's going on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we do have some Honor of Kings and Arena of Valor.
Ooh.
Yeah. This is actually a really cool storyline, too, that I'm hoping everyone's stoked to pay attention to, because this is a rematch, okay? These 2 teams that made it to the grand finals, I'm talking KSG and AGAL, faced off last year. Defending champs AGAL took the whole thing home, but it was not easy. They went 7 games in order to get that win. Now we're going to see them run it back this year at EWC 26, and it's been a steamroll the whole time, awfully, for these 2 squads. So I think we're going to get another banger matchup.
I'm seeing it. Look at this. 4-0, 4-1, 4-0, 4-1, 4-0, 4. I mean, Girly, if you could give me just like a spicy little prediction there, do you think that we're going to see another sweep, or do you think that we're going to see people go head to head?
No, this is going to be brutal. This is going to be war, because, KSG wants to take the title away from AGAL, but AGAL are not only fighting to defend the title, they're also fighting for those CC points.
Oh, and those CC points are so crucial, especially as we get closer to the end of the WC. But listen, as we're on the topic of mobile gaming, at the Qiddiya City Grid, we do have some PUBG Mobile going on. And as I understand it, Group A has come to a close.
Yes, and that is my stage. So I'm very excited to talk about PUBG Mobile. First of all, it's 2-week-long competition. Okay,
so
insane.
We're just getting started.
I want to say one of the top 3 prize pools here at all of EWC as well.
Absolutely massive. And like you said, Group A is done. So now we've already sent 5 teams through to the finals based off their performance. 3 teams' keys were already crushed.
Oh,
rough. And then we've got some squads that survived to play in the survival stage. We are looking at big names, though. We had Aurora make their way through into the finals. We've got AGAL. They didn't make it to finals, but they're in the survival stage.
Okay.
And then we, of course, have Group B coming up as well. And I'm looking forward to Group B because we've got Vitality in there. We have defending champs in Yangon Galacticos in there. We have Alpha 7 in there. So there's a lot of storylines from previous EWCs, if you've been paying attention, that we're going to be getting to. It's going to be amazing.
I'm so glad that you're talking about some of these crushed keys, as we're literally on
surrounded,
like the
surrounded
area with all of the broken keys.
The fact that they had keys crushed today is just a testament to how brutal PUBG Mobile is.
Oh, yeah. But of course, listen, we talked a little bit earlier about Falcons needing to rack up some of those points with Tekken. Let's take a look at the club championship rankings as we have them right now, just to see where everyone is as we get closer to those championship weekends. And what do we got, Glitter?
Okay. Now, obviously, there was a big question mark with Falcons until they were able to finally get the elusive win. Youngest EWC champion in the history of EWC puts Falcons in first place. So they're sitting at the top right now, but this is why we keep talking about AGAL throughout this week, because they're in 3 out of the 4 games. They've gotten some points on the board. Like I said, they've guaranteed that 750 in Honor of Kings Arena of Valor. So this is something where we're looking at AGAL to potentially make a big leap up this leaderboard. But we've got Vitality in discussion. I mean, there are so many other squads that we have to pay attention to, and we still have 3 weeks of competition, that this could get close as we get towards the end. I don't think this is going to be an easy race.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so interesting because we have so many of these teams on the second slide that are quite literally, 150 points away from each other. And then as we, saw some of our leading teams, or leading clubs rather, you're starting to see some of the gaps get a little bit wider. But as you said, anything can happen when you have so many additional teams, I guess, in all of these different games.
Correct. And even me just looking at it, I'm up here like, from the Call of Duty stage, 100 Thieves, Gentlemates, all of those squads can just jump up there to the top at any given moment here when we get down towards the championship bracket. They all have that possibility to hoist that trophy on that stage.
Well, just a reminder for everyone, all of the games that we have going on throughout this week: Call of Duty Black Ops 7, PUBG Mobile World Cup, Honor of Kings and Arena of Valor, and of course, Tekken 8. You are not going to want to miss any of these games because they are going hard across all of the stages. But Blaze, I'm going to come to you for some final thoughts before I kick you off of my couch.
You always kicking me off the couch, and I ain't did nothing here, okay? Yeah, I don't pay rent. Yeah, I'll eat all the food out the fridge, but I'm gonna at least leave you guys here with something today. And when it comes down to that, just know, do not count the Falcons out when it comes down to COD. I think they hold that first place spot. Okay. I think Falcons are looking to go as 3-peat on club champion. I don't know who's going to take them down. Navi MVP needs some help.
Glitter for you.
Dang. That, I feel like I'm looking at a lot of potential out of the likes of Vitality, out of the AGALs in this CC leaderboard to potentially make Falcons fight for that title. I don't think it's going to be as cut and dry as they were maybe hoping. This has been an absolute beast of an EWC this year when it comes to how high the level of competition is across all of our titles. So I think things are only going to continue to get more exciting from here.
Oh, I can't wait to see all of the coming matches and how they play out, because as we said, club championship points, so important. But what's even more important is, beating your opponents into the ground, crushing their keys, and making them go home crying. But that's been everything for today's EWC Spotlight. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we will see you next time.
Peace.
슈퍼플로우 대난투 대규모 업데이트. 다양한 신규 특성 출시. (6월 27일) 다양한 미스터리 특성을 체험해보세요.
器は我のものじゃ。わしのじゃ。楽しいのう呪いの家。爽快じゃの。見つけた。わしのじゃ。楽しいのう。呪いの家。早く戦うぞ。待ちくたびれたわ。無駄じゃ。これから人間にとっての地獄を見せてやるからの。早くしろ。我は待たされるのが嫌いじゃ。なんじゃ貴様、ぶち殺されたいのか。
くよ行くよおりゃ行くよそこだやらせててめえはうちを怒らせたぜどうなっても知らねえぞ
めんどくせえ行くぜやだやだこれがターボババアの力かよなえるぜ許さねえぜてめえはよやれやれ本気出すぜももちゃん会いたかったぜ強くならなきゃもっと強くそういうことかよおっと悪い
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Mara, wake up. You're going to get on stage soon.
I had a dream.
Okay.
I had a vivid dream. Everybody thinks this year is going to be different, but it's just exactly the same. 3 PKLs entered the tournament, but nobody made it to the group stage. MKL, they were so good. KML, only Virtus Pro made it. And IKL, 2 Indonesian teams make it through, surprising everybody. 8 becomes 4, 4 becomes 2, and the 2, it's KPL versus KPL.
That's exactly what happened. That is exactly what has happened over the last 2 weeks.
And I know who the winner is. The winner is...
Wang Cao.
世界舞台的交手确实让人血脉喷张。
Fighting our way back to the global stage wasn't easy.
We have come way too far to back down easily, and we don't intend to fall behind.
With our blood, sweat, and tears, we will fight to the very end.
It's been a full year since our fall to the Titans. We are stronger now, prepared and ready.
重回旧地，热血如初，那些胜利的喝彩依然在耳边呼啸。这一次，我们要的不只是过往的荣耀。
见证同门登顶，固然心怀敬畏。
To share this stage with Enoch is an honor.
但也该轮到新王当立了。
这一次，我们要的不只是过往的荣耀。一战登顶，四为冠军，连霸开篇，方筑王朝。
Forged in valor, crowned in honor. And I love the way that we have started out this day, KWC with a dream in Paris, known for one of the most famous plays settings of all time, Les Miserables. I dreamed a dream is a statement that you can't escape when you're walking down near the Eiffel Tower or the River Seine. But today, those dreams will turn into a reality for one of these teams from the KPL who are fighting either an exchange of teammates to prove that they are the last team, the last player potentially in Inua, standing on a dynasty and continuing it on, or will the young guns, the new and improved, fresh off the scene, KSG spring champions, find a way to begin their legacy here on this stage? It's all happening today. And of course, we're kicking off with an even more exciting match to start us off and an even more exciting match in between. That's right. It gets better and better as the day goes on. So do not go anywhere. My name's Randy and I'm joined by an amazing crew throughout this entire afternoon, but also on my panel to kick things off. Chantel, Ken Dofu, it's great to have you guys. I previewed what's coming, but also right now, the feeling is that today there will be some history made.
Definitely, in all honesty, I'm both happy and nervous that we're already on our final day. Everything happened so fast. Nervous because there might be surprises today, maybe during even our show match, even for our third place. But yeah, everything is just pouring in me as of this moment.
Okay, I'm gonna do the guy thing and provide a solution. We talked about this the other day. So Paris air, let's breathe that air in because we need to stay calm and we need to think. And I think we all had the same dream last night because the color today, it's on point.
You see it. I've tried. If you've been following along with the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, I tried my best, but it's still red, burgundy, some shade of this color for the entire panel. But hey, at least, I mean, I think everyone's representing different shades of red.
Of course.
So I really do like the way that we put this together. Let's bring you back up to speed with our STC rewind from yesterday as to how we got here. It was our semifinal day, and it was also the first chance to see the KPL teams who, what we felt, were not running into much contest, finally have a chance to be tested with the two teams who represent the global side of things, Ken. And, it would look to be a hopefully turnaround moment, a statement, a litmus test. But unfortunately, they would not pass that test, at least now, but a lot learned through the process.
Okay, so it's not all doom and gloom because last year only one team managed to put pressure onto the KPL teams. This year we have that improvement, but everyone is growing at the same time.
Yeah, I gotta say this year has been very interesting for both, or for all the global teams that participated at KWC. A lot of improvement already. There's some variation when it comes to the heroes. We welcomed new regions this year, so it has been a long journey for this team or for these teams, and at the same time, just really looking forward to see whichever will be crowned, whether or not we'll have new champions or maybe a back-to-back for AGAL.
We had $600,000 on the line for first place at the start of this tournament. That's still up for grabs. $360K, I believe, for second place. But getting into that third, fourth match is still amazing for these teams. Over $200,000 just to be participating in this semi. So while lessons were learned, also money was earned, and they will be happy with that, taking it back to their representations back in their region. But Ken, it also started this tale of who will challenge the KPL teams. We'll probably see them challenge each other in the grand final. But when you look at what's starting today, we're going to see these two teams that lost have a chance to get some redemption. Not just more money, but to see who really is the best in that other standard.
So it's super funny because the two teams here, they were fighting to get out of the place in their own regional leagues to try and go into the grand finals. This time, they're fighting for third place and to be on the podium. That's going to be very important. And my favorite part is that everyone so far has had opinions. But today, those opinions will turn into facts.
I like that.
Now there's this question: who or which team recovers faster from that semifinals loss? Is it the team that had a 22-minute game, or that team that had an 18-minute game? Because they're very familiar with each other. I think the last time that they played against each other was a 7-game in a different stage.
Yeah, it seems like this is a learning opportunity for both of the teams that will be playing in our first matchup, as well as the teams in our grand finals. It'll be a KPL showdown, KSG and AGAL, later on this afternoon. But to kick us off, it will be our third place matchup, which is between the two teams that lost. Now, we had something called the Titan Bounty, and that meant that $10,000 would go to any team that could beat a KPL team. You might not have seen that in other esports because that is a rare thing to do, but that is the standard that China has set. That is what these teams have understood. No team was able to claim that bounty in this tournament, but they will certainly be claiming wins against each other. And as we turn our attention to that later, we also need to keep you aware of the wider things at stake, which are the club championship points that are also on the line, that are also being earned. And that's why we say thank you to the Aramco Club Championship rankings, which keep us up to date every single day here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, talking about who is in front. So Team Falcons, Chantel, have been in front. They're on that back-to-back journey, but it's a big day for AGAL.
Definitely. I was kind of surprised because we ended our day, I think AGAL was still at 2,300 points. But now, since they're playing at the grand finals, there's a high chance that they go up against Team Falcons on this rankings.
No guarantee, that's the thing, but knowing the history of AGAL, I think a lot of fans are confident this leaderboard will start to change.
Here's the interesting thing about it. If they win today, they will put them level with Falcons. So they'll get 250 extra points. They've already gotten enough for getting at least second, so that's why those points are as it stands. But 250 more, that means we will have a tie at first, assuming that we don't get the results for Falcons if there are any others to be added to that. So that's why we thank you, Aramco, for keeping us up to date with those club championship rankings. And of course, I don't have anyone to thank except EWC and I guess myself and producers, who always have to show you the keys that have been crushed. That's right. It's bad enough that we got to crush them. We replay it the next day just like to make sure you know that they've gone home, Chantel. But in a way, that is the purpose of a tournament like this. You bring in that trophy, which signals your lifeblood in this, and it runs out sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. And also the idea of the key crushing is like crushing the dreams of the other team, and it happens right after you lose a game. So everything has happened all throughout the tournament, and looking at the total journey of all the teams that participated, we're now down to our third place match and the finals.
All right, so coming up, finals, of course, AGAL and Kuaishao Gaming. But Ken, today's schedule has some fun stuff in between two very important matchups as well.
Yes, so all our KOLs and our star players from the side of KPL are here as well. Now, we don't just have players, we have coaches in the mix.
Yeah.
Now, if you're new to the KPL scene, Gemini, or they call him Gemini in KPL, he is a coach from that region.
And now finally, aside from cheering for the Indonesian teams, Indicus is now playing finally on the stage.
Listen, Indicus has put her time in. She has been front row watching at least for 2 days. I've seen her at least 2 days here, so I am also rooting for her. I want to see a good game, though, and this one won't be a best of one, it'll be a best of two. So we'll have 2 matches with these teams, so someone can get a little bit of a rematch. Maybe Gemini or Gamini, however we're calling it, Ken, will take another MVP. Who knows?
That's one. And you know what? To make things spicier, it's not going to be the standard game mode. But we will not spill the secrets first.
It's a secret.
That was
It's a
perfect.
secret.
That's a nice tease right there. Okay. So coming up, let's talk about who's going head to head. Of course, it's HOK Esports versus GK Esports for our third, fourth place matchup. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. So if you need enough stakes, how about this? $80,000 will buy a lot of stakes. So you'll be very well able to feed your family when you go back home. However, look at this team, GK Esports, HOK Esports. You mentioned bouncing back, Chantel. Is that the biggest narrative for today? These two teams who took losses, how can they respond?
Yeah, definitely for this two. I mean, their journey all throughout KWC has been almost identical with the run during the group stage, even facing KPL teams yesterday. And I know that the familiarity is something that could be the story of this game, but at the same time, you will remember in history the team that will finish in a podium spot.
Okay, so let me add more flavor to that. Randy, I need your help with this.
Okay.
What comes after 4?
5.
5 times. They have lost to
Oh,
GK
wow.
5 times in a row. So it means more for HOK Esports if they can win and deny them from taking that podium finish.
That is a great point. And it also helps to narrow down on these individual stories. And HOK Esports, they have a great one. Coming up into this matchup, they lost versus AGAL, which many are considering the favorites here because they are the defending title champions of KWC. From Muchi, from Wendy to Weipit, from Juan, and of course Kong Ling. These players have represented their regions well. We had a chance to sit down and talk with them heading into this third place match.
So I'm here again with Whippet one more time. So do you feel excited, more excited than yesterday?
Yeah, more excited than yesterday.
Like talking about yesterday's performance, that game 3, you really had the chance to win it. What happened?
I think we too nervous. I think we don't play like usual. If like usual, we lead so many goals, I think we can win now.
Do you think it's because you are very excited about the fact that you are about to win in that one?
Yeah, I think we can win the 10K USD, but we can't do it.
But you can have those prize available for today because we definitely have a $80,000 prize gap between the third place and the fourth place. Will this be kind of motivation to you guys today?
Yeah, this is a big motivation for us.
Yes, of course. So how do you reset the whole team's mindset after yesterday? How well are you prepared for today?
We think lose to AGL not a bad thing. I think, yeah, we still can learn a lot from them.
Yes, exactly. You did improve and learned a lot. And yesterday when I had that interview with Shuai, they actually said that they can feel that literally you're becoming stronger and stronger as the time goes by. So that will be the thing we need to see in the future. And last, today you're going against the GK. So which part of GK's play style or gameplay do you plan on target today?
I think their jungle Musang King very aggressive. So we need to attack him.
Do you think you want to restrict their picks when it comes to jungler? Because I was just talking to Musang Kin. He said that he wants to play Pei in the games.
No way. He can't play this hero today.
This hero will be banned from your side. Thank you so much for this. Good luck on the play. And bye. See you in the matchups.
All right, so needing to focus on Moose and King, Chantel, do you agree?
Yeah, definitely. No pay, no gain. But yeah, jokes aside, I think for the team, they're really centric on having a Musang King in the center of how they rotate, how fast the tempo is going to be. So as long as they stop Musang King, then it's going to be hard for the team to win that game.
I'm going to fortify her point. So if you take a look at the stats, and this is weird because I'm not a stats guy, but Musang King actually has the higher KDA in comparison to Kong Ling. He has 5.8 KDA per game. Kong Ling, on the other hand, only has 3.3. So, you know what? I think it's a good idea to tame the tiger, not let him out of the cage.
Yeah, and part of that is sometimes when you take on a challenge like that, it's very difficult to succeed. It's not like as simple as let's just try to get some good picks for us. When you try to take down a specific player, you're basically saying, okay, let's see if you respond well. And if he does, then your plan is void. So we'll see how, of course, GK Esports responds to that pressure on their jungler, Musang King. And speaking of GK Esports, from Jim to Shishan to Guayu to Jay, they are an incredible roster that deserves to be here. They're also fighting to continue playing against HOK Esports and hopefully getting a win this afternoon. We actually had a chance to sit down with Musang King. So Sky.
Hello guys, it's Sky. So I have Musang King join us for the pre-match interviews. How you feeling today? Any difference than yesterday?
I feel excited to meet RC again.
Okay, it's going to be a very tough game to absorb yesterday. So how do you feel about today's opponents? Are you very familiar with HOK Esports?
I feel we can 3-0 them.
Which players in specific do you know the best?
Muji.
So what will be the things you want to say to Muji as well?
Be careful because we are strong today.
So how exactly did you reset your whole mindset after yesterday's failure? How do you value or how do you evaluate yesterday's performances, the game you had with KSG?
We learned a lot from them, then we improved a lot yesterday.
What will be the details you wanted to do better today?
I think team fight we will do very good today.
Any specific heroes you want to play? Because this will be your very last matchup here in KWC 2026. Any hero you want to play today?
I hope enemy give me to play pay.
Oh, you wanted to play. Okay, cool. Let's looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Musang King. This will be it. Bye-bye.
Wants to play pay. I mean, sometimes giving the strategy out is a good thing, and sometimes it's a bad thing. Mind games going on, but Musang King feeling excited, and they both realize that this is an important game and a big match, whether it's towards the end of being able to play matches like this for a while, or just the $80,000 prize pool that's on the line with a win versus a loss. Chantel, there's high stakes here.
Yeah, definitely high stakes, and I really love that they mentioned on how to stop Muji on the game, because there were a lot of instances on the previous matches for HOK Esports that whenever there's a team fight, a very crucial one, Muji stands out. I mean, he knows when to position himself on the bushes, does the kite, and deals damage to the other team.
Yeah, he's not the only person that has a lot of firepower. His opponent, Gem, also. This tournament kind of showed up. I was kind of surprised, to be honest, because I did not think he was going to be as stable as he did this tournament. So it will be interesting. But I feel like GK is fully confident, right? The answer was, yeah, I can't wait to beat them again.
Well, that's the thing. When you have these inter-regional rivalries that continue now on a different stage, to me, I think you have to be wary if you're the team that's always won, because it's a different atmosphere. And sometimes, like, you go home and you go and have the same fights with your parents and your siblings, and you were in college or you were away, and you're like, I'm over that. Home brings you back to feeling the same way. When you're in a new environment, you kind of can create a new identity.
And it's also a new environment for them, because this is going to be a best of 5.
I got her, guys. Don't worry.
Majority of the games they
Keep
played,
going.
it was best of 3, best of 7 yesterday, but at the same time, you kind of draft differently in best of 3s, best of 5s, and best of 7. So there might be changes on how they will draft, specifically on the prioritization of bans. And even if the pay is going to be opened to Musang King, there's a high chance that the HOK Esports is prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like in the situation we're talking about the family and your friends, your siblings. You think of the comeback, right? So they have had a lot of time to think about what they want to do this time. So let's see if they can respond to the pressure and come back with not just fighting words, but actual fight.
Well, we know that neither of these teams yesterday won a game. But that doesn't mean you can't win a game right now by jumping into Honor of Kings. Make sure to download Play the Game on your phone. Even if you're in the audience, you can scan that QR code. We're up on the big screen, and make sure that you get a few games in, whether it's in between the panel segments or in between some of the games. If you want to follow along, the best way, make sure to grab that game and play on your phone. It's a blast. I tell you, I've been playing a little bit every night as well. And guys, I think the impact of what we've seen in that previously mentioned statement is going to be shown. Neither of these teams with a victory. Neither of them could claim the Titan bounty. So the only thing left is to claim a moment here on the stage against one another. Chantel, that means that it's time for HOK Esports to show up.
Then for ROK Esports, the biggest challenge is to get that momentum first game because that's the story of their run all throughout KWC. As long as they get it, then they tend to win the entire game.
I just want you to give me more.
And I love it. GK Esports going to say, let's continue the streak that we've got happening here with a win. We don't care that we're in familiar territory with the opponent, and neither should you. The stages are lit. The players are ready. The trophy in the middle ready to be claimed.
Another day and another set of KWC matches of epic proportions. A show match, awards, and our grand final. But before all of that, but first, an apéritif, an amuse-bouche as we call it here in France and in beautiful Paris. Something that carries a lot of heavy MKL baggage.
One final battle before the grand finals, and this one is personal. They came in here at EWC representing the same region, and they fought through the same tournament. And now, after making it to the Final Four, they find themselves standing in each other's way. And it's now time to introduce the MKL Powerhouses. Let's give it up for ROK Esports! 1 year ago, this lineup finished the tournament in third place. A year later, they find themselves fighting for the exact same spot. Today, they have one final opportunity to show when the world's best come together. ROK Esports belong in that conversation.
I think every team has proven that so far, but I'm telling you, it will not be an easy fight. Standing to their side is their opponents, GK Esports! Composure locked in. From topping their group to a clean quarterfinal, it was only KSG that held strong against the blue and yellow wave. They've proven that they can hang with the best and battle it out to close their KWC 26 chapter on a high note.
The two MKL powerhouses, ready to fight and settle who's better. Now, captains, you may now shake your opponent's hand, and players, you may now take your seats. Two teams that know each other very well, but today regional allies become rivals. This is the battle for thirds.
I'll see. Last year, you guys never win us once. This time will be same.
GK, this time we will win.
AG 很强，但是我们打强队也是有一套的。
快手不管你们准备的怎么样，最后冠军还是我们的。
5 times in a row is a lot. I will say, Ken, thank you for elucidating me on that point, because it's a difficult task to beat a team in this situation regardless of your history, but that's what ROK are trying to overcome. How do they do it? How do they change the narrative within this matchup?
Use your failures. You have failed once, you have failed twice, 5 times in a row. Many lessons, but it's failure that gives you the key to success.
And at the same time, for ROK Esports, they're not new to this type of third place match. They've done it last year. They can do it again. It's, again, I've mentioned about familiarity, but that is going to be the main point for this game. They could turn those failures into their strength coming to this match.
Well, that's what they'll hope to do in front of a packed house already. It just started. Mara so aptly mentioned alongside Milos, who've done a great job setting the stage up, that this is the battle for third, but there's more on the line than just third place. There is an identity as basically the best team in the world outside of the KPL, right, Ken?
Yes, it is. And this time it's time to prove, right? You have your reasons. Now you have to show your strength.
You want to say something, Chantel? You've got time to do so. What is it? Your final thoughts here before we kick it over.
I kind of feel it for GK Esports since they're used to winning against ROK Esports. The momentum is there. If anything, it is ROK Esports that is more on the intimidated side. So for ROK Esports, they need to have the surprise one swing against the GK Esports, probably about the draft, probably on how they rotate inside the map, but they just need to show their dominance all throughout the game.
Yep, just make it super uncomfortable. Look, you know how to apply pressure now. You've learned from the best. So use that to your advantage and put it all onto the hearts of GK.
Well, the stage has been set here from the panel and the stage itself. It's time to get two more opinions who will be taking you through the action in our first match of the day. Of course, I'm talking about two guys who were feeling the vibe in the green room. We do a little dancing, have a little snacks before we get going, because they know what's on the line here. They got to bring the energy. It's Blam and Rookie to kick off our first series.
Welcome everybody to the third place Grand Finals match, and thank you for that introduction. I mean, I feel like Evan just called us both foodies in a very polite way. We love to dance, we love the food, and we love being here in Paris. And now it's going to be the third place matchup here, and it's going to be all forged in Valor and crowned by honor.
It's going to be an interesting match coming in for GK and also ROK Esports. They have been matching up for quite some time now. International tournaments has been their playing ground, and they are going to meet again on this third place matchup. And it's going to be interesting. Coming in for the first phase of the draft, ROK Esports, they are not going to give Musang King that pay. And he said that, right, in the interview, that he wanted to get the pay or maybe the Jing, but coming in, just all respect from ROK Esports.
Exactly. I mean, everything's earned, nothing's granted, right? You need to earn that pay pick. That's what they need to do on the side of GK Esports. But it's going to be the Lorian here being picked up for GK, as obviously it's been such a defiant pick within KWC 2026. He is a temporary visitor on the Gorge, right? But he has a very big popularity. He's top 5 picks.
He has a day pass here on his games, right? Like, he has been amazing throughout the series, being one of the most pressure, especially coming into the late game. The damage, the knock-up, the stun, and the setup coming from the Lorian itself has been amazing. And to counter that, picking the RD and Zhang Fei, the control on the river and also the strong laning phase counters so much of the far lane picks that GK might have used. But again, a fan favorite coming in from Guyi is the Dharma.
The Dharma, yes, coming in for Guayu, top side of the map there. And obviously we go over to the side of ROK Esports. Wei Pick gets his big pick, the Zhang Fei. We know he loves this hero, right? And it has been toppling a lot of those win rates. I feel like Zhang Fei has been not only picked the most, but one of the biggest pick rates for being picked so much within the games.
100%. Like, if we're talking about ROC, like, they've been playing their farm lane and roam duo so well throughout their journey in HOK, especially if we're saying Muchi and Wei Pit. They've been together for so long, and they've been playing the game for so long, making them so compact as a team. And that Luna pick coming in, Musang King making a statement. Is he gonna fight that Luna coming in from Kong Ling?
I mean, it's scary, right? For Kong Ling to pick up the Luna in game number 1, I mean, it's not the best of 7 this time around. This third place match is a BO5, so there won't be a potential of an ultimate battle. So I feel like these two teams are just going to be drafting just to have the most action-packed game, no matter where we start, right? First series of the day. It needs to be a big opener because we've got this. We've got the show match coming through. It's like so much action for everybody in the crowd here and at Live Online. We see the Flowborn tank being picked up here as well. Again, just another kind of like big disruptor in the flow of things, as well as the Jing.
You know, like, the main star of GK is Guyi and also Musang King, right? That's why they're shutting down so many options for Musang King on the first phase of the match. Shutting down the Flowborn tank and also the Jing pick enables that Luna to roam free around the 4th minute of the game. And again, to counter that, there's still maybe Ukyo Tachibana come in or Musashi, but they need to turn their heads around now. The mid lane pick has been closed by GK. Sure, Haya and also Marshall Nui is out of the the picture, and they need a stun mid lane coming in from ROK Esports.
It's an interesting two bans. Obviously, Haya is generally one that is considered in most games, but Chef for game number 1 means that they're kind of like trying to stop any kind of real control coming over to the side of ROK Esports. And we saw ROK Esports play this hero yesterday. It was actually in the match where we thought it was going to have the lead right up against AGAL. But once again, another tried and tested ROK Esports pick is going to be the Arta here, potentially actually going up into the clash lane here for the side of Xuan.
Again, they love that tanky clash lanes, right? He loved the Ata, and Xuan playing one of the best games that he had throughout the tournament. And Musang King taken done as the jungle. It's going to be another tanky and very, very versatile jungle coming in from GK. But the question is, who will be dealing all the damage here? It's going to be Gem, and it's going to be Shushan coming in from that Lorion pick. But GK is going to be playing a bit late in the game, around the 10th minute in this tournament.
Yeah, you need Dune to get a few items up there, and obviously Global Marksman is generally one of those farm lane heroes that needs a little bit of time to get activated as well, right? But I mean, if you look at the identity of GK Esports draft here, there's so much frontline. You've got the setup from not only the Lapu Lapu, the Rising Tide, you have obviously the Wind Slash and the Unruly Blade to actually start the initiation. But then you're also going to be thinking, where's Guai Yu? Is he in the brush? Do we have check on him? So I feel like that's going to be the whole point of Waypit in this game number 1, right? Just making sure he's man-checking Guai Yu from the bushes, because if ROK Esports think they have a team fight going in the favor and then Dharma comes out of nowhere, it can really upset a lot of things here.
Yeah, they need that tempo, right? Like GK, they love to play the very, very aggressive game. If I'm comparing GK to great teams in KPL, I'm comparing their gameplay to KSG. If they're playing a very disrupt, very, very risky but aggressive gameplay in the early game, they could potentially destroy ROK Esports tempo. And with this draft, the Lorion pick, the Lapu Lapu, and the Dharma, the setup is going to be insane coming in from GK. They're going to be throwing so many momentum makers, especially on the late game. So for ROK Esports, they need to be able to kite all of those resourceful skills and force them to go for like an unprepared engagement.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the last pick down to the side of ROK Esports as well, right? Obviously, you have the Garuda for the setup. So really what they're going to be looking to do here for the side of ROK Esports, use the Wings of Judgment, then we'll see Musang King fly on through, sorry, not Musang King, but the Conling fly on through there, trying to get a few pickoffs onto the backline, because you can see all the regions there right in front of you onto the gorge, those that are still in the competition and those that have unfortunately fallen. But we're going to look a cheeky little look at that vote system. It looks like GK Esports has a lot of votes and a lot of support in game. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 here. This is the first game within this best of 5. GK going up against ROK Esports.
It's going to be the global team against the global team. We're going to be looking at who will be crowned at 3rd place coming in for today's tournament. Is it going to be GK or is it going to be ROK Esports? Shushan got help a little bit on the mid lane coming in from Musang King, but Zi just disrupting the tempo coming in from Conling. And we've said this before, that GK, they love to disrupt the enemy's tempo. That's why they've been playing such an aggressive game. And if we're talking about matchup, they've been losing so much to GK on MKL. So that's why this has been such a classic but well-known matchup coming from this tournament.
Exactly. It's a long-time rivalry coming within their own respective region. ROK Esports have not actually been able to get a win over GK for quite some time. So this is a big statement, right? Is the fact that ROK Esports, this squad, or at least lineup, got the 3rd place last year at KWC. But what's more important is the fact that they yet to win a match against GK. So there's a lot riding on the line. There's club membership points for GK. There is pride for the side of ROK.
It's going to be very interesting, especially this Luna pick. We're going to see how Conling would disrupt the tempo of GK Esports, because now, if we're talking about Luna, it's a bit mid to late game hero. She needs the item, she needs those magic penetration and magic lifesteal, because it's very vulnerable for an assassin jungle in this patch.
Yeah, she's just very agile, right? Like, she's just there to get into the backline. You're not really going to be hoping to meet Dune into the team fight. You're not going to be able to shred that down unless we see the Conling's able to get sort of a very stable and very like solidified gold lead in his favor. But speaking of which, gold lead right now is over to the favor of GK Esports, just briefly, as they are looking to maintain their farm, maintain the early game lead.
it's all about control, like coming in from GK, especially like, if we're talking about the first few minutes. They've managed to gain control over the farm lane, getting the Firehawk, gaining those bonus gold points. That's why they were able to secure quite a lead in the first few minutes of the game. But if we're talking about GK and ROK Esports, they're both a very disciplined team. That's why we have seen so many counteract team fights coming in from ROK Esports. They don't want to be bullied coming in from the first 4 minutes of the game.
Absolutely. You can see Moochie there. He knows there's a lot of dive potential onto him, so he builds, obviously, the physical defense boots as well, rather than just going for attack speed, trying to be that carry or into the early game. He knows he needs to survive, because if we see Moochie fall, that's a huge chunk of damage potential for ROK Esports falling down.
What's interesting is that Kongling was brave enough to just dive into Musang King's jungle, eating up so much of his resources. Now, Musang King just getting only the Azure Golem for his own gold lead. But Weepit coming in for that setup.
Coming in for the setup, the Wings of Judgment has been placed, the Wind Slash as well, just to keep that minion wave being cut down. We do see the Ghost Ship once again, just trying to split apart the whole team of GK, but this is the point of having the Unruly Blade. You can traverse that Ghost Ship.
It was almost perfect, right? Like the setup was almost perfect. If Kongling were appearing into the clash lane, it would be trouble coming from GK Esports. But again, they don't want to risk it on this first phase of the game. Waiting for the first phase Tyrant coming in for the big objectives. But right now, they're just going to try to fast clear the mid lane, open up a Vision Wave coming in for ROK Esports.
I think it's just ROK Esports, Kongling, just knowing that he knows the limitations. We know Kongling didn't have the Azure Golem, so he's not going to have the maximum impact as possible there with the Luna. Wendy just put in some shed there. Also, the Unbridled Outburst is trying to zone out that one, but it's still going to be GK picking it up. And now Kongling finds himself in a hard situation. He has very low health bars, but onto the side of GK, they're running down the health bars of ROK Esports thanks to Gem. But now it's going to be the Parasol keeping Moochie safe.
It's crazy, right? Like Gem, he knows that his power scale is very, very late into the game, but he likes to force those risky early game team fights. That's why we are seeing Guyi now.
Very risky indeed. Getting hit by the Wind Slash with the Unruly Blade. He's looking to commit. He uses it as a sling to get the kill onto Guayu. A beautiful play by Kongling.
Insane, right? Like insane. Absolutely insane. Musang King was vulnerable enough just to become the bridgeway onto Guyu. And Guyu getting picked off such at an early phase. This brings so much trouble coming from ROK Esports.
Absolutely. We see a levitation here onto ROK Esports, just driving them away, making sure they're able to not be too safe within their T1, just reminding them how aggressive GK Esports can be. But I feel like Kongling should change his in-game name to Tom Holland.
And why is that?
Because he swung like that, you know? Like, that's a massive swing, man.
You're just trying to go for the British proudness in yourself, I think that. But again, coming in, Kongling has been very great onto this matchup. He was being so good and so dominant, but now just trying to take up the match onto the Overlord, trading those big objectives in the early game and closing the lead up onto GK. GK has been doing such a great job at controlling the map, but now Kongling with his Luna, he's been disrupting so much of their tempo, eating up so much of Musang King's jungle, and even invading their backline.
Oh, we saw there, Waypit was really trying to catch Gem, right? But now we see the flash in from Wendy. He gets the second skill, he gets the auto attack, he gets the takedown. GK here looking to need to defend that T1 down to the bot side of the map, and they aren't able to do it. They know the Vanguard is going to claim that one. They need to pay attention and try and claim some privilege from elsewhere on the map. They're looking to just clean out their own midway, but now clearing shop is what it's all about. The theme here is looking to be the aggressor into the enemy jungle, using the Wings of Judgment here, keeping the pressure onto the side of GK. Now we see Kongling fly in, he gets hit by the Wind Slash, but it's going to be the Unruly Blade onto the back line. They are trying to jump down Musang King. They get the kill, but it means that Guayu has the passage here, and he gets the takedown onto Wendy.
Oh, but look at Shishan, doesn't have to finish his game early. Tran getting trapped in the mid lane, but in the mid lane, they're punishing ROK Esports, just trying to defy their entry onto the jungle. The revenge is coming, Blam.
The turnaround, right? Obviously now we see Kike encroach onto the jungle of ROK Esports. They claim some more. Moochie gets taken down.
Dude, they're like vengeful spirits. Like they know that they want to take revenge on that Azure Golem steal coming in on this match. And it was great. The flash coming in from Wendy was so good, and the Wings of Judgment, the ultimate of Garuda, was so on point. But the amount of pressure that GK knows that they could put, Guyi just entering the place but getting back up by Gem. It was such a good entryway coming in from GK and punishing Sren, closing his exit way and getting the Crimson Golem back from ROK Esports. It's all just a perfect fight comeback from GK Esports.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse, being levitated in the air and being pounded by fists, or just generally being pounded by fists there that we saw from Guayu. Like, he had the beautiful use of that flash. He was able to, like you said, get the pickup onto Wendy, and that was a big denominator within that team fight. And Kike, being the vengeful spirits, like you mentioned there, was able to obviously help themselves to the enemy jungle. It's really slowed down that rotation, top side of the map there as well. But Jer is just going to be there to soak a lot of that damage. We do see a formulation around the side of ROK Esports. Musan King is looking for a denial of excess out of this one, but into the backline once again. Schwan takes a levitated flight lesson, and now it's going to be the takedown of Muchi. With on the run, it's Waypit and Schwan.
Wow, the targeting of GK has been so good. They closed out the entry coming from Shren and also Muchi trying to poke some damage, and Guyi got that truth mantra, the ultimate of Dharma, at the perfect moment, denying his exit out of the team fight again. ROK Esports, even though they're trying to get out from their comfort zone, being aggressive on the first phase of the game, they haven't been doing well at answering the revenge aggressivity coming in from GK.
Yeah, I mean, it's taking GK quite a bit of time there to actually get the takedown of their structural field in the mid lane, but it's a big opener once again for the side of ROK Esports, because now GK's already found themselves inviting themselves into the enemy jungle. Now that they have that, they can try and contest the Azure Golem. The Azure Golem goes over to the side of Musan King, so Conling is not going to have a great time without that blue.
It's all about the micro movements coming in on HOK, right? Like, we're doing so much on every team fight, but what matters is those micro movements. And what Musan King did really well is he timed his Wind Slash, his first skill, onto that Azure Golem and smite it at the perfect time, making Kong Ling doesn't have his ulti and smite on point. That's why the Azure Golem going into the Dun is going to be very important later in the mid game, because Kong Ling is going to be using so much mana, trying to dash in, dash out on those big risky team fights, and without the blue buff, he's going to extort so much mana.
Yeah, I don't think those physical defense boosts are really paying much means onto the side of Muchi, but we do see Schwan into the backline there. He's able to claim onto the wall, but it's going to be the levitation taken once again. Another aviating lesson onto the side of ROK Esports. It's just Gem putting the pressure onto the backline. Like, they really can't do much here. It's just GK forcing them into a defensive position.
Yeah, it's all about the trade for GK Esports. They have been doing so well, especially getting so advantages, like on every team fight, getting the Crimson Golem and the Smoke.
Oh, Guan Yu with a double catch. It's not going to be turned around by the rising tide, but all tides levitates these ships onto the side of GK Esports. They are really putting pressure onto ROK Esports this time around.
Yeah, it's all about the GK special here, especially Guyi getting so much out of that Truth Manta flash coming in on a team fight, and it's very difficult for ROK Esports to deny that entry while they don't have a very big stun CC hero. Like, for example, they have that Zhangfei and Shren with the mini knockup, but it wasn't enough to stop Guyi for entering those team fights. That's why GK has been excelling at initiating the team fights onto ROK Esports. And on the other side, ROK Esports, Kong Ling have been denied entry on his Azure Golem twice now. So it's going to be very painful for his mana resources.
Well, it's one way to shut down the Luna, right? Like, if you're able to just completely contest that Azure Golem, she becomes basically a minion at that point. Like, you can't dash around as much as you want, right?
A minion?
A minion, yeah, exactly. I mean, you might be a cannon minion at best, right? Like, maybe an enhanced cannon minion for a little bit of damage, but you're not going to have the pizzazz that you need.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, especially coming in from Kong Ling in the 12th minute of the game, whereas the objectives are going to be very important. But look at Guyi trying to open up a setup here. The Flash is ready, trying to find a pathway onto the team fight. ROK Esports looking for an entry. Kong Ling trying to get ways to come in.
Okay, getting pinned against the wall there, but what's one way to take a beast down is make sure his feet are off the floor. That's EK with the levitation once again for Wave Pit, and now Schwan falls down. Kong Ling, he's dashing across the gorge, but that's not going to stop Musan King picking up a double kill before he falls. But the problem is they lose 2 for 2, but EK gained so much more with those vanguards.
It was so good, right? The outburst for Wave Pit at the perfect time onto the red buff, and also Kong Ling just finishing almost every kill that he initiated. Like Shren did a very good job at tanking so much damage, but they just melted him, especially Gem. Have been getting so much out of those gold gap from that farm lane farming phase on the early game. Gem was so good. He had his gold spike, he had his power spike, punishing Swan every time he's offside, and making him 0-3-1 is an amazing feat by himself.
Oh, absolutely. Schwan is not having a great time on this Arthur, right? Like, we know that Arthur's going to be the kind of one of the main engagers. If it's not going to be Wave Pit landing the Unbridled Outburst, you're really hoping that Schwan is going to be able to open up some kind of access onto the backline. But when you do that, when you look at ROK Esports comp and you do that, you open up your own backline. And we've seen time and time again already from GK, as they're obviously 9 kills ahead of the side of ROK Esports.
Oh, it's going to be Kong Ling trying to get a sneaky backline push coming in from the bottom lane. But it was good enough just to pressure Gem coming into his lane. But right now, Gige's focus is to lure and to bait out Wave Pit's outburst coming in for those big risky team fights.
It's starting to be here. You're just looking to just get the poke and prod here, but it's Musan King that's taken a lot of those wings of judgment. And clearly, he's a guy that can take a bit of judgment there. He's not going to be worried about his health bar anytime soon. What's worrying here for the side of ROK Esports is that T2 takedown into the mid lane. This is more of a problem for ROK than it is for Geeke.
It's gonna be hard, right, to focus with that cute panda on the screen here, especially with the very, very handsome cameraman just holding that cute panda. But coming in for this team fight, ROK Esports, they need to get ahead on the setup, because Zhe and also Sishan is gonna be very dangerous when they get the crucial catch onto Shren.
Speaking of crucial catches, Wendy takes, Sishan takes a lot of damage, but it's going to be obviously just a dive and separation of that team fight once again. They know how impactful Schwan can be in this one. He catches 2 with the Unbridled Outburst. Wave Pit is on the run. He lives to see another day.
It's so hard, right? Like on almost every team fight, like we could target Shishan, we could try to take down Musan King, but to reach Gem, it's going to be another feat on itself.
Absolutely.
Like, for example, Kong Ling, he needs to use all of his skills just to try to kill the farm laner of GK Esports, and they haven't been doing that, right? Like, it's very hard to reach the backline of GK. That's why Gem has been performing really good, especially at pressuring Shren and also pressuring Wendy onto those big risky team fights. Shren, being the respectful gentleman that he is, buying a physical defense item just to make him safe onto those long range.
Exactly, like they've really been struggling here to actually get the lockdown of Gem, but Gem has been phenomenal with those arrow storms as well. They get the tag here with the Rising Tide just to keep him away from that minion. It's not going to be enough time to get that T3. However, Gem's still going to think, you know what, let's get the enhanced basic attacks, let's get the takedown. Now we look to move that focus to the mid lane. T3 once again being run down here. ROK Esports looking for a kind of Hail Mary play, just trying to clutch onto their pearls and their Azure Golems.
100%, right? Like, we've seen control, we've seen dominance, but GK, they're just stating a statement right now. They're gonna push ROC to the back of their base now. And look at the setup, the 4-man gank on the mid lane.
Yeah, trying to go for the 4-man gank on the mid lane. I think they're just kind of playing coy with each other at this point, right? Let's baiting out the ultimates of Wendy there, so there's no real deterrent from the side of ROK Esports when they decide to go in once again. Why are you just stalking around there, just trying to get that vision up for themselves at that blue buff, stop and cut the minion wave down to the bot side.
It's all about the macro play, like playing the long lanes, playing the far off lanes, making the enemy as uncomfortable as possible. And now with Kuyi playing it on the opposite side of the Overlord, DK, they have bigger space, and Shren, he needs to fight.
He needs to fight, but he uses the ghost ship there. You can't catch a Guayu. He has quite a few dashes. He still has his flash available as well, but he doesn't really want to be exhausted in that one because it leads up to such a crucial combo within these team fights. We do see the minion wave catching down top side there to stop that T3 takedown for the side of GK Esports.
It's all just playing the waiting game here, coming in for Gem.
There is a big waiting game. It's a lobby at the hotel. Gem is going to be checking out first. He gets taken down by Conling, but on the back line, it's going to be Guayu. He manages to run Wendy down so much, he has to go back to base. Conling once again, slinging across the gorge. He gets the pickup.
Dancing around the gorge, Kong Ling! What an amazing play coming in from the jungle of Rock Esports. Now Musang King just trying to gather up courage, trying to contest that Overlord Trishan coming in for the Starry Night.
Oh, they're trying. The Sage's Sanctuary is not going to come down long enough, so he cannot hit that smite. It's going to be the Overlord once again. Go to the side of GK, the first Shadow Overlord taken in this competition so far between these two teams.
It's so risky, right? Like Kong Ling, he tried to get the solo Overlord, but he didn't check the map at all. He didn't even check the bush on the river.
Yeah.
It's very crucial, especially if you're coming to fight a team that's big as GK. GK has been doing amazing on those big team fights, and Susan playing the Lorion, getting those risky burst damage and knockup was so good coming for GK. That's why Rock Esports, they haven't been able to answer those risky fights. And Wendy coming in for that Garuda pick, he could only do so much damage until GK decided that they wanted to engage in a full-on commitment onto the fight for Rock Esports.
Exactly. I mean, you were looking at Shishan, and I was looking at Shishan as well, right? Because we were talking about Gem literally moments ago. Being hard to get picked off there, but obviously he did fall for the second time, finally on the side of GK. But if you look at Shishan, KDA 307, there's moments of time where we almost got slung onto by Conling, but he's been playing this Lorian so well.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. It's all about the orbs here, especially when he utilizes the Dark Knight Falls, and also the Starry Night is gonna be very interesting looking at this final push.
Yep, they're pushing. They get the final T3 here from the side of Rock Esports. Busan King's just doing what he needs to do. He's looking for this one, but now they're just trying to get the backline access once again. Schwan, but that leaves open the side of Rock. A double win slash gets knocked up there. Followed in for the Stampede, but it's going to be Zhe putting the pressure on as the Crystal falls in game number 1. GK 1 point up.
It's a clash of the global team, Rock Esports and GK Esports. GK asserting their dominance once again, predicting a predictable fight onto the first game. An amazing setup coming in from the Malaysian team.
Absolutely beautiful there. I mean, it was definitely like not so dominant that it got to the point where we thought it was just going to be a quick, clean match here for GK. Rock Esports were trying to do what they could best, right? Obviously, there's many times within this match where Conling definitely lost that Azure Golem, which completely mitigates any kind of impact that he can have onto this Luna. But you saw towards the end, when he's able to get it, the impact is maximum.
It was so good, right? Like the dashes coming in from Conling, just trying to pick off whatever he can. Trying to get Jim, trying to pick off Guyi, but it was so hard, so difficult just to reach the backline of GK. Like all the setup coming in, and also my partner playing in with the cameraman on my side. It was so good looking at GK Esports. And Rock, they haven't been able to turn the tides around. Absolute domination on the late game coming in from GK.
It's clear that it's been so long I've been at school that I can't even remember a pitter-pat, right? So, but no, the pitter-pat definitely took place within this one, but we're going to get a bit of breakdown from Coach Kin and Coach Chantel.
I love it. I'm ready to listen to the coach here. Rock Esports found themselves between not a rock and a hard place, but a rock and GK Esports, which yet again finds the win over them. This has been 5 times in a row. Would you call this 6, Ken, or is this still not 6 because it's not a series?
It's just one game,
okay,
right?
It's only okay, got it. It's the series that they've won 5 times in a row.
Yes.
That's still really impressive, though, but can you see why? I mean, what did you notice after that first game? Obviously, GK out in front and kind of kept that lead.
I think it's more the draft. I mean, there's a huge difference on how things will go for both of our teams. For GK Esports, there's a lot of different angles for them to set up a play. They're heavily relying on the AOEs. I think in one point of the game, even Rookie mentioned that it was kind of hard for ROK Esports to kind of even target Gem because of the natural structure of their hero composition. So if we look at it that way, you have heroes that could be up front. You have the Dun, you have the Dharma as well. So if you want to go and target Gem, it's really hard because the only option that you will have in terms of the damage would be the Garuda. But at some point, the Garuda's damage wasn't felt all throughout the game because you have the Belligerents right up front to soak in all the damage. So the lineup of ROK Esports kind of deteriorated in a way because there's no really much space for the Arlie to do those free hits.
So we'll talk about the pain points for this and the strengths of the heroes, right?
Yeah.
If you pick a Dun on the side of GK Esports, the whole point is that you need to be tanky, right? If you take a look at the damage that this guy took, he took up close to 200,000 worth of hero damage offered by the side of ROK Esports. And here's the other thing. Gem was completely free this game, right? So he actually was given space thanks to both his jungler and his clash laner. So Guyu and Musang King did really well in providing the space.
So basically the lineup of GK Esports was more about layered engagement, lockdown, and AoE punish. While for the other side, it's more an isolate, dive, reset, and do the cleanup. So it means that if you have longer team fights, it is GK Esports that will win that. But at some points of the game, there were a lot of moments wherein ROK Esports was just swifting away or just disengaging.
Yeah.
But you have the Flowborn dealing all the damage. So the discrepancy in terms of how they want to macro manage the team fight was very different. Although for Musang King and the rest, there were moments on that blue side, on their blue side, or red side rather, red side that they were able to win that team fight. It's just that you have the Dharma to cover other areas.
That's right. And, you know, I think that Dharma, that Lapu Lapu, that Lorien, there's a lot of crowd control in there. And the answers that we saw at the very end, it was the Atta that came out. And in that clash lane, I've seen it lose twice now on the hands of ROK Esports. Of course, first time was AGAL, which you can't blame anybody for losing to them. Nobody was able to do that. But when you look at ROK, did they have enough answers? I mean, in terms of their draft, did they have enough answers? Obviously, execution-wise, it wasn't enough, but was the idea right with the Garuda, with the Atta?
I think it was a great idea. Once again, this is an execution error because one of the strengths that you need on the side of the Luna is for her to have her blue buff, right? The Azure Golem. And multiple times throughout the game, you saw that GK actually entered the jungle on the side of ROK Esports.
Right.
Took not just the Azure, but took the Crimson Golem as well. And they placed it into the correct hands, right? So Gem actually gets the red buff, and we have Musang King taking the blue. Both of them which benefit greatly from the benefits of the buff itself. Leaving Kongling pretty much exposed because midway through the fight, you realize that, hey, this guy doesn't have any mana anymore. He can't dash and be the menace that he needs to be.
And now that we've mentioned about Kongling, I think there was a great play around 16 minutes where he was able to zone out Guyu and the rest. They were able to manage to win that team fight. Although there was an attempt to take an objective, which is Overlord. But at the same time, at that moment, majority of the skills of the players of ROK Esports weren't available anymore. So it's a lot easier for the Dharma to take that objective. So it's more on the balance of the resources that are available at hand during those moments that mattered for GK Esports.
And one more thing, check the brush. Goodness me, I was like, yo, he's in a brush. Take a look. But yeah, you know what? This is what pressure does to you, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes your foundations might go missing because you're so stressed, you're so focused on that singular target. We call that the tunnel vision.
Yeah.
So I think they need to really take a step back and realize that, hey, let's get the foundations right first. We can do the fancy stuff later.
With the Garuda, I was also interested in, and I'll bring this up again for those looking at it, because when you see this last pick situation, you want to get something that has an edge. And that's the only benefit of going last, because you don't get to pick first, right? So that ended up being something that they kind of knew the matchup going into. It was almost expected. You even knew the Garuda was coming. So is there more that needs to happen to create some more doubt on the side of GK Esports Esports with what to pick so that they don't get this huge advantage earlier on?
Oh, definitely for ROK Esports, they need to somehow help Xuan because there was a point in our game that he was taken by 2 players prior an objective. So the strength of ROK Esports heavily relies whether Xuan is able to do a flank play or maybe just have that clear vision wherever the players of the other teams are.
Yep, they need to help out their farm laner, right? Muchi needs a bit more help. Muchi's favorite hero actually is the Arlie, so this was kind of a disappointing result for ROK Esports.
And the interesting part about this, guys, is we get to see this go deeper and deeper because we know how competitive this game already was. We know this series should be competitive. GK Esports have won, but winning by not losing any games, well, we don't expect that. It's a best of 5, so that means that the next game would put them on match point if GK could find a win yet again. But there's still the chance that their MKL rivals can do what it needs to be done to tie up this series. We're hoping for that here as we head into the draft. Let's send it back over to Blam and Rookie and see if ROK Esports can get over the tie.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. It was an amazing analysis coming in from our panelists, Chantal and also Kindo Fu. And we're going to be looking at the second game coming into this tournament. Hopefully, we could see some assassin jungles on the hands of Musang King.
Maybe, but obviously you gotta wait for it to be open, right? We know that ROK Esports was able to get that Zhongfei, so they're gonna be banning that one out. They don't want to see Jared on that one, because he had a dominant performance on that Lapu Lapu, right? And I mean, that can only kind of like get exponentially worse for the side of ROK Esports if they get the Zhongfei. However, the pay has not been banned, so therefore ROK Esports picked this one up. Once again, we see Conlink on the assassin pick.
It's gonna be the pay for Musang King, one of the best jungles coming in from MKL. And we're going to see the matchup from GK. It's a possible pick coming in from GK if they want to play a bit of a pick-off. They could play the Princess Frost and Liang combo. Or maybe there's still Lapu Lapu, if I'm correct. No, Lapu Lapu was used by GK last match. Sorry. There's still the Guan Yi, of course, for Guyi. And also the Ao Yin, one of the natural counters for Pei, as he's very strong in single target damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were making a statement with this one, right? Obviously, Guan Yu's like, hey, I'm going to take the Guan Yu because then, if we really want to, we can just keep banning that off now because we've had the Zhongfei. You're still banning the Zhongfei here as well. So let's make a point there. But it's going to be the Consort U. We've seen Consort U only been used like twice. And it's always by the likes of AGAL, right? When Ao Yin comes up, most people like to go for the Chano. That's been kind of like the head-to-head we've been seeing. But Consort U also has a great counter action towards Ao Yin because of that second skill, right? Just eliminate any kind of physical damage. Obviously, you still get inflicted by magic and true damage, but it's going to mitigate that burst damage potential here from the side of GK Esports.
That's really smart, right? Just closing in the natural counter for Ao Yin, getting the Nua pick for pressuring such a good high ground damage for GK. And it's going to be very interesting because the counter for Long has been picked, so the Nua is out of the question. So the question will be for ROK Esports, what mid laner will they use? Maybe a possible Xiao Qiao pick, but in terms of range, they don't have the Garuda. So maybe a Xiao Qiao or maybe something else we would like to see.
Yeah, maybe anti-tap potential, maybe go for the Angela so it's not really going to be occupied by the likes of the Guan Yu. That could be a potential avenue there for them, but they're going to take the Dolia and the Daidia off the board here for the side of GK Esports. So really, if they're looking at the tanks, they don't have anything they can kind of go to because they've used the Zhongfei. Liam Po is onto the side of ROK Esports, and they've already used the Lapu Lapu. So for themselves, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. Do they end up flexing? We've seen it before, right? The Guan Yu. Rome. We've seen it before on this team, but it's not going to be that one. It's going to be the Motsu here, so they're going to go for a bit of long-range setup to aid, obviously, not only Guan Yu, but the potential drafting, because we could see Musang King's Ogren come through here if we really wanted to.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game for Ogren because he's going to try to match up the farming phase of Pei, and one of the counters for Pei is either Ogren or Ukyo. But again, in this draft, coming in for the first 2 picks from ROK Esports, I think Ukyo is going to be very difficult, especially when you have such a good stopper like Lian Po and also Consort U. And especially the last 2 picks coming in, the Xiang Yu and the Yuhon. It's very interesting. And as my future sightseeing partner said, Algren as the last pick coming in from GK is going to be an amazing addition coming in for this match.
Absolutely, I saw that one coming. I knew it. I knew it, right? I knew that was going to be the potential here for the side of GK Esports. Musan King's one of his greatest picks. He was denied the pay once again. Igudo didn't quite match into this one because, again, they kind of need a little bit more of a front line here for the side of GK Esports since they don't have that tank support. But onto the side of ROK Esports, they get the Shang Yu. Obviously, we saw the KPL teams use this one against ROK Esports yesterday, right? The Hegemon Slash, making sure his health bar is very low and just completely whittle down the health bars of GK. Is it going to be able to be implemented here just as well as they suffered against yesterday?
But again, it's going to be interesting, right? Because yesterday, the setup was Tasuai's Tolia with Swanra's Xiang Yu. And they've resetted his Hagamon Slash over and over for those big risky team fights, and they turned the game around. But on this time, this situation, the Xiang Yu doesn't have anyone to reset his skill. It's going to be very difficult if ROK Esports, they missed the timing on that Xiang Yu, and they traded Chuan again, like last match before. It's going to be very risky.
It is going to be very risky, but it is going to be Xuan piloting this one. So he may be able to find the right opportunity, make sure he doesn't need that reset. But what needs resetting here is the support for ROK Esports in-game. They're still behind GK as we enter game number 2. GK already 1 point up, already contesting the enemy jungle.
It's going to be the clash of the Titans coming in from the MKL. ROK Esports against GK Esports. The fight for 3rd place. Who will become the winner of this game?
Exactly, the winner of that one in the bot side neutral objective is going to be ROK Esports. They're able to get that one, but the Cannon Blast is going to still hurt Muchi here because, like I was saying about the protective winds, it's not going to protect you from Mutsu.
Yeah, they just want to trigger it as much as they can, right? So Jim could possibly penetrate those strong laning on the early game, and it's going to be very dangerous if Muchi decided to go for more of like an aggressive approach coming into fight on Jim. And now, look at the Guan Yu coming in from Guyi. Guyi's going to be probably controlling most of the laning phase, and ROK Esports, if they wanted to counter that Guan Yu, they need to pressure him since the first stage of the game.
Exactly. Like, Guan Yu's able to be a hero that can be up and down the gorge in a moment's notice and put that pressure on when you really need it, right? Down to the bot side, pressure has started to mount here for the side of ROK Esports, and they're just playing this, obviously, once again, the buddy system that we like to see when Orgren's on the gorge, right? You really want to just be aiding his early game scaling here, so he's able to just get that itemization and be that raid boss.
It's very good, especially like Agan. It's very easy to just last hit the minion. That's why he's playing such a great game, rotating together with the teammates, but coming in wave pit, trying to divide the map here. But Guyi arriving at the same time, but look at Musan King getting picked off at the perfect moment, getting the first blood coming for that jungle. GK Esports opening up the match with a statement.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive Newer ultimate, right? Like, we get Newer to level 4, we don't really see the annihilation come through until potentially a steal on the neutral objective, but this time, GK was like, no, we're going to use it, we're going to get his health bars down, because before that moment, Kong Ling was already down by like half a health bar, so that was really going to hit hard onto a hero with squishy as pay.
It's very risky, right? Like, we've seen like Kong Ling just trying to get the last hit on the minion, and he wants to dip out after that. But Musan King just decided to close out the doors, encase him on those big risky team fights, and getting the first blood was such a good reward coming in.
Yeah, I don't feel like his positioning was great, right? Obviously, he was situated around the wall and between the mid T1. We know that a path and passing can come through there like it did from Musan King, and then you saw that Azure as well as Shishan were already set up to actually just set that whole first blood up. It was perfectly done here by GK.
Perfect is such a strong word, right? Like annihilation beam coming for Kong Ling, just dividing his defenses. And a first blood for the Algren pick is going to be very dangerous coming for the late game. But look at Musan King entering those big team fights. Sven trying to poke him back, but look at the slash coming in, wave hit, getting those stunts on the back line of GK, defining again the team fights. ROK Esports trying to bite back.
we see there, obviously, Gem first bought the item Frostguard's Embrace, right? So he's not going to go for the Eternity Blade. He's not going for that crit damage. He wants to be able to kind of slow down the enemy team, be a bit more of a bruiser farm lane potential in these team fights because he doesn't want to get run down by that Headman Slash, right? Like, he needs some kind of survivability, and that item's going to buy him that early survivability.
Yeah, we talk about like the entryway coming from Shren. He just needs to find the perfect timing here. But look at Kong Ling trying to be poked back by that Cannon Blast. Musang King just asserting dominance on the Tyrant's Pit, trying to find and block all of the entryway coming in from that Pei. Wei Pit has the flash and has the Tremor Smash. He wants to contest this. But Ziz's just waiting for the perfect moment. Guyi, he needs to enter. But look at Shren just coming in, popping the ultimate, coming for the team fight. Musaki dancing around. Guyi trying to find the backline. But look at Wendy getting poked back. Musaki dancing around. Kong Ling getting picked off on one more. Muchi trying to assert help, but getting destroyed slowly by GK Esports.
Beautiful setup there by GK. It's like, yes, you can have the Tyrant, but we're going to take more of your members at the cost of neither of ours. That puts Musang King 3-0-1 within that KDA. Now the turrets have lost that turret blade in. It's going to be easier, but look at this. You see Guan Yu just circulating. He's waiting for that moment, waiting for that CC immunity to come from Wei Pit as well. He's just putting the pressure on, driving away the heal in the tank away from GK Esports, whilst Musang King is leading the charge. He was claiming kills, a double kill left, right, and center for GK.
He was like, no, you can't join the team fight. No, I'm gonna push you back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you. Like, Wendy, you're not allowed to enter those big team fights. And when Kong Ling doesn't get the heal, doesn't get the support, he's left to struggle onto a very well-fed Musang King. That's why they've been punishing Kong Ling on those risky team fights. It's like game one all over again, forcing Kong Ling in an uncomfortable situation and then punishing him.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to kind of make a comfortable situation for yourself when you currently leading, trailing behind by around about 2k gold globally. So you can imagine a lot of that gold's going up to Musang King, going over to Gem. Gem takes the T1 top side of the map, so really just, again, putting these pressures onto the side lane. So not only are they devastating in terms of these team fights, in terms of the kills, the irreparable damage is being taken down in these side lanes.
But look at Shren just trying to get the perfect setup for the mid lane defense. But they're not gonna let Shren just drive around. Gem trying to poke on the side lanes here. GK, they're trying to mimic the gameplay of KSG on the last tournament, but now they're just trying to be more forceful, denying entry of ROK Esports onto their own jungle.
Yeah, Shishan's just always in these brushes here, obviously, just centered around that T1 brush, just making sure that if they try and come out of there whilst they go for their enemy's Azure Golem, he can just push them back. He can put the creation blocks. He can basically put a stump in the road for them to overcome. And speaking of trying to overcome any kind of comeback here, ROK Esports lose their mid T1.
Yeah, it's all about control here coming from GK. They're just very good at deciding where to pressure. And after they eat up the Clash lane, they eat up the mid lane, and they're just going to continue to dominate all over the gorge here.
Yeah, it's a domino effect, and it's definitely one way you really want to be the resilient domino if you are ROK Esports. You want to make sure that you aren't just being flicked down or following suit for the rest that are falling. But what isn't falling is that gold gap. That gold gap is increasing.
Yeah, it's increasing, right? Because like the space for Kong Ling to get the farm has been enclosed so much, especially when he tries to play the macro game. Like Pei has two options when he's coming for the late game. It's either he joins those big team fights or he pushes the side lanes, pushing and pulling the enemy onto him.
Exactly, just a big fight or a bit of a conflict here for that Crimson Golem. They're able to get the smite down side of GK.
Shren coming in, just Wei Pit trying to fend off all the players. The Tremor Smash connecting Guyi. It's denied entry. Gem at the perfect point. Look at Shren getting pushed back. He's in danger, but he's getting punished. But look at Gem driving away with the dragon. GK is denied entry.
Oh, you? He gets taken down. Obviously, the Aurora, the big CC there from Wendy. The Oak Bolt from Muchi was enough to run down Guan Yu. So, yes, they're able to get that T2 into the mid lane, but interestingly now, we're starting to see ROK Esports trying to fight back.
It's crazy, right? Like, I haven't expected that Shren would survive that entire team fight. He was punished not only by Guyi, but also from Sishan and from Gem. And he did the Hagamon Slash at the perfect moment here. If you look at the replay, Shren was trying to just pull them away, but look at Guyi. He punishes Swan, getting those immune, and the perfect heal coming in from Wendy saves him.
Yeah, and not even a Bastos as well from Gem. That was the thing that kept him alive as well, right? That was the only reason that wasn't a multiple kill and only a singular kill onto Guayu. But you have to look at the desperation itemization here from the side of Conling. Like, he knows he's not doing much damage. He knows he's not staying alive in these team fights. So the Purist guy here is going to be a means of just keeping just an extra little bit more damage here. Because if you look at ROK Esports comp, they are running kind of like a dual marksman comp, right? They're really hoping in that Wendy can create the space, but also keep alive the tanks long enough for Conling and Mooch to do the damage, but it just isn't quite happening here. They have to go for another kind of play, which is going to be the macro play style here we see from Conling.
Yeah, they're just going to try to pull away the GK players onto Conling, but Conling knows that he still have to teleport. It's going to be up until the 10th minute. That's why he's just basically trying to pull Guyi out of the image, and ROK Esports will gain enough breathing time to fight back.
Breathing time? I mean, they need to buy any kind of time, right? I mean, yes, they didn't even get the T1 topside. This is the problem. Like, yes, we've gone for a bit of chip damage onto the structures, but at what cost? It was the T2 down to the bot side of the map. No one's going to be able to respond to this T2 being lost here. ROK Esports is like, right, we're just going to have to give it up. We see Schwan rotating around, but he needs to be here to try and go for a setup here for the side of the Tyrant, because GK Esports are going for the first Shadow Tyrant here. We can see that Guayu is just man-checking, getting that info to know like where they're situated. ROK Esports.
It's all about adapting, right? Like, they faced such a great team yesterday. They faced AG, AL, and Kwai Show Gaming, and now they're adapting their gameplay onto those KPL players. Like, Guyu have been holding up half of the map with that Guanyu pick, making Swan so unavailable for those risky team fights and giving space for the other 4 players of GK. That's why it's very difficult for ROC to turn the tides around, because they're controlling so much of everything.
Absolutely. The control here for the side of GK is pretty undeniable, right? Like, ROK Esports, they're trying their best just to kind of make sure they have access to whatever resources they have left. But we see here, just Musan King's like, no, you know what? I'm going to take your Crimson Golem. I am going to do a lot more damage now as we come into this one, but feed it over to Gem. Gem's currently still not got a kill, but it's the burst damage that you saw there onto Schwan, the Flaming Palms. But that's who they want to be eating the Flaming Palms, right? Because that's what's going to enable the Hegemon Slash. They're just pushing and progging this T3.
Yeah, they're just going to try to poke the bear around here. GK, they want this entry, but there's no minion waves coming for GK, so that's why they're going to try to disengage, trying to regroup themselves, trying to take the Overlord here, because the enhanced Overlord not only gives them enhanced minions, and also another Vanguard for them to push for this big fight. Musan King trying to open up the pathway here, trying to look for an entryway, but look at Waypit getting that knockback Tremor Smash onto the backline. Swan just denying entry of Jam, getting punished so bad, but look at Wendy diving in. The catch from Zay was amazing. Conling gonna go for that one-on-one dance coming for Guyi, and Guyi gets taken out of the picture. GK driven out of the cave from ROK Esports.
They driven, but they got the damage onto the T3, right? Like, yes, they lose 1 for 1, but they get so much in return. But now they can just go back to reset game state. They can just go and get their own Crimson Golem. They know they're not going to get contested because there's no pressure top side of the map here. ROK Esports that have created for themselves a little bit of a bait here with Macy contest.
Oh, Musan King just dancing around. Congling's on half HP, but look at the wave. We're trying to revenge match him, trying to poke him back, but look at this fight coming in from Conling. ROK Esports diving in, stealing the moment out of GK, and now once impossible seems possible enough for ROK Esports.
Absolutely, a bit of a saving grace there. They're able to actually claim that Overlord back, right? Because we saw that Conling did a lot of the damage. He did a lot of the work. The reset happened, as we're going to see from this replay. But a lot of damage comes here through onto Conling, forces him out from the pit, but there's enough control here from Waypit. He denies any access there. The annihilation was a little bit too early from the side of Geeke, and because of Waypit, the path of passing just wasn't be able to pass through Waypit.
It was so good, right? Like, Musan King was setting up the path of passing, but it was denied entry. But now, Geeke, they know their power spike, but look at Swan entering at the perfect moment. Musan King's on half HP. Swan gets taken down, but look at Guyi. Wendy is gonna be punished. Conling just poking in the backline, but look at the Trimer Smash coming from Way Pit. Shushan just driving them away. Kongling forced to do another desperate move on the mid lane. ROK Esports barely surviving on those scraps.
That was a very good play though from Kongling, right? Like we was talking about the fact that they lost control, and this is a good way they actually gain control because they're now dictating where that team fight's going to happen. Kongling is looking to try and get the pressure here, trying to first get the first T3, and it's all aided and abetted by this Tyrant. But now, Tyrant being forced out here by GK means they now have more damage to stave away this aggression to the base. Guayu is just trying to keep that Tiger as that pay out of that one, the Cannon Blast.
Wow, just punishing, caging the Tiger inside their own jungle, bringing him to go back to his home. But GK, what a nice move coming in from Guyi. He pressured Kongling enough so that he can come back. And getting the space for Musang King to contest that Tyrant was rewarding enough for GK to maintain their lead. A 5,000 gold gap for GK.
Yeah, we are encroaching on almost 15-minute mark. That's almost 5 minutes away from the Tempest Dragon. But ROK Esports, they obviously are setting up a good defense for the base. That T3's been holding on for dear life. It takes one Flaming Palms. It's now gone down. So already we have the enhanced minions before that point in the game does come through. Wave Pit are taking a bit of damage and creation blocks come through. They open up the T3 into the mid and maybe potentially here into the bot side of the map. Kongling is just going to try and just stop this minion wave.
They're just trying to test the waters here. Getting the high ground tower, rewarding enough for GK now. But the high ground is their final push here, trying to poke it back on the bottom lane. Kongling trying to force that flank, but look at Wave Pit coming in from Shushan, getting that good knockback. Shushan surviving, and look at the ultimate from Zed, trapping the jungle. The Tiger has fallen, and look at ROK Esports. Swan is gone now. 3 players is up to defend, but look at GK up on the force. They're coming. Guyi just clearing the way up on top. The Crystal is their main purpose, but look at GK. They're just gonna disengage, get the space enough to kite them again.
They're looking to kite them again, but the minion wave is coming crashing through into the Crystal, but nice clear there by the side of ROK Muji. But now it's hard for the team fight to make course here. There are 3 members onto the side of ROK, whereas GK has everybody.
Oh, they're gonna try to fight this Crystal, but look at Guyi trapping in the backline, but Wave Pit gets the knockback. The Crystal is destroyed. Game 2 goes to GK.
GK. But I have to give props over to ROK Esports. They're doing really good each game. They are looking to form themselves a bit of identity, but is it coming a little bit too late? I feel like that is the problem. Like, we have all these early game heroes like the Pei that are really there to kind of dictate and lead your team, but Kongling is just failing to be a leader in this one. It's just not being as composed as it needs to be.
It's very hard, right? Like playing the assassin jungle and not getting your farm in early game, and even losing the first blood onto Musang King disrupts the tempo of Nova or ROK Esports. That's why it has been very difficult for them to manage a comeback, because after gaining the advantage on the first phase, Musang King hasn't been leaving so much space for Kongling to invade the jungle or even take his own jungle. That's why Kongling has the farm, and he has to buy that Pure Sky out of respect.
Exactly, out of respect, and it kind of almost a necessity, right? Because if he doesn't have that, he's just going to get run down a lot quicker in those team fights. But we're going to throw it back to Mr. Rainday, Chantel, and Kin to give you the breakdown of game number 2.
I love it. Holler, was that you? I saw that you were, LARPing as a DJ earlier on your story, but maybe you didn't bring that to the set. All right, GK Esports, do it again. Kongling being focused on as maybe not doing enough. Let's send it back to our panel. Rainday here on the desk alongside Chantel and Ken. Chantel, GK, do it again. They're 1 game away from match point now.
And I kind of feel like for GK Esports, they have this idea, they have this formula on how they really draft, because it's very evident on that game. They just need 3 points. You want someone up front, you need the range, and you need the AoE. That has been the story from game number 1, also with game number 2. And I kind of feel like the sole hero, or like the silent hero rather, on that game was the Nuwa, because it was the hero that actually stops majority of the initiation of ROK Esports the entire game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. And we will show you what we mean later. So, I mean, Shishan's performance was fantastic, but his aid in the form of the roam was also great. Zhe was doing a great job on the Mozi. And we'll take a look at the BP, right? And we can talk a little bit more about that because this draft by the side of GK was pretty fantastic.
Yeah, definitely fantastic. And to add on the drafting, the Mozi pick for GK Esports was more like the safety pin. There were a lot of moments that the ROK Esports was able to penetrate the formation, but then again, you have the Mozi for the ultimate, then stops the entirety of whatever ROK Esports want to bring on that initiation.
I love that hero. I mean, just the stun by itself is
The
so
Peacekeeper.
good. The Peacekeeper? Is that what it? Wow.
Yeah, peace is the lack of battles, right? So.
There it is. Yeah, stun. Let me stop you. Let me hold it down. You know, KWC continues to be a story of teams having the upper edge, and we keep trying to throw this storyline out, which is how does this team come back? But I'm not going to resist what's being shown to me anymore. I now want to talk about, and maybe you'll set something up else with the telestrator, but for now, why are GK just so good? So good, not in general today, but in this matchup against ROK.
It's about the cornerstones, right? So you want to have good foundations, and once you have those foundations, it's very hard to crumble a beautiful structure in that sense. Yes, we are in France, and the structures here are wonderful,
very beautiful.
Well.
Yes.
So later on, when we really deep dive into the draft, I'm going to show you step by step how they formed this cornerstone in the first place. And
we can do it now if you want.
Okay,
let's jump in.
Shall we just jump in?
I want to know. Let's do it.
Okay.
Give me.
All right, there we go. Right, we're gonna start off with the band pick first, right? So we take a look at this entire draft itself. We are focusing on a couple of points. The first thing being the Mozi, the second thing being the Nua, right? And who does this actually put a difficult time for? It's actually on the side of Mushi here, right? On the console, because she has physical immunity. But when you have physical immunity, the answer is magic. And these are what the two members on the side of GK offer.
And also at the same time, since you have melee heroes on the side of ROK Esports, the skills of Nua actually disrupts whenever there is someone who wants to kind of engage against them. So there are a lot of moments, particularly on the early game, that every time ROK Esports wants to engage, then goes the Nua stopping them, plus the Ogran's firepower on the early game.
Right. So after that, we also have this moment where we talk about, hey, the junglers pace very fast paced. We need to slow this guy down. And one of the best ways to do it is not just steal his jungle, but also get the first blood on him, which is what GK achieved right at the get-go. This is like 2 minutes in.
Okay.
So if you take a look at this particular juncture here, at this point of the game, if you notice at this part of the map, the first ball camp was actually stolen away by the side of GK without the use of a smite. This is where we need to highlight members like the Mozi, all right? So Zhe actually helped them stun the ball camp. They got the steal with the passive of Orgrim, which is the Seer State, right? So you instantly execute anything that has less than 10% health. So this was the start of the downfall. You don't have an early game because Pei is supposed to lead it, right? He's supposed to go into your jungle and take everything else. Right after that, when they have secured this lead, this is the big fight in the early parts of the game, right? And I want you to notice one person in particular, which is Waypit. Waypit had one job and one job only, which was to try and cause disruptions in the fight itself, but he couldn't do it. And because of the lack of disruptions, Musang King, who was already dangerously low, managed to get his ultimate off at the most critical moment. Look, he is so low right now in the middle of 3.
Oh, look at that.
Gets the lifesteal, gets supported by Shishan with the push, and Waypit once again. He needs to be disruptive, but he's all the way at the backlines. There is no one he's going to be able to help, right? And the last 2 members are left with Muji and Waypit. There's nothing else you can do at this point.
And also at the same time, prior to this, there was this clear vision on Guyu's initiation against the other team, because I think at that point, some of the players are guarding him, but when they saw that majority of the players of ROK Esports are trying to engage, they left Guyu and gave him a lot of space. So there was added layer of crowd control on
GK side.
Yeah. So now your foundation's
You're
really
doing
strong.
good, Chantel. You're doing good holding that
Yes.
up there.
Well, talking.
Yeah, foundation's really strong already, and this is the part where I need to emphasize, right? 10-minute mark, this is where the enhanced versions appear.
Yep.
All you need to do is to make sure you get one of the two, which in most cases, the pros will tell you, take the tyrant first, because you have the tyrant buff.
Right.
It gives you lightning strikes at a chance percentage, and it also allows you to clear waves faster, allows you to fight better. So here's one thing that they did really well on GK that all of you need to learn, which is the positioning. If you take a look at the map down here, the first point is there are 4 different members on the tyrant side.
Yeah.
Okay. Second one, they've actually sent the clash leader, Gui, to go and check onto the Shadow Overlord as well. This is a stock standard play you need to make as a team, especially when you are at the lead, as well as having a map advantage.
And that's to make sure they don't trade while you're doing this one, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's what happened for this, and they got that. So now, it's not all doom and gloom, of course, for the side of ROK Esports. Last one before we finish off. Now, ROK Esports, this is what you need to do to expose the weaknesses. This was the only time in the game that GK did not send someone to scout for the rest of the map. And what's the cost of that? You lose a Shadow Overlord. So this is one mistake from the side of GK Esports. Now, this means ROK Esports, there's still a chance. They are human. They make mistakes as well. So moving on into the third and potential last game of the series, we need to get them to really take care, notice the mistakes, look at the patterns. You can come back into this game, but this time it's a bit more difficult. You have to do it 3 times in a row.
I love it. I love the analysis as well. I also think your new subscription service should be a fitness program, because you had Chantel doing a long armbar right there.
Yeah.
And
Let me check my...
with her biceps and her form, they are going to be huge after this panel. Thank you guys so much for breaking that down as well. If you guys want to break down the action at home, well, you can join our creator program. That's a way for you to earn rewards while you do what you normally do, which is stream. Talk to your friends, talk to your family, talk to your community if you've already built one. And if you haven't, well, what a great way to start. You can scan this QR code, maybe kick your stream live. If you've been looking for a reason to go live and you don't know what to talk about or why, or, what's the point? Well, here is the point. You've got action, you've got commentary, you're learning things, and maybe you can even play along after you've downloaded Honor of Kings. I don't know, maybe you jump into the mobile stream. I love what mobile is doing as well. We'll come back in just a moment. Game 3, which Ken and Chantel had aptly mentioned, could be the end of this third place match. $80,000 on the line if GK can close it out. But in the meantime, make sure to check out the new Princess Frost skin, which is available thanks to EWC.
China is home to the best Honor of Kings players in the world.
Pressure at its peak for AGAL. Everything comes down to their captain.
I love you, family.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to KWC as we enter into what could be our final game of this best of 5 series. Our third place matchup, the best in the world outside of the KPL. And if you've been watching over the last 5 days, that is a big statement because it was KSG and AG who sent both of these teams to this match without them even winning a game. Even though we offered them $10,000 to win a game against the KPL team and $100K to win a series. Couldn't be done. So now the statement that needs to be made is we are the best outside of that. But more importantly, ROK Esports trying to overcome a 4, 5, and could be potential 6 series losing streak in a row against GK Esports. This is what they will need. 3 games now, back to back to back, like Falcons are trying to become in the club championship. In order to turn this around, Ken, how do they do it? Can they even do it with the way GK are playing?
Beat them black and blue. The blue is already there. They just need the black.
They just need to open a lot of heroes for them. They just need to widen the map as well and widen their thoughts, widen their dreams to take that win against GK Esports.
I thought you said whiten because he said black and blue and whiten. I'm like, what color? What color are we flying here? Guys, any more colors to add to this tapestry of gameplay we see at KWC? Let's send it back over to Blam and Rookie and see if they can let us know what they would add.
Dude. Hey, I don't see color, I just see impact. So all we need to see is the impactful fists of ROK Esports to get a victory from the side of GK. But looking at the drafts that we've seen so far, I don't feel like there's been, other than Game 1, Game 1 to me looked more of a steady draft than Game 2. Game 2 really needed to be a clear, decisive leadership from ROK Esports is Kong Ling, but we didn't get that. What we're getting in game number 3 here is going to be the higher prio pick onto the side of GK Esports, and like I said earlier, after game number 2, they're going to keep banning out this Guan Yu.
It's going to be the respect, right, onto Shran, and ROK Esports, they wanted to respect Musang King's pay too. That's why their first pick was the deny pick onto that pay. But now, they're going to close out on the pay, picked on the counters of an assassin jungle, Long, and also Lapu Lapu. Possibly a possible Jing pick coming for Musang King, but a strong first 2 starters coming for GK, picking the Chano to counter the Lung, and also the Haya is such a strong first pick.
Oh, absolutely. The Haya as well as obviously Charlotte. Charlotte can obviously dive in onto the back line, put the pressure on to force out the Infinite Vastness, but it's going to be ROK Esports picking up the Agudo here. So once again, they kind of trying to, like, they've used the pay, they can't use it because obviously the global ban pick. They're going to go for, again, another early game dictating draft. And we have to obviously make point that when ROK Esports picked Agudo up against AGAL yesterday, that was one of their best matches, so we're really hoping that this is going to have that same valor as it did against AGAL.
It's going to be a flex, right? Like Agudo is being able to be placed on the farm lane and on the jungle, so there's a lot of places that we can put her, and maybe on the last phase of the draft, there could be another surprise pick coming for ROK Esports.
Yep.
But if they're trying to bring this very strong early poking damage jungle, they need a second layer to defend him. It's either going to be Byron or maybe Devara, but Byron is going to be their pick.
My co-partner said it best there. We have the Byron pick come through for them. Again, just giving up another front line here for the side of ROK Esports with that Spark Mace, with the knock-up, with the follow potential, with the Gorge mobilization as well, right? Like, there's a lot of knock-up potential onto the side of ROK Esports. It's who is going to be the victim here. And speaking of victims, obviously higher, we're going to be seeing a Moonscape Mirage come through onto the Gorge in game number 3. Generally focused towards, obviously, tanks, making it an even kind of field state there in terms of not having to run down health bars onto the side of ROK Esports. But you can't mention health bars without Monkey being picked up here by GK.
Yeah, the cat, right? Like the very scary tanky frontline hero is gonna make this draft perfect for GK. If they're looking for an early game monster, they already have high-end, also Charlotte. But now, with the composition coming for Daidea and also Monkey, they're gonna be pressuring so much on that Aguro pick. And again, they're gonna need something to burst down those tanky jungles. Angela is the perfect pick coming for Wendy.
Yeah, Angela's really been one of those surprise picks within this one, right? Obviously, sometimes it's one of the easier mages to play, right? Obviously, you've got a very easy combo. You just gotta make sure you land it. And for the side of ROK Esports, that's the main goal. You make sure you land it, make sure it's gonna be on the right target. If you are gonna burst down one of the squishes, you need to be sat in the brush, you need to make sure your positioning's okay. And that goes back to the point that I wanna make, is the fact that ROK Esports, throughout this series so far, in these team fights, positioning has not always been the best.
Yeah, it's not always been the best, especially when GK is trying to force them into a very uncomfortable team fight, and that's where we see like the setup fall. Like especially if we're talking about Wendy and also Mushi, they don't like the sudden forceful team fight. They need the clean setup, and we're gonna see if that is going to be happening on this third match.
But what is happening on the third match is those votes in the Overlord pit are going more into the favor of GK. When we didn't think that would be even possible, they made a new few fans here after their first 2 games performance. But this is match point for GK Esports. ROK Esports need to climb up and step up within this game number 3.
Oh, again, the pressure coming from GK here, just trying to drive Kong Ling out of his own jungle, forcing him to take the red first and probably finish on the farm lane. He needs to play on the strong side of the map. Like if we're looking at Musanking, he's always focusing on pressuring the clash lane, because now if you're rotating to the farm lane, the only objectives is the Firehawk, which spawns once on every game. But if you're talking about the teleportation sprite, it spawns every few minutes. That's why if we're looking at the jungles, they love to rotate and take the extra gold and the teleportation advantage from the sprite.
I mean, he's basically carrying around a bag of gold. Every time he spawns, he's got some cash money in his pocket, right? But yeah, here is just making sure that he's got the intel into the mid lane, making sure that he's just stabilizing that mid wave so that Shishan on the high end can clear it out pretty fast with that first skill.
Yeah, they're just gonna try to play the slow game coming from ROK Esports. They want to disengage on the early game. They want to play the long game. If we're talking about ROK Esports draft here, if they're playing a late game secure draft, they're gonna be playing a bit slow. But with that Angel pick, a possible contestant under the 4 minutes is still possible with the burst damage from Angela.
Yeah, speaking of possibilities, the possibility of that privilege into the bot side of the map gets wiped out by GK, but still GK, time and time again within these series, like to lead the early game gold lead. The privilege that Guayu has top side of the map is that he can actually outpoke the Xuan here. But speaking of taking people out, it's going to be the higher taking out Conling into the Moonscape Mirage. Looking to get that kill. He's going to come back any moment's notice, but everybody's going to be waiting for him. Shishan has the flash as well. Saving Conling in the nick of time is going to be Xuan, but he faces the Master.
It's a reverse card, right? They're trying to get Kong Ling, but again, getting Xuan again on every team fights rewarded them with so much space. If we're talking about the pillar of ROK Esports, it has been always Xuan and also Wendy. And the KPL teams, when they fought ROK Esports, they love to shut down the clash lane. That's why GK is just mimicking their movement, punishing Xuan, making him stay in the box, and he wouldn't do any risky game-changing moves for ROK Esports.
Yeah, GK definitely done their homework whilst watching that match right there in the audience. They were in their practice room and they knew exactly what meant the winning condition there was for the side of AGAL against ROK Esports. But once again, they're able to steal a point away from GK this time around, just going for that spike tail beast down bot side.
Yeah, it's all about the micro trades coming from GK and also ROK. They just wanted those tiny jungle camps. And again, the small camps could amount so much for the late game. That's why if we were looking at teams that are very, very mechanical and very disciplined, they're not only focusing on the Crimson and Azure Golem, but they're focusing on the spike tail, the tusk boars, the small micro jungle camps.
Exactly, like you said, said, but you've got to keep taking them away, right? You can't just take one and hope that's going to be the kind of winning condition of your game. You have to keep putting the pressure on, and you have to know the timers. And this is just another thing that a lot of normal players within HOK don't recognize, is just the fact that if you know the timers of your enemy's jungle camps, you can predict their movement.
Yeah, they're just going to try to pressure them out here. Zay does a really great job at using the idea to knock back all the damage dealers, but Kong Ling trying to push the mid lane here. Shishan come into fight.
Coming to fight there, the Blazing Brilliance has been used, as well as the flash from Wendy, and it's going to be a pick up onto Way Pit. They know they've lost so much already before the fight for the pit even happens. So really here, ROK Esports are kind of like, right, okay, we just need to try and grab something, try and get some kind of position in here that's going to mean that we can either stave off the takedown of the Tyrant, or means that we could try and go for an attempt.
Dude, it's the GK special. They love to disrupt, they love to destroy, and look at how they control the first early phase. Again, that's what we said on the draft. They play to destroy their enemy's tempo. That's why Muchi has been pressured, and also Xuan. Without the two pillars coming from ROK Esports, the building won't be steady enough to hold for the late game.
Yeah, but GK knew that there was pressure, there was a minion wave coming topside, right? So obviously they got the first minion there. They now have the minion wave here, but for the Hail Mary play of ROK Esports means that Xuan was able to get up there in time and stop that turret takedown. So really now, GK has to find something from this one, or that Tyrant trade was for nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be very risky, right? Especially ROK Esports. They've been trying to slowly crawl out of their game here, because game 1 and game 2 wasn't really their best performance. Now game 3, there's a chance using one of Kong Ling's best heroes coming in from the MKL, Agudo. They need to win this one. Musanking just setting up the tempo, getting punished by Wendy here, playing the game very well from ROK Esports.
Once again, the higher ult has been casted here, whilst we see Xuan and Muchi go for it. He forces out the Infinite Vastness. We see the rising tide, but it's going to be Guan Yu neutralizing that tidal wave as he claims Way Pit in that one. Now we're just seeing the Destiny counter, as well as the hard link onto Musanking, speeding up this rotation into the mid lane. Looking to put more pressure onto the side of ROK Esports.
Yeah, the Moonscape Mirage coming from Shishan was so good.
Yeah.
He trapped Way Pit, closing the front line for Muchi. And when Muchi gets poked by Guyi, nobody's coming to help them because the mid lane pathway was cut off by GK. And it made Muchi exploited his ultimate. And when he is not ready, they're going to probably force another team fight here.
They are. I mean, right now, obviously, they lost T1 down bot side, so that's going to make it a little bit more accessible to get that Azure Golem onto the side of GK. But they're looking to play the top side of the map, right? Like, they put the pressure on there first. T1 fell for ROK Esports top side. We see just the relentlessness from Guayu to get even more here, but Wendy has to be absent from that mid lane. But they're able to wave clear it here onto the side of ROK Esports.
I think like ROK Esports, they've been improving so much throughout the tournament, whereas like Wendy has been playing for so good for ROK Esports for so long, but now it's not only Wendy. That's why they've been coming for so far on this tournament, but now they need to step up.
Speaking of step up, it's going to the Dream Room, met with the rising tide. Xuan may have found himself in a really sticky situation. He gets taken out of that situation and probably put into a worse one, as he's going to get taken down by Shishan. And in that moment's notice, in his absence, Guayu is pushing and prodding Wendy here. They're trying to get the health bars down to the Angela, so Musanking can fly on the monkey.
It's very hard. They're sinking slowly. ROK Esports, they need something to come back, but Gem trying to be set up here. Muchi getting the Howling power.
Yeah, the Howling has been procced. They have their target in sight. It's going to be Gem get taken down here, but it's all going to be traded for Geeke getting that overload, getting that pressure into the top side of the map. You may have a takedown, but what more is coming here? They're looking for a T2 takedown down to the bottom side of the map of ROK Esports. Muchi takes a lot of damage, but is able to get out of there thanks to the riding wind. It's going to be Guayu as well as Zhe, just trying to amount this pressure whilst we're waiting for Musanking. They're buying time for their jungler.
Yeah, they're just buying time here, trying to get the perfect setup. Geeky Esports, they need to breathe here, but ROK Esports waiting just for the perfect moment for that Menki to come in to punish And look at the replay from the GK setup. It was so good. Musang King dived in at the perfect moment, and look at the pick off coming from Shishan. He took off the most important role player from ROK Esports. He took away Xuan. And without the front lane, without second layer on ROK Esports, they're gonna disengage. But the revenge fight coming from ROK was trying to pick off Gem, the gold carrier from GK Esports.
Yeah, just trade in the game state into each side of the map here as well. Obviously, T2 into the top side for ROK Esports looks a bit battered as well. The same can be said here for GK. I feel like in this match right now, we are seeing a bit of an even game state in terms of structure. But once again, GK is showing where they are more dominant. It's in the farm. But here, we may see a bit of an overcommitment here from Jet as well as Musang King. They're taking too much damage from Wendy. But at the same time, the health bars of the side of ROK Esports are not looking too healthy. They are relying on Xuan here.
Yeah, Xuan has been such a role player for ROK Esports. And with him getting shut down at such an early game, it makes him so difficult to tank all the damage coming from Shishan and also Jim. And I'm pretty sure right now, Shishan is going to be very painful against Xuan without any magic defense coming for his defensive stats.
Just waiting that long rush there. They're trying to get a setup, maybe just trying to force out the Mirage once again, but they do successfully get the Mirage. But now we see ROK Esports, they're waiting around. He forces the flash onto Gem, alters it with the flash there of the Rising Tide, but it's not going to go in the favor of ROK Esports. It's actually playing dividends here for GK. They get a 2-0 trade. The minion wave here, Gem's able to force that T1 takedown.
Who expected that wave bit was trying to shadow over the Shishan ultimate, but he flicked it onto Gem. And Gem, even though he got ulted by 3 people, like if you see the replay here, he was aiming for Shishan, and he flicked to Gem, and the damage wasn't instant enough for Gem to be taken out of the picture. And Gui was so smart, he closed the NQA, coming for those risky team fights. Wendy wasn't able to pop the damage that he wanted, and the risk to reward was too big for ROK Esports to commit on.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the idea, right? Like, you have the heart link, you know that you're gonna have somebody there to be by your side, and also not only heal you, but give you that movement speed to get out of that sticky situation the ROK Esports tried to put GK into originally. Now for ROK Esports, they're at, once again, the game state they find themselves in all 3 games of this series. We see Furball getting run down, but it's again Shishan with the aggressive takedown. He's taking Wendy off of the gorge here. It means they can open up to the back line. YU is not going to struggle by running down those health bars. He's now aided and abetted by Musang King. He has free roam. There is no blazing brilliance to run down the health bars of Musang King.
They're going to try to force a high guard poke here, trying to get the perfect moment. Kong Ling just trying to defend, but the minion waves kept on coming. The pushes are coming from GK. They want this. They want the crystal. But ROK Esports, they could defend this fight.
They could defend it. They have a mountable defense. Wendy's back up in about 7 seconds time, so you have the Blazing Brilliance just to wipe out any minion wave here into the mid lane. But what's the problem here is the fact there is 2 minion waves.
Okay, they're going to try to force the defense coming from Guyi, just trying to poke it out, trying to force a fight. Musang King at the perfect moment, the Raging Sea connects.
Raging Sea does connect. Muchi has very low health bars. He uses the Infinite Bastards in the right amount of time. At the same time, we see Wavebit deleted from the gorge thanks to the Moonscape Mirage. After an early exit last year, GK Esports lunges to the top 3 once again. The MKL representatives not only claims honor, Valor, but also club membership points. Everyone join us in congratulating GK as the 3rd place at KWC 2026.
GK Esports, the dominating performance against ROK was there through purpose. 4 zeros have been seen throughout the tournament. But who would have thought this Malaysian team, GK, have beat them on their own game? A perfect run coming from GK.
Absolutely perfect run, but like they said in the introduction, it's been a hard task from ROK Esports to get a victory from GK for so long. And we put it into the perspective, they were fighting away from 3rd place in the MKL Spring 2026. This time around, they are fighting to maintain that third place and also get $80,000 more into their back pocket. And it's going to be GK after a dominant 3-0 performance to get that position.
It's scary, right? Like, we're looking at how GK is just controlling the whole game, pressuring on Shren and also Muchi, making them so unviable for those late game team fights. And after Musanki and also Tishan getting those very good picks on the backline of ROK Esports, there weren't much space for them to just dive in on those fight again. But again, we're gonna see the interview coming in from Sky and Mara. So let's go to the interview.
And here we are from the winning team, Guiyu. Congratulations. Last year, your team did not make it to the playoffs, and this time you've come in third. What does this mean to you, and what would you say was the biggest difference?
I think is my teammate different.
Your teammate made all the difference. Now, yesterday, you guys gave KSG a really hard time, and everybody noticed it. It almost went to 20 minutes. Talk about the growth that your team has had to have come that close that you are now the best global team.
We just reviewed last match with KSG, and we learned with them. I think when they team fight, they always in good condition and they play very well.
Now you finished third. What are you feeling right now? What do you want to tell to everybody?
Next year, maybe we will be this.
Next year, maybe you will claim the trophy once again. Job well done. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give GK Esports a big round of applause. Congratulations. And now we're going to head back to the panel. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara. Appreciate it. And great to hear from Guiyu, who grabs the attention on stage as he deserves. 4 times he had to go against KSG and lose, even though 20 minutes is what they pushed who would be our grand finalists to the test. But this game, they only go 3, and it's in their favor. They take down ROK Esports and claim the title of the best team on the globe. Of course, in the global competition, the KPL kind of stands on its own right now, but they certainly, I think the question we asked was, can you take something from your losses? Both teams faced the KPL team, and GK did take something from the loss, and they took it in a way that was so convincing against ROK Esports. You understand whether it's the history of losing 4 times, 5 times in a row to them, or just the fact that they're just playing at another level this tournament, that they weren't going to be beat.
Yeah, definitely. They just work around the strengths of their team. Even during that interview, Guiyu said that it's because of his teammates. They had the difference on how they approach things. And I mean, even also on our short interviews, they're really confident up against ROK Esports, given the fact also that they won in majority of the other international tournaments that they faced together.
Yeah, but they made a mistake though. They got like 1 death. I'm just kidding. So, I mean, at this point, yes, this is really a vice grip, I would say, in this particular series. There really was little contest coming up from the side of ROK Esports. They did try, but the gap was just too big.
Yeah, I think also the gap, it goes beyond the knowledge on how the other teams play, but more on how they play or create their draft. Because their draft was too strong against the play style of every individual from the side of ROK Esports. Xuan was on check. Everyone was on check. Even the rotation of the jungle of ROK Esports was on check. So it's really hard for ROK Esports to bounce back on games number 1 and even game number 2.
Now, I don't know if she's been sitting next to Inua's family, but she's been in a different cosplay outfit every single time. I don't know if that's related to Inua or not, but certainly some very familiar faces who have been in the stands. We mentioned Indicus, who is joining us on stage in just a moment. That Showmatch coming up. We've revealed the talent. We haven't exactly revealed what's happening yet, so stay tuned. Even though this one's wrapping up, still much more KWC here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. But let's take a look at the telestration now, because we may not be able to learn any more from this, but people at home can certainly learn about what went right, what to do in their games, and obviously what you took away, Ken, after a really dominant performance from GK.
Okay, I'm gonna add more subscription fees for this because
Yes, please.
I'm gonna give you.
Let me flex.
Yeah, more lessons.
Yeah, there it is. Is that the right technique? Is that the more squeeze on that curl, Chantel? I'm getting in on this.
Okay, so let's run through what the strength of this draft was, right? Coming in from the side of GK. They made sure all the win conditions were there. So first and foremost, I want you to pay attention to the channel against Awin matchup, right? So naturally in a 1v1, it gets a bit more difficult for the side of Muji. So in order to make this happen, they actually placed more focus onto the side of the mid laner Shishan, who was using the Haya, right? So as we go into the later parts of the game, you'll realize that yes, there is a clear goal gap, but this fulfills the condition that Rock will not be able to come back into this game. And it came in many different forms. Number one, you could never get past the wall that is the Mankey. Yeah. Right? And secondly, if you do make it past the wall of Mankey, you don't get the damage because the heals are coming out.
Yep.
Right? And it's always a unfair fight because you're fighting with 4v5 potentially if the higher wins in that Moonscape Mirage, which is exactly what happened. So let's go into the first clip here. Now, this is a very important portion of the game because at this point...
Chantel, keep your form. Come on now. There it is.
Sorry.
You can't be giving out on me yet.
So at this point, catching Kongling was a great idea, right? I think the execution here from the side of GK was, let's try to get the jungler out of the fight, right? Give the level lead to Musang King. But here's the fun part. Locking Kongling in was great. They didn't get the finish. But here comes the second part of the fight. So I want you to pay attention to this thing. When you are in the Moonscape Mirage, everyone's focus is on 2 points. The first one is, I'm going to be looking at my teammate. Where are they? And the second point will be, where is the opponent that uses the Haya? These will be your set fight. This is a guaranteed hit once they come out, right? So this is where teams are fighting for position, jostling for the correct skills to be thrown at the right time. But who comes out worse? It actually is Xuan. And knowing Xuan, we know that he likes to flank.
Yep.
We know that he comes in with the stuns, with the flashes. And with this first blood onto Xuan, it just crashes the game out for the side of ROK Esports because that flank opportunity and that turnaround no longer functionable.
And a good point that you've mentioned about Xuan also, because either way, either Kongling or Xuan, it's a viable target already for the Haya. That's why for Ken, he mentioned earlier that it's always going to be 4v5 for every setup plays on this match.
Yeah, and you know, at this point, they already had a 4K goal lead. Once again, a catch, I believe, on to the class lane, which is Xuan once again. So this one, it went a lot more worse for them because right off the bat, you already have Xuan out of the fight, right? And at this point, if you take a look at the skills already used from the side of ROK Esports, they have very little offer. Xuan does have the flash, doesn't have his ultimate anymore. Wave Pit is gone because they isolated him right at the get-go during the moment where they set up the Moonscape Mirage. Oh my goodness. Yep, so he's caught in
You can take as long as you want. Chantel could be there all day. She's fine. I mean...
Yeah, actually, we just playing around so that her muscles get to work.
Wait, it's just the left side. Let me do the right as
you
well.
need to, you know, you want to... Here, hold on. Chantel, go to the host for a second. Let me take this. Please. Let him finish. Please, go over there. Thank you. I mean, I can't. I have to get involved.
I'm here to cheer instead.
Let me... Okay, you can cheer.
Let's be clear.
Do you need 2 mics?
We have a gym. We can get all of us.
Additional subscriptions. Whoa. That's a bit too much. But in any case, all right, I'll let the
Let
fight
me hold this for you. There you go.
Yep, so with that, they actually built such a huge lead, and this is like a 5k gold advantage at this point. And as we know, history has already stated, this is the 6th time in a row that GK has taken a series off of ROK, and to do it on the international stage, what a performance.
Well, I thought I'd be here longer. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I thought so
It was
too.
just at the wrap-up.
This is a trial period, right? When you go to a gym, there's a trial class.
Yes.
So this is the trial class. So how
We're
do
like the
how do you
spotters.
find it?
Well, at
No,
least...
we're the spotters.
Oh, you were the spot. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is the support you would get at the subscription service of Ken's online gym. I hope that you take us seriously because I think he's really coming out with that. You're feeling it, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
feeling it.
Oh my God. You know, if we had an opportunity to go even longer, Ken, I would, because I love the way you're breaking it down. I did have to step in for Chantel, though, because, of course, it's, I don't want to watch you just...
No, it's okay.
If it was on your right hand, I would allow it, but your left hand, it's just getting too strong. I can't allow it. We've got a chance to speak with our interview of the team that did not make it. Of course, that's HOK Esports. However, they still claimed, I believe, near $200,000+. So should be happy with that takeaway. We'll find out what else they took away after their loss here.
Hey guys, we'll be having Whippet from HOK Esports join us for the post-match interview. Thank you so much for your time, though. I believe you have a very impressive journey here in KWC. So looking back on all the things that happened here in Paris, what will be the most valuable thing your team has gained from all the experiences you have here in Paris?
I think in Paris is a different experience for us, I think, because this first time we come Paris and play KWC.
Yeah, because you have gone up against with so many different and strong teams from different regions. So what will be the thing that leaves you the most impression? And who will be that particular opponent you're looking forward to see in the future?
I think it's AGAL, I think.
AGL? Do you still have so many memories looking back on yesterday's matches?
They just play very well and win us. I think, although it's very hard, I think we still need to try to win them in future.
Yeah, I think more detailed should be improved, and then you will become stronger in next year if we have the chance to see you guys, and believe we will. And actually, 4th place is a very good run, though. So what will be the things that you are most proud of that your team have accomplished here in Paris?
I think it's... I think it's...
Anything you want to say to your teammates as well?
Teammates, thank you. Say thank you to my teammate.
Yeah, very good work together. And that will be your very last chance to say something from the bottom of your heart to your fans, friends, and family back in your hometown. So what will be it?
I'm sorry, today I don't perform well.
Don't be sorry. You brought a lot of amazing games to us. Thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to seeing the future.
Okay, thank you.
Best wishes to you. And that's will be it. Bye-bye. Back to the panel.
You can understand a bit deflating to come out, not get a win in 2 series. And, you can't blame anybody for the first series. This series, though, it seemed like maybe felt there could be something more for them. And it just wasn't able to happen. But on the day, you ask, where do you learn? And I feel like I keep saying this, so... screw it, I'm just going to keep saying it. I'm not going to say how I keep saying it. I'm just going to keep saying it. But you learn from your losses. And I mean, a personal anecdote for me, I remember coming in, we call it soccer where we are in America, but around the world, it's football. We were ranked number 1, and we were penalty kicks away from going into the national championship. And my senior year, we were ranked number 1, and we lost in our very first game. It was shocker, real big upset. And you have to somehow piece together this identity that has been shattered, right? These guys are globally so successful. They've gotten to 4th place, and then you have this 4-0, 3-0, and you have to find your identity again. They are a great team. They are great players, guys, but it's much easier said than done in the moment when you're still coping with, I thought my reality would look a little bit different.
Definitely, and this type of moments are like reminders for these players that everyone is just trying to improve everything that they've got, or just want to show whatever it is that they can improve for the rest of the tournament. And what I gotta say is that for HOK Esports, there's nothing to be sorry for, because they were able to manage to defend or to defeat the champions of the region. So that alone says a lot about how they prepared in their journey this KWC.
All right, so I'm gonna go with football, right?
Yeah.
Okay, football.
So American football, right?
No.
See, this is why we say soccer, because it's confusing.
Yeah, but in any case, I think one of the life experiences we get from so-called being defeated at the top level is that now you get to see actually there's a whole new perspective into how far I can go in your professional career, right? So I would go on to say that this actually could be very inspiring and very exciting, because now there are new levels to go to. and you see that it is possible because someone else has done it. Right? And if it's not done before, you are going to be the trailblazer. You're going to be the first one to do it. So I think, yes, you can feel sad, you can feel better for this time being. But in the next few weeks, when the next part of the season, pro leagues are coming up, it's time to step up, shine.
You get old enough, you get to a point where you kind of feel like, I don't have time to process, right? We were talking a little bit on the bus as well, just getting to this idea of, it's rare that you take a day and you go, I'm not going to do my work, I'm not going to do my laundry. It's the only day I have to do it. And I'm just going to think about how did I handle that loss. But, have you had any moments, Ken, and this is a quick thought if something comes to mind, where you've had something like this happen and then you've had to just readjust quickly? How did you get over that?
I mean, I take a look at what I've done, right?
You write it down?
Point, where is your starting point? At some point of your life, you will reach a stage where you realize, you know what? 2 years ago, if I take a look back at where I was, this is where I dreamt of being at. I may not be at the best position now, but I'm here. And this is my chance because I'm already here. It's time to put the work in, right?
Yeah, it's the same case for me. Every time that I'm feeling down, I always keep questioning myself, why am I even doing this? Why even I started this type of job? Something like that. So it's more of me thinking of my sadness into diverting it into an inspiration just to keep moving forward. Something like that.
The opportunity to be on a stage making hundreds of thousands of dollars for an hour and a half of a game that's played on your phone that millions of people around the world enjoy, that's where people dream to be. They had the chance to be there. The perspective shift is needed. We appreciate you, ROK Esports. Congratulations to GK Esports as well for finding your place into third. Now, of course, our grand final is coming up, but before we do that, we have a few fun things today. It's our Team Valors versus Team Kings show match. It's a best of two, meaning we will get at least, well, definitely 2 games. There's really no 1-0 that's going to end it there. So 2 games. We will have a lot of fun with that one. You see the stands are already getting packed. People are waiting to see some of their favorite players and personalities from HOK in the building. That's coming up immediately. AGAL and Kuaishao Gaming, that will be our grand final. That is expected to go the distance or at least close to it because both of those KPL teams are fighting for legacy and a big prize of $600,000 to the winner. Coming up next, we'll have more of that show match info for you, and we'll also let you know that there's an awards ceremony coming up, the annual HOK Award ceremony. It will be on right after this, but until then, enjoy some info about the new Dan to Dan crossover in game.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
からてねてめえはうちを怒らせたぜどうなっても知らねえぞ
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
Anticipation for the grand finals is going to start building. We've got a couple other things to get through before we do get there, but we thought we'd have a chat with the boys, Blam and Rookie, to, well, I mean, just kind of get a little bit of a kind of base level of how you think the tournament's gone, just a little bit of a chat of how the Honor of Kings thing is kind of looking at this moment in time. Coming in as an outsider, looking into this game, and obviously seeing the domination that we've seen from the Chinese teams, as we have done over the past week or so. Rookie, I'm going to start with you. Do you feel as if the rest of the world is catching up at a certain pace? And, well, do you think they ever will, is my question.
I think give it 1 or 2 more years. I think there was still a chance for
that short amount of time, because I'm thinking like 10 years right now.
I don't think so. If we're talking about like years, like we have seen KSG and also AGAL, they were pretty frustrated after like game 3, especially when they're going up against teams that are very aggressive like GK. And we've seen like there was like in a point where they would be able to win the game, but it was so close. But then again, only the discipline of the KPL teams were managing for them to get the win against the global team. So again, it's all about discipline for the global teams.
And Blam, for you, I think, you know, we talked about discipline, we talked about mechanics and just their experience of the game. Do you think there's any other particular area that the rest of the world really needs to work on to catch up?
I think once again, it's just harking on the point of discipline. Like we saw many times within this tournament where teams have just kind of got either a little bit too excited when they're kind of ahead, and then basically the enemy team just completely dominate that mistake that they make. The one that's most notable was Blacklist against Team Vitality. Blacklist was in the lead, match point, and then they made a point problem at the Tyrant pit, right? And then that's it. It just went all south. So for me, I'm going to be more of a cynical Brit and say it's going to take at least 3 to 5 years for people to catch up.
Yeah, but I think as well, for me, just working in esports for so long and seeing so many different industries and games, for us, in the game that I participate in, we were at a stage where European teams could not even touch North American teams. And then it took for those teams to start playing up against these teams more. I think, you know,
the saying of a rising tide raises all ships is really, really apparent when it comes down to Honor of Kings. If we are going to see these teams compete more, these teams will get better. They will start to understand more, because you can only be as good as who you're playing up against, right?
Yeah, of course. Like if we're talking about like progress, they're catching up. Now, it used to be like KPL teams could play with anything and they would win against the global team. But now they need to put in the effort, the drops, and the outplays, or even playing a bit more harder. Like we saw yesterday, like the mid lane from AG, he took off his jacket just to play a bit more serious. Right?
Kind of thing, that meme,
he took off his jacket, starts to like play a little bit more serious against the global team. So the threat from the global teams is coming, and give it a couple of more years, maybe we're able to catch up.
Like what we're saying, do you think we should start the UK team? What you saying? You think we can do it? Start up a UK roster?
I mean, I tried. I was the coach of Team GB, you know?
My jungling's not looking too bad at this moment.
Yeah.
It might just be in goal 2, right? But I'm doing all right.
Yeah. Wait till you get into like your Grandmaster, then we'll see. We'll see. We'll go from that point. You get Grandmaster, we'll get you into peak tournament, and then I'll assess your playability.
I believe in myself. I truly do. Look, I mean, it's been a fantastic week, of course, across the board. It's been a fantastic chat with you guys as well. Thank you very much. But now it is very much time to get on with our award ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 KWC Awards ceremony. Tonight, we honor outstanding talents and players voted by fans from all around the world. We will be presenting 3 fan-voted awards. They are Fan Favorite Voice, Fan Favorite Team, and more to that, Fan Favorite Player.
The votes are officially in, and the results of these awards came directly from the Honor of Kings community. So to everybody who voted and showed your support, this moment is yours as well. And to help us present the award, we have Mr. Herman Zhao, General Manager of Regional Publishing, Level Infinite. And we begin with a voice that captured the attention of the fans throughout this tournament. Your fan favorite voice goes to Sagi!
Congratulations to Sagi. So many love and respect from us. Sagi, you can stand here, over there. Let's take a picture together to memorize this very epic moment.
Sagi, give your best smile. Sagi.
Hi, Mara. Hi, Sky.
Congratulations. You have dedicated so much time for Honor of Kings. In fact, you changed your name to Sagi HOK. How meaningful is this moment for you to be recognized by thousands of the HOK community?
First of all, thank you to Honor of Kings and also EWC for making KWC actually happen. And it actually means a lot, because who would have thought a kid that was doing content creation just last year came all the way to this stage in Paris, France, and actually got an award for himself. So for me, I thank my family, my community, my mods a lot for actually making this happen. This is not my award only, it's by the fans, it's for the fans.
Sagi, I'm so proud of you as your colleague for so many months now, for an entire year. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you.
Oh, one more thing. Thank you so much, Mara. Thank you so much, Sky. And for the KPL fans that flew all the way over to Paris, France, 希望你们今天有一个美妙的总决赛，希望你们玩得开心一点，谢谢。
Thank you so much, Sagi.
Thank you so much.
Take your seat and enjoy the rest of the ceremony. Thank you so much.
And now, from favorite voice, we move on to the favorite team. They have gathered plenty of the support, and the fans have spoken. Your fan favorite team is AGAL!
This honor goes to the most impressive team throughout this tournament, selected by our global audiences. Congratulations, 恭喜菲姐，恭喜。Let's take a picture to memorize this moment together, shall we? All right. This is the second time for me to interview with this beautiful lady by my side because they won this award last year. So I was wondering how significant this award means to AGAL. 其实去年我们在这个舞台上我也采访过你同样的问题，已经是再度蝉联这样一个最受欢迎的战队的奖项了。对于整体的 AGA 来说，这有怎样不同的意义呢？
很荣幸再次蝉联最受欢迎的战队。10年前 AG 超人会诞生于成都，10年以后 AGL 站上了国际的舞台。很感谢一路以来支持我们的粉丝，很感谢一路以来和我们一起并肩战斗的选手还有教练们，也特别感谢王者荣耀。这10年是 AG 同王者荣耀一起发展的10年，我觉得10年王者荣耀旅程初心不改，心怀荣耀，永我直前。
Thank you so much. We feel really extremely honored to be here, especially we have this award for the second time here in KWC. 10 years from now, we have our foundation built in Chengdu back in China. And after 10 years, it will be us enjoying our moments on an international level and stage. I would like to express our sincere gratitude for every single players, our opponents, and every sponsor that has been on this trip together with us. And we want to express our sincere gratitude towards HOK and of course EWC to make this journey so wonderful. Thank you so much, and we will enjoy the moments together.
And now, for the last award, it's time to recognize the player who has captured the hearts of the Honor of Kings community. Your fan favorite player goes to Inwo!
This award honors the most outstanding individual performers of KWC 2026, chosen by our global fans. Welcome. 恭喜你，一诺. Congratulations. Let's together take a picture. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. I was wondering, how do you feel? What does this award mean to you? It should have a very deep meaning for Ino. 又是第2次获得这样的奖项，刚才我们也听到了 AGAL 也再次获得这样奖项，所以蝉联这样的荣誉其实是涵盖着所有全世界喜欢和支持你的粉丝的。所以这个奖项对于一诺选手有怎样特别的意义呢？
感谢王者荣耀和 EWC。给我提供这个舞台，感谢大家给我投票，我很开心。
Thank you so much, Honor of Kings. Thank you so much for EWC. I won't be standing here on the stage without your help and support. And lastly, I feel extremely happy to be here. Thank you so much for my fans, supporters all around the world. Thank you so much. Congratulations. 恭喜一诺. Thank you. And this phobia, please.
For all of our winners, come on up. Sagi, AGAL. Now we're gonna take our final photo. Once again, congratulations to all of our winners. And we thank all the supporters for the Honor of Kings. It's time to head back to our desk. Lead the gorge.
And best host at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for KWC in Paris, France. Today, it's me. That's right. I'm giving myself an award. No, shout out to everybody who just won, guys. What an amazing showcase of support and fun. My boy Sagi got that one. It's been great getting to know all of you. I would give you all awards if I could.
Larry, I have a trophy for you.
Oh, does
for you also.
You do?
Yeah.
I have a trophy.
For me?
I have an invisible trophy for you, but it's invisible, which means you can have it all the time wherever you go.
Good idea. I like that, right? So, you know, does it weigh?
It doesn't weigh anything, but if you slip it in your pocket, you kind of pat it, you feel it, and be like, wait, there is something there. Just think about it. Anytime you're feeling down. All right, guys, we've got a few more minutes before our show match. That was great. AGAL, Inuo as well, will tell his story and how he's continued to be the person holding it down for AGAL, despite many new teammates coming in over the years for him, still staying true. His legacy, something that he's going to be fighting for continually here in our grand final. But before that, we have players, we have members of the HOK community that have already built legacies, that have done so many fun things, and now we get to see them on the stage, Chantel.
Yeah, W, let's show first the competitive side and just enjoy this show match. I mean, for your team Valor and for Team Kings, we've seen some of the players play the other day in a different show match, but this time it's going to be different because we have Oheb and Delar from the Philippines, also Shafiq as well, who traveled really far just to go and participate in this show match.
Also joined by iBot13, and Indicus, we've already seen her across the first few days.
Yeah.
And we have Hui Popper. He was the one that actually passed us the jersey on stage from the AOG side of things.
Oh, really? I was going to say, I like his suit. I like the outfit right there. He's looking flashy. Luo as well, adding a little bit of color to what are some very nice pictures that everyone has here. Hi, Oheb. They're all looking good. Oheb saying, shh. Don't even talk to me.
I think I've seen Oheb earlier.
Really?
Yeah, he was watching the...
Okay, well, let's let you know exactly what we have in store, because it's not just going to be a regular show match. It's not going to be what we saw yesterday. No, we're going to be playing a different mode. It's going to be Super Flow Brawl that these players are going toe-to-toe against. And I love the idea of this. As we come to a moment to explain it to you, we're either going to bring it up on stage or I'll throw a video that's even better of what you can expect. Check it out.
HOK's new mode, Super Flow Brawl, arrives with a bang. Break fixed builds and experience true combat evolution. Whenever a hero reaches level 1, 5, 10, 15, choose one of 3 random talents to enhance yourself. The higher your hero level, the stronger the talents you can obtain. 10 major talent paths freely combine to create endless strategies. Preview talent effects in advance to fully prepare for battle. Or adapt on the fly during combat to unleash unexpected power. This isn't just luck. It's a true test of strategic mastery. There are no fixed answers, only infinite possibilities. The most powerful and mysterious builds await your discovery. The new mode is coming soon. March 14th, write your Super Flow Brawl legend.
And when they say fun featured talents, they certainly mean it. Every few levels, 1, 5, 10, 15, Chantel, you get to pick a different way that you'll play the game, but those ways are wild.
Yeah, definitely wild. Let's focus on mic on. Whenever you're using the microphone, it releases sound waves and elevates your teammates. So it's one of my favorites. And you know what? Whenever I have so many losses in ranked games, I play the Super Flow Brawl.
Really?
So this is a breath of a fresh air for these players. And I'm excited as to how our KPL players, or from the KPL Dream Team, will play this mode.
So you're already screaming because you're mad that you lost your ranked games.
Want us to show you how the mic on works?
Yeah.
Let's do a demonstration.
So one of the effects is if she starts shouting, I get stronger and stronger. And you know, if you send commands out, it also buffs your teammates. Or helps them purify any of the CC that comes through.
That is so fun. I mean, and I think the way that you're doing it is great.
Just imagine a shy person having the mic on as a talent.
Yeah.
He's forced to say something.
I cannot wait to see this, and especially because we're going to see our players knowing that it's a show match and they're having a lot of fun with it. You can turn, I think, some of your movement into riding a motorcycle. You can do it that way. I think that's the vroom vroom one. I saw people getting bigger. You see the mic on, which means if you're mad or you're happy, you can yell and different things will happen in game. So not only will you see all of your favorites on stage in just a moment, you're also going to see them doing some wacky shenanigans. Chantel, any other words before we throw it over to the stage?
I'm just excited. I'm just excited. I'm really looking forward as to what talents the players will pick, how they will play against each other, because it's going to be chaotic, really chaotic.
Yep, get all the big skills. You can re-roll if you need to. So let's see what kind of action they bring us.
All right. Well, we've got a little bit of, as Milos said, an aperitif to start the day. Now we've got an appetizer here to continue our tournament. Let's send it over the stage and get us started.
Honor of Kings fans! We got something special lined up for you. HOK's top players and talents are going to be stepping on to this stage. And this time, we got 2 games to put on a show.
2 days ago, we saw those KPL Dream Team members having the greatest time here on the stages, while now today, we're inviting new guests from the global stage joining us for a very crazy ride on the stage.
Crazy is the right word. It's gonna be the Super Flow Brawl mode. It's gonna be chaotic, fun, so many things going on. They can upgrade and get different skills at different levels for their hero potential. So lots of combinations. And now, how about let's meet the teams?
With no more time waiting, let us introduce our fantastic players onto the stage. Introducing Team Valor. Welcome! We'll be having Hui Popper, Indicus, Fly, Cat, Gemini. Have fun, boys.
And now let's meet Team Kings, the other half of the HOK AOV Global Star Showmatch. Oheb, Shafiq Ayman, Hai, Ron, and Luo.
Good to see you guys. Can we hear one more time shouting to both teams? Hope you guys are ready for this. So we have familiar faces and we have new friends over here.
These are Team Valor and Team Kings.
Okay.
Hi, Ron. You may take your seats.
KPL Dream Team members, you can take your seats first while we'll have a little bit chat with our new friends here. 我们梦之队的成员呢，可以快速的准备去进入比赛了。我们和新朋友呢，先来这边聊聊天。Hi, nice to see you. Nice to meet you. How you feeling standing on the stage right now?
Hello to everyone, to every audience around the world, to KPL audience, everybody here. I'm Hui Popper, and actually I'm a AOV caster, but now it's my first time in Paris, and it's actually my first time in Europe, so everything feeling new to me. The audience atmosphere, the weather, everything feels great, and I really want to give all my best, my effort to bring to you guys an amazing so match for today with our friendly teammates in Darkers and many MVP by KPL right here. Thank you.
It will be a celebration for both AOV and HOK.
And on this side, we have Oheb from the Philippines. It's your first time here in Paris, representing Honor of Kings. You have all this crowd with you. What can you say to everybody? And how happy are you to be here?
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here again. It feels amazing. Everything is good here. The scenery, the food. I love it being here, and I'm very excited to play against them.
He's excited to play against you.
Of course, how excited you are. So nice to see you, so pretty. So what will be the message you to send to the global fans here?
Maybe I would introduce myself first. Hi everybody, I'm Indicus. 我是印尼歌手. So hi. Also, when you guys watching here from house, so I'm so excited, of course, for today. This is also my first time coming here, and I'm very excited and also nervous at the same time. 太紧张了.
What will be the thing you want to say to your opponent anyway?
Sorry?
What will be the thing you want to say to your opponent?
Oh my god, I'm so ready for the fun match today. Also, 老师别太难了，我太紧张了，我怕. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How do you respond to that?
We have Shafiq Ayman from Malaysia. Shafiq, what can we expect from you and your team today in front of this global audience on the stage in Paris?
Hi guys, I'm Shafiq Ayman from Malaysia, and I'm very excited to be here today and playing with my friends from Vietnam, from China, and from Indonesia, and also my new friend, which is from Philippines. And I'm very confident with my team. I'm excited to play today, and let's go have some fun!
We are definitely gonna have some fun. Players, you may now take your seats. Go ahead. You can join your teammates. And Sky, for sure, this is going to be very exciting. So how about let's get this started and head to our desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara and Sky. What a fun time. The audience. Hello, everybody. You guys are amazing. You have been here enjoying the action from early on, and now we have more in store as teams join up who have maybe met for the first time today. As you can see, Oheb
And Shafiq, yeah,
and Shafiq having fun with that one, and some people we've seen like Indicus throughout the day. I mean, I love what we're able to witness here, Chantel.
I just hope that for Indica's team, she gets the mic on because she's a singer.
Yeah.
Right? It would be lovely for them to just hear her sing all throughout the game. So something like that, hopefully. And I'm just really looking forward as to how the pro players will pick the talents on whatever hero that they will choose on this game.
I feel like this is gonna be super crazy because in this mode there's so many skills to choose from. You know, you can actually get a permanent red buff and a permanent blue buff in one of the talents. So you don't need to have mana regeneration. You will have it the entire game.
And also there's this talent that gives you 2% HP regeneration every time.
Yes. Oh, man.
So it could be a long game, could be a short one, but definitely a fast-paced one.
I'm gonna love seeing how the talents, whichever one you pick, goes against the talents of the other person in lane or that you run into. How much will a damage buff mean against somebody who has repeatedly more HP throughout every second that you're fighting them? How much will singing into the mic distract somebody from fighting when the other person just jumps on a motorcycle and runs away? It's gonna be fun too. Different levels. Former ex-pros. Indicus, I don't think she's an ex-pro, but will certainly be a talented player. How will the teams mesh? Will Gamini be MVP yet again? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Even the heroes that they will choose as the starting ones on this, because it will depend on the hero whether you choose this specific talent, something like that, because there are mages that are very different from the usual ones in this mode.
The Dolia machine gun build, this works here perfectly.
I love it too. And the other cool aspect to this is the atmosphere people are appreciating being in Europe, sometimes in Paris for the first time. These are, major celebrities and people of, idol status, and coming here in Europe, just not necessarily something that's been on the bucket list or necessarily been on the road to that success there. So seeing them navigate not just a new game with wacky talents and stuff, which is super fun for me to see, but also being in France.
Definitely gonna be quite an experience for this KOLs, for this pro players, and even ex-pro players. It's something that they will always remember that I once played on stage in a super flow brawl mode. And I was able maybe to defeat Gemini, Cat. Those are like superstars when it comes to HOK, and playing against them in a show match, it's something.
Yep, you have to clip those moments. Save it. Whatever platform you're watching on, save that moment where you got the kills or even outsmart them. That's a rare occasion in the professional world.
I feel like there's enough cameras out here to where we'll get clips no matter what.
Are the lenses here already?
They're here. Oh yeah, they're here.
They're
they
here.
started with Sagi. It always starts with Sagi at this point. So it's going to hopefully end. Will we see him on Grand Finals cast? Maybe, but right now I'm more focused on this cast. We got two guys ready to bring you all the action. It's Rookie and I believe Holler who are here to kick off our show match.
Thank you so much, Rain Day, as we go into the show match. It's going to be Team Valor's going up against Team Kings. My name is Holler. With me is Rookie Cast. Your thoughts on these two teams?
My thoughts are, it's very good seeing the representative, and there's one of the representative coming in from Indonesia, which is Indicus. Fun fact, she used to be an idol in China, and she played HOK for more than 8 years. So she has a lot of experience under her bag, so we're hoping to see a lot of the gameplay coming in for this show match.
Actually, very interesting fact, because of the fact that if you're looking at to trying to balance out these two sides, you're thinking that, okay, one team has KPL Stars, the other one as well, and it seems it's like almost regional. Like they put the Indonesian stars on one side, they put the PKL sides on the other, as well as the Malaysia ones. Like, is this fair in the end, or are they just trying to kind of, rile you up a little bit?
I think it's fair because I think last time PKL and IKL matchup, it wasn't really fair for PKL, so that's why we're not seeing them on the
Too
same
soon, man.
team.
Too soon.
It's just the clash, you know. It's just the region going head to each other. But if we're looking at the draft, it's very interesting. Finally seeing Cat playing the Princess Frost again.
Yeah, bringing it right back into this one as we go into the game. And I didn't check out all the heroes, but if we're talking about the Super Flow Brawl, this is a funsy, right? I love this mode. It's so much, way more casual. It's just kind of like you can kind of like roll into it. Sometimes I think Chantal was talking about the fact that when she is, you know, tilted a bit, she'll kind of roll back into this.
Always. But if we're speaking about Super Flow Brawl, it's such a refreshing game mode. Last time I streamed the Super Flow Brawl mode and I was cosplaying Dolia and I used the mic on talent and I was just going on and on and on. I'm just screaming the whole game.
All right, pause. Is that the reason why you didn't want to be on cam today? Because you've got the Dolia cosplay right back on?
No. Don't make them turn their heads into the caster desk. I'm wearing a suit. I'm looking nice. Maybe at the after party.
You're looking fly. You're looking fly. Okay, or whatever happens at the after party happens there. If you've got the Dolia costume, like, we all kind of want to see it. We'll definitely be taking some photos. But going into this one, I find this mode so much fun because of the fact that the talents are just completely over the top. It's high, has to flash away, Fly getting a little low himself.
Yeah, Fly just using his own FMVP skin, right? Just showing off, this skin is mine, and just showing off to the players. But look at Gemini just popping off on the first game. And Indicus playing the roamer role. Because if we're talking about Indicus, she played farm lane. So maybe the change is going to start to her a little bit. But hopefully, they're playing the fun game today.
Yeah, it's all about having fun, right? And I think that going into this one, when you were talking about the Indicus, I mean, her 8 years of experience will definitely carry over into this mode. It's very similar to Honor of Kings, of course, with the added bonus of these talents. But for me, it's about this Shadow Buddy talent. The fact that you become the Dragon Mother, if you will, and just roll down people with all of the dragons. Again, I think that it just adds quite a fun element to this game.
Yeah, especially the one that has like the car. You basically can throw away the car, but look at Fly getting taken out at the first stages of the game. What a statement coming in from Team Kings.
Yeah, Fly looking a little too fly with his finals MVP skin, maybe, huh? A little too much attention, if you will, but in the bottom lane.
He's gonna pop the ult here, coming from Gemini, coming, trying to fight out. Shafiq Ayman gets taken down. The ultimate coming from Indicus, killing Wrong at the same time. 2 kills of 1. Team Valor is just fighting them.
Okay, and we knew it was a fun mode, but man, it seems like Team Valor's they're taking things a little bit seriously. The rotations have been on point. They got Fly to set things off, and then they make their way to the bottom lane. It's a 3-on-3, but the stuns are absolutely real as they get locked in. Cat, he's one of the best in the world, and you're seeing exactly why with that control.
Yeah, it's all about the live reaction, seeing the faces of the talents being happy, engaging in such a good team fight. And ooh, look at Ron coming with the Mirror Domain, trying to pop on Cat. A bit of a revenge pounce coming from Ron here.
Yeah, a little bit more action. Luo and Fly, those guys have been dueling as well in that top lane, but Quay Popper kind of been on the quiet side. We haven't seen too much. It seems like he's more, happily farming for himself.
Yeah, a bit passive, but again, he's going to be playing a bit of a late game, especially if you're talking about Kaiser on this meta. But look at the freeze coming in from Cat, but High Popper just popping off Oheb. They're going to push him back. And look at the Tyrant Overlord. So what's interesting of this mode is everything is random and everything is chaotic. If we're looking at the talents, like there's a lot of like interesting talents coming for like all of the players, but High popping the ult here, trying to poke back Fly onto the Clash lane.
Yeah, setting things up. Again, the 4-minute Tyrants, that's when the true action is going to be. But I think for me, I kind of wanted to see some of the talents that they have, but it looks like they have a little bit of control. Gemini's going to be taking down the Tremor Smash onto 2, and they also get Quay Popper, who just stuck around. Indicus doing some work, finding and taking down Oheb, and it's off to the races, if you will. Wrong is 1 versus 2, probably not going to be sticking around much longer.
It's so good, right? Like, Cat hasn't been picked off at all, playing a bit safe on this game, getting 2 kills as a mid laner, and as the XF MVP, Cat has been performing amazing. Like, he switched roles from the mid lane to the roam and then won in both respective roles. So very interesting coming into this fun match, especially Fly showing off his FMVP skin.
And being flexible. I think that that's the greatest, asset, if you will. Able to be very into any sort of role. He has a lot of that experience, and he's able to bring it on, even in a fun game like a Super Full Brawl, where he's, again, able to kind of dictate when things are going to happen.
Ooh, they're going to try to push him back. Fly just poking off on the backline. Cat with the Splendor coming in. A good initiation from high. But look at Shafiq Ayman dancing around wrong. Getting that perfect stun coming. But look at Hui Pop and Luo getting the Lishan pop on the Fly. Half HP burst damage. Team Valor just defending from the initiation coming from Team Kings. Look at Gemini though. Getting high. The flash coming from Fly. Trying to dance around all of the players. Team Valor dominating.
They're all fighting, right? This is all going in, and 4-on-1. It looks like he wants to continue with it, but Luo gets the pick up on a Gemini, gets the snipe, if you will. Rong is doing some serious work as this mirror domain is completely confusing and befunneling them, but Fly will fall as well.
It's nostalgic, right? Like seeing all of these historical players finally coming back for KWC, playing the fun match. It was such a good initiation coming in from Gamini. Like he popped the ult, trying to get high, but after the trade, the initiation coming from Raw, punishing him for going offside was so good. And if you're looking at the screen right now, there's some big giants walking around. It's one of our talents called Megami, making them so big.
Yeah, it's going to be biggie size, if you will. And the mirror domain just trying to get onto Indicus, who just wants to get on out of this one. I don't think that she will in the end. Oheb gets that snipe.
Yeah, it's all about the title, Attack on Titan. That's why Indicus has been targeted, but look at the freeze coming into high. Oheb is in danger, but look at her Popper just beating the body, trying to take as much as damage he can. The mega big Rong Jing play has been punishing them.
Yeah, it was all about that bulking up, but Oheb, he's going from legend to king to now dead. I mean, Oheb here, he's looking down from the grave, if you will, be completely focused. Team Valor's, it looks like they're focusing the right guys at the right time.
Insane. Legends to kings to dead is insane, but look at Rong dancing around. Cat being his first target. Gemini trying to protect his teammates, but again, Cat can do so much with that Princess Frost, but with the setup coming from Team Valor, they're trying to engage in another team fight here.
Yeah, it was Cat was flexing a little too much, right? The Frigid Prisons, all of that control, and now he's died twice, but he still does have 4 kills. He's been able to, again, make a mark on this, but Team Kings, I love the way that they're able to fight back, and of course, it's because of Rong, who's been tearing it up with his 5-1-3.
Yeah, look at the Lianpo from Shafiq Ayman, just being so big, but look at the Tremor Smash coming in. Gemini popping off in the backline. Oheb gets taken down. Shafiq trying to dance with Team Valor, but he falls high, eating up so much damage. Cat getting the perfect freeze onto Luo, but Luo just dancing around all the players with that Lishan. Gemini popping off. Hui Popper gets taken down. He wants more, but he gets no more. Team Valor loses 2 players onto 3.
Yeah, onto 3, but Rong continuing on with this one. It looks like he wants to fight 1 versus 3. This is a very bold move, Cotton, as it looks like he's kind of stuck into the mirror domain. You don't know which way he's going to be. He's dodging most of it, and now Oheb on the return. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do much, but he does cover the retreat.
Insane. Unkillable Demon King coming from Rong here. Unable to be touched on his mirror domain, but look at Fly trying to challenge the Demon, trying to pop him off, gets his Azure Golem, but he fails. But Cat opens up the vision for so much for Team Valor, looking for an entryway. Rong doesn't have his ultimate, but playing with the reflections.
Yeah, playing with the reflection, but man, Rong is so low. Look at this. In the bottom lane, it looks like he's going to fight 1 versus 2. The Tremor Smash, he actually short-legged it, if you will. Too much protein, and he's been skipping leg day. He's not able to do enough.
Oh, but look at Indicus popping his ultimate. The Giant is losing here. The Titan Slayer, Indicus dancing around. Oheb trying to pop them again. But the ultimate from safety comes in. Rong gets the perfect pick off onto Cat, but the trade came in in at the perfect moment. Luo gets the trade.
Yeah, taking that tyrant away off of the back of Wrong, where he's able to find Cat as well as Indicus, setting it up. I mean, with no smite, it doesn't really matter when you have the numbers advantage. Team Kings getting a lot of value. They're up 8K at this stage.
Ooh, but look at him trying to pop off again. HOK Popper gets popped on 4 people. A bit too risky onto the Giant. Look at Shafiq Ayman, man. I was wondering, who is the Titan here? Is it Indicus or is it Shafiq Ayman? Look at how huge he is with that bulk of talent.
Yeah, bodybuilding, if you will. But I mean, the legs have been kind of on the smaller side. Have definitely been skipping leg day, if you will. But the golden cudgel is going to be picked up here. Princess Frost, this is one where, again, she was like, what, 4-1-4. Now she's 4-4-4. Cat, that is. He's definitely been target priority here.
Oh, look at Cat. Just waving around the Giant, trying to pop a defensive move, but look at Gemini dancing around high, gets taken down, and Dakus getting that trade, but the Tremor Smash connecting on for the player again. OHEB just giving so much damage, but it's not enough to destroy the Giants. Team Valor, they need something here. HOK Popper gets chased around Luo just once more. The Lishin play happens, so scary coming from Team Kings.
All of that space being taken away by Team Kings. This is all about that map control. This net worth lead is starting to get a little out of control. We're at the 10-minute mark, 10K lead. I mean, this has been all in favor of Team Kings thus far.
Yes, has been so scary, especially Shafiq Ayman coming in with the Tremor Smash. Very big knockup, but connects to nothing. Indicus stops it on their way. Fly is dancing around the FMVP, but look at Indicus taking so much Gemini popping the ult. Wrong dancing around the mirror domain. Domain expansion, if you will.
I feel like we need to get Indicus a little bit more in terms of the protein bar, if you will, because Shafiq has been outclassing, at least from the roam, when we're talking about the Zhang Fei versus the Lian Po, has definitely had an advantage in this one.
Ooh, but now look at Cat, he wants more here, trying to dive in, Luo just surviving, but look at Cat getting the perfect kill off, and now he wants more! Shafiq Ayman gets a double knockoff. OHEB finishing dinner like it's supposed to be an ace to Team Kings. Indicus surviving at the right time. They want this crystal, they want to defend, but again, Fly and Indicus, the FMVP, he needs to do something here. The crystal is open, but now Team Kings diving around Wrong, dancing, popping off on Fly, gets the crystal. Team Kings gets game 1.
Very clean game by Team Kings in the end. I mean, Wrong with all of his plays, just being able to just jump onto the back line. Nobody was safe from him. I think that if you're talking about the control as well, Shafiq, with that bulk up, you could see the size. It's very intimidating also in the game.
It's very big, right? Like, it's very scary, especially if we're looking at Lian Po, who focuses on like area stun damage. He just leaps in, being a Giant. It made Team Valor ran away in an instant. That's why they weren't able to dive in, and also the support coming from Gemini at the early stages of the game, it was so good. He dissected so much of those big risky team fights.
And there were a lot of team fights, let's be very honest. Yeah. This Flowborn mode is all about just creating havoc, if you will, with all these crazy talents. And look at these freezes from Cat. Man, he was on point though.
Cat, he just like, it reached to a point where like he's getting better, even though he's not playing at the pro scene anymore, but he's getting so much of the frost, getting so good, catching so many people off guard, even though that he's being picked on almost every team fight, but there's always a crucial freeze coming from that frost.
Yeah, and also, you know, Luo here, he had some amazing plays as well, but the Tremor Smash, look at this control from Shafiq, and the fact that he survived this team fight, look how low he is, and somehow limping away.
But again, we're gonna see the interview coming in from between the match, so let's see the interview after the first game.
Super Flow Brawl mode. We've seen how exciting it is. Team Valor versus Team Kings. And now it's time to talk to the players. Here with me from Team Kings, we have Wrong. Congratulations on a great game 1, but we noticed something. Normally, you play the mid laner, but today you play the jungler. How interesting was that for you, and how did you find it?
恭喜金荣啊！金荣呢，通常我们都知道是玩中路的嘛，但是今天在这局比赛玩了打野，哎，为什么要做这样的选择？这个过程快乐吗？这个过程怎样跟我们分享一下什么感觉？
我觉得在这的位置上，我一直有一个梦想吧。
整体的游戏的过程怎么样？
我觉得 打野这个位置还是非常好玩的。
I always had a dream when it comes to jungler. I have my personal dream on it. And personally, I think, yeah, the game experience is super interesting. I love it play jungler in here.
Wrong. Hen how.
Very, very good.
Now we're here with Luo. You got game 1. What can you say to challenge your opponents and tell them how much fun you're having that you're beating them?
其实刚才这一局小洛的个人表现非常的出色，你现在就坐在你们对手的对面，而且我们今天还是一个 BO2，还会有一局，你想要和你对面的对手说些什么呢？
下一局逮捕一下那个 Cat 跟 Mini。牛哥避一下锋芒。
Okay, so next one game to my target will be Cat and Gamini right here. As for Fly, you can save it for.
And watch out for that. Now, what's going on there, Sky?
Yes, I'm so curious. Okay, no more discussion. 不要再开小会了哈。飞牛，玩得怎么样？游戏的过程开心吗？跟我们分享一下。
我游戏的过程非常的开心，我一直在研究这个天赋啊。我开局的时候我就把我的金币把内全花光了，然后换了一个没有用的天赋，导致我后面的雪球越滚越大。
It's really interesting playing in this mode actually. I think I spent a little bit too much initially choosing the skills and talent I went for, so I was quite suffering all the time because of that wrong choices. But you got it. 下次选得好一点，再玩得开心一点，好不好？ We were wondering how you guys communicate during the games, Gamini. Can you demonstrate how you do it? 我们真的非常好奇，我们在刚才进行的游戏当中，你们是怎么沟通和交流的？可以复刻一下你们刚才的沟通吗？
我们这位小姐姐她是会一些中文的，所以我们沟通起来还是比较方便。但是更多的人就只要打赢了我们就 nice。
So because like Indica speak a very good much of the Mandarin, so actually whenever happens we just say nice to each other. It will be one good way to encourage our momentum. All right, and we still have one more surprises for you guys because there are secret weapons for both teams. So please make some noises to our new guests joining to the stage. Welcome Ebot and Dilar.
Ebot will be replacing Indicus. And Olham will now be replaced by Dilar. This is the HOK and AOV Global Star Showmatch. Super Flow Brawl Mode. It's time to get this going. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you so much as we go into, of course, the second game. We had a little bit of a sub. Indicus is now out, and now it looks like Ibot is going to be coming in for this one. Now, what are your thoughts on this, that first game?
It was very interesting, like Gemini said that they were communicating with Indicus, and then Indicus was translating across the map. Now, without Indicus, how are they supposed to talk around?
Well, as they were saying at the same time, it's just like, hey, at the end of the day, all we need to say is nice.
Nice.
Right? Nice. That's the only feedback that we truly need as they make those nice plays as we go into this one. But again, not every game is nice, let's be honest. And that's why we're going to play the Super Flow Brawl here, as again, it's all about the talents. It's about more of a casual experience, if you will.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, especially if you're seeing all the KPL players. They're playing really seriously, right? Especially Cap playing that Princess Boss, catching so many of the enemy team off guard. It's interesting, like, seeing them still being so good and in their prime while they're playing the show match that was supposed to be fun.
Yeah, it's still very serious in that sense, right? You can tell that, like, hey, they actually don't want to lose. They're looking to shine, and they're creating so much havoc with their plays, and they're able to just kind of, like, you see the micro plays. I kind of want to see them playing on their phones because I want to see, again, like how a true maestro will kind of navigate through all of the different buttons.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, especially like how they control the game. Like Cat, using that Princess Frost, he was just roaming around, opening up the vision. Like, he's not even playing in the mid lane, he's like playing a roam role. He's just opening up the map, trying to contest Shafiq Ayman, especially like setting up so many good team fights, trapping high in such an uncomfortable position. And when they are trying to trap all of the King's players, it's just wrong. Coming in, trying to get the setup with that Jing play, just diving, swinging around on every map. That's what made them very strong.
Yeah, made them very strong, but it also started with like the mechanical play. The hero actually the draft was actually pretty solid, right? It was very balanced. It had almost everything that you wanted. I mean, you know, Safik, for me, he was like the all-star because he was like the biggest character. Like I couldn't see anybody else because he was so big on the screen.
It's very scary, especially like Yanpo, the Earthshaker.
Yeah.
His main focus is actually just to get so much of the CC, right? Like when he's like applying the Mega Me talent, it makes him very scary. Like he's popping his ultimate, shaking the gorge, just catching out so many people off guard. And like Wrong capitalizes on that, and they made the perfect plays onto the other enemy players. That's why they've been getting so good. And look at the support all from the fans coming in for the grand final match. They're saying is to bring back the trophy.
Yeah, bring it back, right? I think that we will be going to the grand finals where the trophy will be there. Now, I don't know about the show match, what they're going to be winning for this one, but for me, it's about, again, having a lot of fun with this one. If I'm going back to the talents, I mean, Chantal was already talking about the mic on one. I do want to see if some of the talents will select that, and maybe they start singing. I don't really know.
I think you're just bashing at me when I did the Dahlia cosplay and I sung with that talent. But I hope like the teams that are playing right now, they could choose the talent. I just want to see, like for example, maybe Kat. Who would have thought Kat would have sing? Yeah. It's gonna be very interesting, right? Or maybe Gemini just screaming on the stage, just shaking up the gorge.
I think that those guys will not. So for me, who's not very good at this game, when I'm playing in this mode, I would have mic on because I think that, you know, I would be able to kind of talk throughout the entire time or just yell or sing or whatever. But I think that for these other guys, they're actually looking for talents that will enhance them other ways because through their own play, they're able to dominate.
Yeah, that's what like Fly said, right? Like he was looking through the talents, he was just figuring out which one was the best for their composition. But then again, we kind of remind him, this is a fun match.
Yeah,
he was supposed to have fun. So they need to take this less serious and more fun. Pick out those goofy talents, had fun, and make so many plays.
Yo, winning is fun to me. Right? If I'm losing, I'm not having fun. It doesn't matter what sort of game mode it is. Obviously, there's a lot less. There's no like rank, D rank, if you will, if you lose on this one. So for me, it's about just making a statement. Hey, you're playing on the stage against some of the other ones. And some of those other KPL members, you know, as well, PKL, IKL, all of these guys, you want to make a statement.
100%, especially if we're looking at how they're performing on the first match. It was like they're having fun and still being very good at the same time. And if we're talking about like stage presence, like these players, they have like an aura to them, like especially like where the fans are cheering on every kill, like they're supporting their favorite players on stage.
Yeah, actually a lot of respect, if you will, right? And I think that going in, a lot of these people, a lot of the influencers, a lot of the players, of course, have a huge fan following that's just going to be there. And that's kind of why, again, these guys are legends, right? And being able to play onto the stage and to have them as like a dream team, if you will, between Valors and Kings, this adds an interesting element and makes it very spicy on a grand finals day.
Of course, it's the super flow brawl mode that you can use and you can test on HOK. So don't forget to try it. Don't forget to play it. If you're frustrated on peak or on ranked, this is a good way for you to blow off some steam. Maybe yell your hearts out, play your hearts out, even try to bash the other team with a Mega Me talent, just bashing with the Lian Po pick or the Zhang Fei. It's very interesting, especially if we're looking at how they utilize the talents. Like, we haven't seen some of the more interesting ones, which were like the Jeepney Rush, where they could throw cars to the enemy teams.
Yeah.
And not only that, if we're talking about a bit more local, maybe Indonesian, riding motorcycles around the map, who would have thought? Like, it would be very interesting if we could see them in that mode.
Yeah, sometimes I actually select the talent based on the name, right? Like Sweet Tahoe Relief, I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll take that one, regardless of what it does. But it actually just restores 2 HP every 1 second. But this is still, it's so much fun. Like the naming that they did, plus the fact that you can kind of get random ones. Every game is different.
Yeah, especially like the one called Tough Gang.
That's a good one too.
That's a good one, right? Like it's Tough Gang. We're a Tough Gang. Just enhancing non-hero units, which is very interesting. Not only that, but also invisibility. I believe that Kat chose invisibility when he played Princess Frost. That's why he was like able to invade on those jungles, getting those like sneaky frigid charge picks like onto the backline of the players. That's what he's been doing with that Princess Frost pick.
Yeah, actually, I saw that in in one of my games, the Super Flow Brawl, where basically they had the invisibility and the Shadow Buddy, and so they popped up next to me, and all of a sudden I was like, oh my god, I'm in the middle of Game of Thrones, right? The dragons everywhere, and they're all attacking me. I did not live very long in that one.
It's going to be the king of dragons, not the queen, but the king. But now we're going to see the matchup. It's going to be very interesting. Coming in with two new players. It's going to be Ebot and Lar. Are they going to be able to carry the game as before? Or is it going to be another winner for Team Kings?
Yeah, actually in the same roles as well. So all of the other players have kind of stuck with what they did, right? In the previous game, a little bit of a different one. On the Fatih in the middle, or the jungle by Fly. And it looks on the other side wrong though, Zhilong. I mean, you've got like heroes galore in terms of just being able to make some sort of impact plays.
Yeah, especially if you're talking about Ebot. He was once an ex-pro player too. That's why he's been such a good addition, maybe replacing Indicus. Like he played for Dominator as the sub mid laner. So it's very interesting if we're going to see him perform in Team Valor.
Yeah, I also look at like Gemini. If he's like what I mean, he was previously coach, right? And of the KPL Dream Team, this is a guy where you took the L, man. I mean, you learned something, but what are you like telling your team to be like, hey, how can we be better in this one?
Yeah, it's all about the minds behind the games, right? Like, how can he play better? How can he lead better? But Gemini playing Dr. Bien is interesting. So he's gonna be aiming for that sneaky heals. And if I remember correctly, there was like one talent that could like knock up the enemies every time you give them damage. And with that Dr. Bien passive that does damage over time, you could get knocked like almost every 2 seconds.
Yeah, actually it's funny because usually in this mode you're talking about like burst. I think that especially if you're looking at the Team King side, but in the mid lane.
They're gonna try to poke back. Shafiq Ayman getting punished here, getting gone, but he flashes at the perfect time. The first blood coming for iBot 13. What a good initiation from Team Valor, but he gets picked off, gets raided. Gemini pops the flash. Team Kings wanting that victory.
Getting that revenge here, and now Lua will hide on the tower. But I felt like iBot, he got the kill, and he was like flexing in the mid lane, and he's like, yo, dude, you need to run, because the rest of the Team Kings just got revenge on him.
It was a misinput. He said it was a misinput because it was so good. Like, Shafiq Ayman dodged that, but iBot 13 got the snipe onto him. But again, the follow-up coming from High, and also Oheb. Oh, look at the reaction from Gemini. It was like, oh my god!
Getting that kill, and it looks like Cat also just taking the solo onto Dalar here, so a little bit of a flex to kind of start things up. Team Valor's off to a pretty decent start here.
Yeah, very decent, right? Like the start of very good. They got the first blood, punishing Shafiq Ayman, and also Ebot has been playing really good on that Molta, but popping up the ultimate. Shafiq getting the ahead lead, but wrong. Gets solo killed by Cat, the FMVP. Wow, what a moment!
Yeah, a bit of a flex here. Way Popper in the top lane. I mean, he's going up against the Florentino. I would think that him being an AOV caster has a lot of experience of what Luo could potentially do in that top lane.
Yeah, Hoi Popper is such an interesting name. I think I would need to rename my caster name because Hoi Popper is interesting. But look at that Chow. Just dancing around the Lar. Gets taken down. Shafiq Ayman is going to be next. iBot popping the ultimate, but it misses onto High. Disengaging on the team fight. Such a good fight again. Fly getting the kill. Finishing off one of the players from Team Kings.
It all was Cat. That was the Cat show right there. I mean, just completely just like 1v3. Like, it doesn't matter who was nearby because he was able to flex, outmaneuver, just had evasive maneuvers, and was able to do enough damage. Just a really well played. Why Cat? Yeah, but he's 4-0-1. That's crazy.
Ooh, look at Gemini just getting sniped while he was talking. It was just in the midst of the team fight. And High playing aggressive. He knows that the power spike, including with the Super Flow Brawl talent, makes him so powerful. But look at Cat dancing around. It's going to be 1v4 coming from the mid lane in Rome from AGAL. He's going to be dancing again, trying to take that one in. But Cat misses, and he didn't get to finish anyone.
I feel like Cat is in the Matrix right now, right? And like the way he's moving is unreal. Obviously, it's within the game's structure, if you will, but Cat has been able to just dodge everything, and Team Kings are like, actually, we can't fight a 4 versus 1. We need a 5th member, maybe.
Yeah, they need something, because right now, Cat just dominating the whole team fight, popping his ult every 2 seconds. Shafiq Ayman forces an ultimate, but look at Cat! Gets another one! He wants one more! Dalar getting that shutdown, an amazing initiation from Cat.
All right, I don't know if Delar got the kill. I mean, he will get credit for it, but the tower did most of the heavy lifting in terms of they were able to snipe it out. But Cat, now playing with his food, if you will, dodges the Speak Umbrella Outburst as well as the Stampede. He just sidesteps most of it, tried to go for the last shot on Delar, but the tower was just too much, and Delar will survive.
Well, again, Gemini just reacting honest to his teammate, like, oh my god, Cat 老师你很厉害. He said, like, so good.
So good. I would just say nice at the end of the day. I think that it was definitely a nice one, but Cat is back up on this one. Still 5-1 and 1. Should be able to do like exert some of the dominance here.
Yeah, they're playing so dominant here. Like all of the lane of Team Valor has been so good, especially Cat dominating. But look at Cat going for a 1v2 again, dancing around, taking in the winning strategy. It's gonna be 1v4, but Cat gets punished. Flew too close to the sun, and Cat is gone.
All right, well, bad news, Cat died. Good news, it took a village, right? And I think it took everybody from Team Kings was like, okay, we gotta take down this stray cat, if you will, hiding in our jungle. And they were finally able to take him down. But this is just opening for the rest of Team Valor's to find space elsewhere. Gemini right now, largely quiet, right? 1-1 and 5.
It's gonna be very hard, especially if you're bringing in Dr. Bian on the early game. They're gonna probably play a bit more aggressive on the late game. But what I want to see is actually Luo playing on that Florentino. Is he punishing Hui Popper?
I would think so. I mean, the Florentino is just like known to have that like excellent one-on-one, but Hui Popper, it looks like there's action in the top lane.
Yeah, the top lane, they're trying to push Hui Popper back around with the hero that he's so familiar with. But Cat, look at him, just helping on Wrong, dancing around with Fly. It's gonna be 1v1 coming in for the jungle here. It's gonna be 1v4, pops the ult, gets the outburst, the L'Oreal Blue from Delar, gets the kill onto Fly.
Yeah, and off to the side they go. High, he's gonna deal with Hui Popper, who's in the world of hurt. He's in a bad spot. The winning strategy on the Overlord, just like he was just making sure that they got it. But Hui Popper down for the count. It's 2 members down from Team Valor.
Very hard to kill Wrong here. Like Wrong is unkillable, but look at Cat gets soloed by Luo, and now the mid lane is gonna be their main target here from Team Kings. They want this. They're gonna push him back again, using the gameplay from game 1, just dominating. The winning strategy closes out on Gemini.
Yeah, did a little bit of work on the both. It was like they were sharing it. The Tyrant gonna be picked up by Wrong here, but this game is completely shifted in favor of Team Kings. Once they were able to kind of lock down and imprison Cat, it seems like the game is completely flipped on its head in the sense that Team Kings are now in the driver's seat.
It's been that way, right? Cat has been so dominating the last game with that Princess Prospect, but now they're gonna try to punish again. High is in danger. Fly gets the kill, but look at the L'Oreal Bloom just in time. But the talent that Delar picked is to ignore all the talents, and he's gonna dance around. Luo is gonna be 1v1 with Hui Popper. They're gonna take it to the late game here. He wanting that attraction from Luo.
Yeah, Hui Popper and Luo have been going at it. This is a better love story than Twilight, if you will, and it looks like Ibot on the run. The chase is on. Gemini getting a little bit low, but Ibot gets popped on this one, and now they find Hui Popper. They've gotten a 2 for nothing thus far.
It's gonna be that gentleman's duel coming in from Luo. Look at him dancing around. The double kill gets rewarded, but Delar, he needs to disengage. Look at the damage coming in from Fly. He wants that. He wants more, but look at Luo being the gentleman that he is. It's gonna be a 1v1, taking it to the next level. Fly against Luo here, the FMVP. They're gonna be dancing, but look at Luo surviving, eating so much of the damage, but it's not enough. The shutdown goes to Hui Popper.
Wow, Fly just barely hanging on that one. I mean, Luo, that was a one-way ticket. There was no exit strategy, if you will. There were no rescue helicopters on the way for that one. Not gonna happen, but again, it doesn't really matter in the end. Yes, the kills are fine, but if we're talking about the overall net worth, you have a 5K lead for Team Kings. It seems like they're just more about the objectives here.
Dude, look at the damage. The triple threat coming just from that Florentino, just poking the Fly. Fly was getting punished. Then if Ebot wasn't there to help him, it would be so dangerous for him. But look at Wrong, getting punished too, getting the ultimate from the Tachiao. It's so scary.
It's very scary indeed. I mean, let's look at like Luo. He's all the way in the back, just kind of farming it on his own. High, he's just kind of putting the front on with this one. But the flash away, Hui Popper's on the chase, not able to get the catch on the High.
Yeah, but look at him, trying to get the objectives here. A bit competitive, playing this game, taking the objectives, which is very good, but they're gonna try to focus on someone else. Look at High. He has the Tempest Dragon Vanguard up to leash, man.
Yeah, at this point, point, right? I mean, we're only not even 10 minutes in. Luo getting focused.
Oh, he wants more. Look at the jeepney coming in, but Fly dancing around. There's a stray bus coming for Luo, but the mid lane is open for Team Kings. Look at the knockup coming. Cat is getting punished here, but look at Cat. He's trying to defend. The knockup coming from the ultimate of Musashi suddenly appearing for everywhere.
Yeah, that boss was completely dodged, but it looks like the Cat getting all barrel out first here in this mid lane.
Ooh, look at Popper getting punished by Dilar. He wants his E-bot a bit busy, but the Crystal is exposed. Cat, they need to defend. Wrong gets taken down. The Crystal is gone. It's a bit sad, but Team Kings gets crowned the winner 2-0.
I mean, it started with, you know, the great play by Team Kings, the way that they were able to map control, and it ended up with Winions, right? At the end of the day, finally getting those last 2 shots, and that seemed like it was just enough for Kings to, again, close out this game.
Yeah, it's all about the minions, right? We've been seeing, like, Luo just initiating a 1v1, Fly just trying to carry the team, Cat appearing everywhere around the map, but in the end, the one who got the crystal was not all of them, but the minions.
Yeah, and I think that the lesson learned through all of this is that maybe we need more communications other than just nice.
Yeah. Maybe nicer or good, better.
Better? Yeah. Or bad, maybe going in. I think that we need to protect ourselves as we go in. But it looks like, you know, Team Kings are going to be jubilant. They're going to enjoy this win as, again, this is just a show match for and representing the Super Flow Brawl mode here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. If you guys are interested to play this game mode too, please try it on our game. It's a fun game mode. If you're stressed, if you're burnt out after playing peak rank, it's going to be a very interesting mode for you to blow off some steam, but it's gonna be interesting what we're gonna be looking after this. The Grand Finals is ready.
It's around the corner, right? But of course, I think that we're gonna have a couple interviews before we do end up going to that Grand Finals. But I think everybody, and you're seeing it here, the audience enjoying it and seeing some of the incredible plays from the players here. And I mean, we've been very happy to have this one. But again, let's see what the winners on the stage have to say about this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our players a big round of applause. Team Valor versus Team Kings. Sky, that was intense. That was a lot of fun, and we heard the audience roaring with that.
What a time. I mean, so much things are happening in the gorge, and I believe there's so many things that the players by our sides want to talk about. So it brings back a lot of memories watching Cat playing Diao Chan in the map. So yeah, I was wondering what will be the things you want to say here on the stage, sure, with all the fans globally. 其实刚才看到 Cat 晚上貂蝉这个英雄，真的让我们觉得爷青回，找到了很多年轻时候的回忆啊。在这样子的舞台上，有没有什么特别的感受可以跟我们一起分享一下呢？
能有机会和其他赛区的选手一起打游戏是件非常有趣的体验吧。就是每次和其他赛区和我们语言不通的选手去沟通的时候，都会觉得非常有趣。然后我们刚才也是因为内通，大家的沟通就非常开心，大家都在那里笑，一直在笑。
It's very interesting experience for us because every time we have this chance to standing on the stage, playing with players coming from other different regions, different countries, it was such a interesting experiences for us. Actually, during the game, even though we lost, but this doesn't matter because every one of you, the players on our sides, are enjoying that moment. We're laughing together. So good to be here. Thank you so much for EWC giving us this kind of opportunities so that we can unite it together.
Everyone as well, we're laughing together and having fun. Hi, you won today's match. It was a 2-0. Tell us how much fun you were having there, and also invite the audience to play this new mode, the Super Flow Brawl mode.
其实刚才的比赛呢，我们的队伍也是2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。花海可以跟我们分享一下比赛的心情、你的过程，包括也可以和所有正在收看我们目前的这个游戏直播的召唤师们推荐一下我们这个游戏模式。
我觉得2-0主要是因为我们这边天赋选的比较强，对。赛前有被高手推荐过，然后这个模式的话确实非常的好玩啊。然后回去的话，我要去多多尝试一下那个生命流。对，然后能够来到巴黎这边打表演赛，我觉得也是一个非常意想不到的事情，也非常感谢 EWC 给我们这个机会，然后也希望现场的观众们等会儿的决赛看得能够开心。对。
So even though for us it's a 2-0 win, but of course the reason underlying this is because maybe we went for better choices when it comes to talents and skills. It's super fun playing this mode, and actually we have a very professional tutor telling us what to choose and what to do, and it's quite unexpected for me to standing right here in Paris, France. I love the city, and thank you so much one more time EWC giving us this kind of opportunity to be standing right here, and hopefully great and best wishes for all the audiences coming their long way here, sitting in Paris in this arena. Hope you can have a lifetime memory here watching the grand finals. Thank you so much.
And now let's talk about that a little bit more and see what our panel has to say about that. Panel, lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara. Thank you, Hai and Kat, for giving all of those answers and talking about how special it is to be here. And thank you, audience, who is also hyped to see not only them leaving, but the players, the people that will be showing up in just a moment. Our show match concludes there. Chantel, Kin, welcome back. It was fun. That's what we wanted, and we got it.
Indeed, super fun. I was expecting the heroes to be very huge, like everyone will pick that talent. But yeah, it was very interesting that we get to see our favorite influencers, favorite pro players to play at that type of mode. I get Mara because most of the time I say super flow born, but it's
super flow
brawl.
Super
Something like that.
flow brawl mode, guys.
Yeah, so 10 different talent sets, a lot of fun. I think Rookie and Hollow were talking about it. If you are stressed from your peak games, your ranked games, don't worry, have some fun in the super flow brawl mode, right?
Now you're worried about making a mistake saying it. I agree. It's a lot. Super flow brawl mode. Say with me, super flow brawl mode. And you get these reactions from the crowd as well. I love how Hai mentioned the crowd here coming all the way to Paris. You see the Paris sign. Part of the atmosphere is that people are enjoying being here and what we have in store for them.
And I just hope that they really, they really enjoyed rather that mode, and it's super fun to see them get to see some fun first before the most interesting part of the day. So that's it.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot more fun later, but only for one team.
Listen, we talk amuse-bouche, we talk appetizer. Now you get into a French restaurant, and so all of our fans here have had the chance to eat French food. I'm sure you love some of it. I'm sure maybe you're missing some food from home. But either way, you start to get into the other part. In Italy, they say the secondi, right? The seconds. And then you have the entrees, which are the main. And there's plats as well, which are sometimes the salads, the things that come before. This was kind of that plat. This was kind of that secondi, right? The second before the big steak comes your way that you split with the whole table. And that's what we have here on the schedule. If you were to look at a filet, if you were to look at a tenderloin, the best part to finish off your meal, it's AGAL versus KSG, a KPL matchup, legacy and dynasty that is going to be crowned by Valor here, Chantel. I'm so excited. And as we kind of close this segment and lead to that, I want to get your final thoughts after what we've had today and this tournament, and also leading into this great grand final.
For me, I'm just really happy that we get to see majority of the global teams progress. Congratulations, by the way, to our third placers. And it's an honor to be a part of this huge of a crowd. And I'm just thrilled to see our grand finals later. Hopefully it gets to game number 7.
Yes, whatever she said, +1. And then
ditto.
Bon appetit.
Oh, bon appetit. All right, so it is close to lunchtime around here. So we will remind you guys to take it easy, maybe grab some water, refill some snacks, because we have a lot of action coming up. A best of 7 grand final. It will be the first time on today's stage fighting for that trophy that we get to see KSG and, of course, your Qiddiya City title defenders, AGAL.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Takes the KWC
Championship.
AGL is really the best team in the world.
When AG won last year, we were in the casting booth, and at that point, it felt like AG already had one hand on a trophy, so it was well deserved. It was really exciting, and to do it in front of their fans, it was a huge moment.
It was very tense and dramatic last year in the final.
From what I've seen, how AG has performed since then, not as good as what I think their fans would have liked.
This year, they're facing some troubles, like some rotations have been made, and also they are trying to find some kind of different play style. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried about them, but I'm sure that they can put themselves back. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them play in EWC again.
这次时隔1年又来到这片赛场，还是比较兴奋的吧。又能和各个国际战队交手，我觉得他们这次准备的也很充分，因为我们跟他们打了很多场训练赛，觉得他们相比于去年进步非常大。
I think from the game last year, we are not doing the best in game. We are because we are a little bit afraid of them. But this year, we will try our best.
AGL is a team that is strong in China, and they are the champion. I think it's an opportunity to show that Malaysia team can beat all the China team, including AGL.
我们会先做好自己。
AG this year needs to show how resilient they are. Their current performance, they have had games where they lost to comebacks. So it's very important this year, especially on the international stage, they have to keep cool and show the rest of the world why they are defending champions.
我们尊重每个前来挑战我们的队伍，但是这个冠军我们没打算单纯。
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
When the consequences are at their greatest, when the stakes are at their highest, when the lights are at their brightest, you see the teams that deserve to lift the trophy show up. And they don't just show up a little bit, they show up all the way and convince the world that they are the best. Well, this opportunity has been brewing for a very long time. Our grand final features two teams from the KPL with two different stories, two different ways of approaching the game, two different paces to defining who they are as players, and more so, what they will become. Today is just another story, another part, a chapter of a book that has many tales yet to be written. But today in Paris, France, at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, we have one chance to write a dynamic part of that story that if you're watching from home or in the stands with the thousands of people who have traveled from China, you certainly will not forget. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Rainday. I'm joined by amazing panelists, casters, talent, and friends after this week, Isaac and Holler. This is one of those moments that nobody who is watching KWC will forget.
I'm telling you, the way that this house is looking right now is completely different to how it's been looking in the past days. We have a full house, it's packed. We have people coming in all the way from China, from different parts of Europe, coming in just to watch AGAL against KSG, Holler.
Yeah, and actually, I want to talk about your wardrobe, guys. It looks like we have a little bit of a balance. AGAL, Celine, if you will, KSG on the other side. I'm kind of in the middle ground, but I love the fact that we're all here. We've got a full house and we're ready to go.
I feel like the gods are with us, or any version of luck is with us, because we didn't match anything, and I have had many weeks here, and that has been not the case at all. So I am just impressed by both of you showing up in these colors.
I'm telling you, man, I was leaving the hotel before this, and then I just saw how everyone was just kind of like pretty sharp. So I just went and I was like, I need to up my game right now.
You can't go any higher.
Game is up. Isaac stays pretty clean, let's be honest. And Gene, I will say, several days, several different hairstyles, they all look good on you.
Thank you. I'd like to challenge the hair and makeup artist. Every single day I'm going with something new.
Every single day, I know, I noticed. All right, it is time to lean into this grand finals. And as I mentioned, a best of 7 must have a great story to go along with it. And that's why our Crunchyroll story of the day is here. Forged in Valor, crowned by honor. Gene and Isaac, this is a moment that when you see that trophy up there that's been removed, but you recall back to the moment when AGAL had the screen split. They walked in last. All of the competitors of the top 8 looking at them, place it down, saying, we're here to defend our title. This is what they were talking about.
Of course, like we knew that AGAL, they wanted to pave the way for them to make it into this exact match. In the moment that everyone looked at them just coming in here, they knew that they were onto something. It was just going to be who was going to be here against AG. And against AGAL is going to be KSG.
And they proved it day in and day out. Every match that they had, whether it was KSG or AG, Gene, they found a way to win, but not just win. They win convincingly and proved that there was really no one who could test what they were putting on to the table except their counterparts in KPL.
Yeah, actually both of them, right? Undefeated throughout, running the table, if you will. It's going to be a clash of the Titans here. Basically, who blinks first in this first series here?
Let's focus in on these teams walking through today because KSG, they were in our green room a little bit getting ready. AGAL, which many people think, I'm voting for. I'm not voting for. I just happen to be wearing red. That's all I'm saying. I just happen to be wearing red. Focusing on them, you can see that I'm not the only one wearing these colors in our crowd. If you just zoom out a little bit, which should be pretty easy to do with the high-tech cameras that we've got all around here in the building. It is all AGAL representing, and the amazing part about that is they know how good they are. Yeah, but it's a special member that, to me, I think is so important, which is Inoue. He kind of precedes this team. His reputation goes ahead of him. And Isaac, why is he just so important to this squad and its journey?
I think that when we talk about Inoue, we need to spotlight his story. Like a lot of people that are new to the game, they're like very happy about the way that Inoue plays, and they're like, oh yeah, he's just a man of like great mechanics. He does amazing with the early. We always hear about this, but we need to go back a lot of years behind. Inoue started right over here with us in 2018, man, and then after that, his first trophy over here comes in 2019, and it was the first trophy that AG got over there in KPL. But then after getting that first trophy, then they jump into 4 long years where they did not win anything. And that was really hard for Inoue because he came into AG, he saw that he could actually get trophies, and then everything falls apart. 20 different players changed in between that last trophy and the next one.
Wow.
And Inoue was the only one that was standing over there.
Crazy, and kind of what we expected, right? The guy, the GOAT, if you will, he's going to be standing alone, and I think that with him just kind of letting things like evolve, if you will, with the different players, finding the perfect, teammates for him is why this team has continued to win championship after championship.
Their strategy is understanding the greatness of Inoue, and when you look at this team they've built clearly around him. Isaac mentioned 20 different teammates from his journey from the last time he lifted a trophy, that championship, to now. But can they do it here? Obviously, title defenders coming in from EWC last year. Inoue looks to repeat that with this squad. Let's listen to what he had to say heading in to this matchup.
Hello guys, it's Sky. Good to be back. So I have Inoue from AGL joining us for the pre-match interviews. Please say hi to our audiences. 跟大家打招呼。
大家好，我是 AGL Inoue.
This will be the last game here in Paris in KWC 2026. And so it seems for me that AGL seems to have hit your stride in the tournament as the time goes on. So do you feel actually your team have the best headings into the grand finals? 这是我们今天在 KWC 的最后一场比赛了嘛，这一次的旅程。然后我们感觉呢，其实好像 AJ 有一种渐入佳境的感觉。Inoue会觉得现在大家来到了一个比赛的巅峰和最佳的状态吗？
我们状态挺好的。
We feel great when it comes to the matchups. Looking forward to your plays. And facing KSG in the grand finals, what do you believe are your team's key strength going into the series? 这场比赛呢，你们对手是 KSG， 其实你们非常的熟悉彼此。对比两个队伍的特色来说的话，你们觉得今天 AG 在这场比赛当中的优势会是哪些方面呢？
我们会打得更加灵活吧。他们前期进攻会比较厉害一些。
I think we are more flexible when it comes to gameplays. They really did well in early game, aggressive move and team fights, and that will be the things we need to be careful about. And next, you won both best of 5 games against KSG back in KPL summer season. So it's going to be a best of 7 for today. It's going to be different, or do you feel more confident about this? 其实最近我们在 KPL 夏季赛和 KSG 的比赛当中是 BO5 嘛，这2场 AG 都赢了。那今天的决赛是 BO7， 你会觉得这方面你们会有不同的感受，还是说你们会更加自信一些呢？
这个版本的 BO7 就考虑到我们两边对新版本的理解了。我觉得我们会更胜他们一筹吧。
When it comes to today's matchup, I think this current match, we're comparing the understanding and how fast we understand this patch. So I believe in this kind of area, we are leading in this series. So very last, can you give us the scores that you wish to accomplish for today's matchup? 那么最后呢，其实刚才句号说很希望今天可以4-0拿下比赛 ，AG 觉得呢？
不可能。
It's not going to happen with a for all. 那你们觉得会是几分呢
？4-1吧。
4-1 favoring the side of AGAL. One more time, thank you so much for your time. 谢谢一诺 Good luck on your play. 谢谢，拜拜。
4-0, 4-1, whatever it is, AGAL to take the trophy. That's what he's saying. But Isaac, is there more to that story? Do they just understand the patch well enough so that KSG shouldn't be a threat to them?
I don't think that it's only about that, man. I do believe that AG, what they have in their favor is just that they have the family buff right over here.
That's right.
And I know that man, like his family is right over here. You can always find them over there on the stands being the best people ever. Like we were walking through Paris and then we just saw Ino's dad over there. He was on an Uber and then he just kind of yelled at us and say hi. Such an amazing people, man.
Yeah, actually everybody. I mean, the crowd is as well. I mean, obviously family definitely helps out. All that support and just getting us to the biggest stage here. But again, he's reigning champ, right? And until they take away that trophy, I want to see exactly how KSG can play here.
Yeah, and he's got to act like it, right? The confidence. Not only that, winning fan favorite organization of the year in the KPL, AGAL have a lot to represent. But of course, on the other side are our spring champions coming into this, winning that spring title 4-0, something that is very hard to do. And when you put it in context, no one was even able to take a game off of them this entire tournament. So the fact is they have continued that run. Can KSG do it though against their KPL counterparts in AGAL? Sky had a chance to catch up with them and see if they thought so.
Hello guys, it's Sky. So we have Juhao for the pre-match interviews. Please say hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So you made it to the very final grand finals. This is the very first round in KWC. So in overall, how do you describe the whole journey here in Paris? 其实这一次呢，我们 KSG 包括句号是第一次来到 KWC， 然后也来到巴黎，所以今天做一个小小总结的话，会怎么样去形容这一段旅程呢？
如果用一个词的话，就感觉奇妙吧，因为没有体验过就是这种出国打比赛的感觉，然后。一些建筑包括景色都是平常在国内看不到的。
I will use one word to describe everything we have experienced here. Will be like it was very dreamy and very fantasy because everything with the structure, the buildings, the atmosphere we saw were very different than the scenery that we're used to back in China. So yeah, it's a very beautiful trip and we really cherish every single moment here in Paris. So talking about the games now, you're facing a defending champion AG. So what will be the key strength that can help you take this title today? 那我们聊一下今天的比赛。那你们的对手呢是 KWC 的卫冕冠军 AG 啊。那对于你们来说，你们觉得今天在比赛当中你们的优势是什么？所以你们可以在这场比赛中获胜。
我觉得我们优势主要是我觉得我们的打团能力吧，我们打架，然后因为AG 是一支运营能力非常强的队伍，然后的话，我觉得要战胜他们，首先我觉得我们的团战能力要拉满。
So I think the merits and the advantages suit for us will be the team fights. The team fights is one thing that we are really proud of because from my own point of view, I think AG as a team, they are so good at trading things and their micro games in the games. So yeah, I think basically we're going to be focusing on the team fights today so that we could win in the finals. So any scores you want to finish in this grand final today? 最后你觉得今天的比分是怎样的呢
4-0，4-0吗？4-0，
没有任何巅峰对决的风险。
不打巅峰对决。
Okay, I think the score will be 4-0. We don't want that ultimate battle to take place here in Paris because we want to have a very dominating win. Thank you so much for your time, Juhao. 谢谢. Thank you. That will be it. Bye bye.
Well, Juhao says not 4-1. He says 4-0, but for different reasons. They don't want to get to Ultimate Battle, Gene, which is something we haven't seen yet. Going to Game 7 in this best of 7 blind pick. Everybody gets a chance. All the heroes get back up and are available. I'm excited to see what that would look like. But how did you feel about Juhao's confidence on KSG?
I love it. I love it. I mean, this is a team that has a lot of confidence. They're very young, and this is the time to shine. And I think that with the play style that they were talking about, how they love team fights, and that is what they excel in. They're a very aggressive squad. I love watching KSG.
You know, the energy of youth, the wisdom of experience. It's hard to have the balance. You always want the one that you don't have. When I think the benefit is that KSG and AGAL get to give us a little bit of that difference, that different test, that different idea.
They have very different game styles, man.
Yeah.
When you start looking at the players over there for KSG and AGAL, and you start understanding a little bit about the road that they have had to walk in order to make it right over here, you understand that their storylines are very different.
Yes.
Because one of them has a lot more experience, and the other one is a very young team willing to challenge.
Well, I'd love to break down that story again because we were talking before and we dive into what's most important here. But you kind of expanded on this conversation between Liu Lang and Shin. And that is an interesting story, and it's an impactful one that's going to have a big impact in this matchup.
It is such a beautiful story. So for everyone at home that is listening to this, it's story time. Pay attention. So, Sheng, on one side, one of the most decorated mid laners in the history of KPL. He's right over there trying to make himself a legend, trying to make a name for himself, fighting right now with Rome to see who is going to become the one with the most titles, top of the top. In front of him, Liu Lang. Liu Lang, the mid laner that for a lot of people in KPL, they understand is the ultimate grinder. He is the man with every single one of his heroes in national rank. Every single season, he's making it to top 10. It is crazy how hard he works. And the most important thing about this is not actually how good they are, but the relationship in between the two of them. Sheng and Liu Lang are best friends. Why? Because once upon a time when they were rookies, watching from the stands, just checking, trying to hope that one day they will be able to take on the stage, they helped each other out to make it all the way until right now, 2026 KWC Finals, to be able to see someone that helped you over there in the darkest hours and be able to fight against them, gotta be the best way to become a professional.
You know, you see this again, Gene, and kind of my mind goes to the NBA, and you look at almost LeBron and Carmelo and these guys who are coming in similar times, and you really only get to tell the legacy much later in the story because everyone starts out, everyone has their moment, and it's really the last kind of to survive that kind of gets to write the full story. So what is it about AGAL in this KSG matchup that reminds you of two teams vying for a legacy that they can't necessarily both have? What is that aspect to this matchup that's so interesting?
Both of them want the same thing, right?
Yeah.
They both want to be champion. They want to be the top dog. But as to what Isaac was saying, the power of friendship at the end of the day,
man.
right?
It's real.
It's about picking each other up and making sure that, hey, no matter what sort of team we're playing on, we're in this together. And again, we might be rivals for today, but moving forward, we could be best friends.
It's only on the 4 hours of the game, man. We're rivals only on the 4 hours of the game, and then after that, we rank together. Most likely, we're gonna end up just having dinner together. We're all good, man.
You're going to be at that dinner too, I bet.
I hope so,
You're always
man.
going out to dinner, man. I don't
As
know how
long
you
as
do
they
it.
pay, I'm in.
I don't know how he does it, man. Oh, I'm like ordering in. I'm getting some sleep. But the benefit of this too is you're right, and we would love to see it go 4 hours because we've only seen these sets go 2. Let's be honest. They've been dominant. They've been dominant. This is the time we do think that they are going to go to that 4-3, maybe that 4-2, 4-1 could be, but we're still expecting more games.
It's going to come down to the marginals. It's going to come down just to the millisecond decisions that they need to make. So 4-0, 4-1, that for me is completely out the window. 4-3 is my dream. 4-2, very likely.
Yeah, 4-2, I think we're kind of in that area. I do think at KSG, there's more pressure on them to perform because, again, they're about the team fights. If they get stymied early, AGAL are going to shut the door and it's not going to be able to play their game.
So KSG, a young squad, and we mentioned the aggressiveness and that style. How do you think that's going to impact the way that they approach Game 1?
What about if we just talk about their game styles in this moment? I think that is very interesting for us to understand that KSG and AGAL, in terms of their DNA, their game styles are conflictive. They're very different. KSG, they have like a timer. They know that they're gonna be strong in the first early parts of the game. They're gonna fight. They're gonna try to get an advantage. On the other side, AGAL, they're methodic. They take it slow. They are the planners. They are the smartest team out there because they understand that in the mid and the late game, it is going to be for them.
Yeah, I always look at AGAL as kind of like a different one where they're kind of like the night market, right? Where you're looking to trade and you're bartering and you get what you want, but at the end of the day, you're kind of thinking, I got ripped off, right? They got the better of me, right? So AGAL, I think that that's definitely a team that, again, you got to be careful about. Check your pockets.
That is so true, man. That is so true.
I love that one. Well, if you want to get the better end of the trade in your time spent here, whether it's in Paris, France, or at home watching it, make sure you download HOK because you can be playing while we're talking and setting these up or in between games. Trust me, the panel has some good points. They're going to break down the story, so you may want to pay attention then. But after it's all said and done, you don't have to go home and be upset. You could keep having that HOK on your phones, enjoying the mobile phenomenon. That's what brought these players here. That's the $600,000 that they're fighting for first place. But most importantly, it's the title defenders, the ones. AGAL are trying to bring back that glory to the KPL when they return by having that trophy yet again. Back-to-back championships are on the line.
AGAL has done it. KSG want to become KWC champions. It is gonna come down to the destiny, to the millie decisions. And Holler, I am really looking forward for that.
I'm looking forward to it. You can see the crowd has risen. They're ready to go for this grand finals today.
18 seconds left before we start to decide a champion. In Paris, France, at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, KWC comes to an end, but not without the brilliant flash of lights and the spark of a dynasty. Two teams, one destiny, forged in valor and crowned by honor.
This is the series that decides it all, where the tournament comes to an end. The final battle where a champion will be hailed, forged in valor, crowned by honor. This is the grand finals of the Honor of Kings World Cup at EWC.
My friends, 2 weeks ago, 20 teams left their home regions and made it here, converged all on the City of Lights, Paris. Since then, it's been hearts, dreams, and keys broken on the KWC stage until only 2 teams remain today. And both Mara, my wonderful co-host, and myself, Milosh, we bore witness to all of that action in person, front row seats, and can guarantee you only the best of the best have made it here today.
And both teams have perfect records. 12 games played, all 12 games won. Not a single one dropped, even with a bounty. Perfect record versus perfect record. This is the collision we've all been waiting for.
So, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our grand finalists, HOK Gaming and AG.
From HOK Gaming, Silence, Juhao, Liu Lang, Yu, and LFF. From AGAL, Shuai, Zoe, Inwo, Shang, and Ran. Two giants of KPL collide on the biggest stage. AGAL have walked into the stage a year ago with the Esports World Cup title. And now they're back in the grand finals with an opportunity to do it all over again. But they'll have to go through HOK Gaming, fearless, ruthless, and ready to fight.
Then, gentlemen, please, HOK Gaming, please, AGAL, you may take your seats, place your keys for the final time in this tournament. And please, captains, don't forget to shake hands. A tense moment here has all been leading up to this. To you, my friends, either here with us today in Paris or watching from home, you are about to witness history. AGAL, HOK Gaming, only one can become champion. Let the battle begin.
《王者之师》
何以称王？是善战的狼，
还是狡猾的狐狸？
因为选手打了很久了吧，也比较有赛场经验，也是非常强的选手。
流浪，我觉得他是快手的中流砥柱吧。现在进入到决赛，我们很有信心。
我觉得这次决赛跟 AG 打的话，应该会打得比较精彩。
觉得我们对到他们，我们信心挺大的吧？因为之前在国内联赛已经赢过他们2次了，就近期。然后来到这边，我觉得我们的版本理解比他们会更加领先一些。
打 AG 的话，就是后期的团战非常关键吧，因为前期我们大概率都能拿到优势，就是后期团战我们要沟通好打好。
感觉他们比较年轻气躁吧。
AG 很强，但是我们打强队也是有一套的。
快手不管你们准备怎么样，最后冠军还是我们。
What did people say on the walls of Troy when they saw Achilles versus Hector? When they saw David versus Goliath on the mountain? These great battles in history where champions and stories have been etched in stone and passed down from generation to generation, all had spectators. And today, in France, we get to be one of them. The moment, it's not wasted upon our eyes. The crowd tells you that they know something special is about to happen. And Isaac, whether you're a follower or work in the KPL, or whether you're joining us here from a different region, from a different part of the world, this is a spectacle to the highest degree.
You can see it in their eyes. You can see it in the way that they write those comments for the players. The messages of hope, the messages of success. You can see it that they are hopeful. They want to see the best of the best. And they have a ticket, first row for history.
And it's putting aside the words. Right now, it's all about the actions. The final moment, if you will, the setup for the grand finals here.
The beauty of actions is that they speak so much louder than words. Understanding of the patch, KSG has mentioned it twice that they've got it. Excuse me, AGAL. And KSG have also mentioned that they know how to deal with their own version of tough teams. Part of what's made them special is they came out the gates blazing, and they've won and won and won again. And as our title defenders, the Qiddiya City title defenders, as we showed you before this matchup, AGAL have one job. lift that trophy one more time. They've already proven they can do it, Isaac.
In front of them, KSG, they want to take the trophy from their hands. They came here with the dream of just being crowned by honor. They know what it takes. They have done it in the past, Holler. And I really hope that this day, we're gonna be able to see 7 amazing games.
I hope we go the distance. It's all about the ultimate battle. I mean, in the interviews, the predictions didn't go that way, but I do think that the level of competitiveness is so high that we'll probably be near that number.
Wow. Rain Day, I'm telling you, man, I've watched so many finals through the years, and this one is gonna be a special one.
It's a matchup that you wouldn't normally be able to see, but because of what we've got here over these 7 weeks, of the specialness of EWC year after year, these matchups, I hate to say it, are becoming more regular as the best of the best travel and compete each summer to showcase what they have. And this is no different as we begin our final series, not just of the day, but of the tournament. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet will host one champion and one contender, but we have no idea who that's going to be yet. 7 games decide that fate. And for our casters who will welcome us into this series, it's up to them to make the calls that will be echoed around the world. So let's introduce them without further ado. It's Nora and Sagi.
Hello, Paris! We are back again here in Paris, France at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here. My name is Sagi and with me is Nora.
Hi everyone, I'm Nora. 大家好，我是一雪. Welcome to the final and I'm so excited about today's matchup.
Today's matchup has been legendary. Both teams, like what the panel mentioned, yet to be defeated here, and they are titans of their own.
Exactly, and in the past few days, we're wondering, we're questioning who's gonna be the Titan Slayer. But check it out, standing at the final stage, these 2 titans standing there, being undefeated. And you know what? Only a titan
can beat another titan. So coming in for these 2 games here, we have the title defenders AGAL versus the new era, which is Kuaishou Gaming here. For this specific matchup here, I don't think it will be another 4-0. It's gonna go to the distance for at least my feeling here.
You know, last year in the final, we actually witnessed the ultimate battle. So the first question is it going to be an ultimate battle today performed on the stage?
I mean, we haven't seen a single one, and I really want to see with our entire Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here. It's full of fans. The venue is so hyped. Like we saw the Showmatch just now. We saw how the players are ready and locked in. And we are going into the pick and bans for Game 1 between AGAL and Kuaishou Gaming.
Let's go. Dive right into our Game 1's draft. You know what? These 2 teams, they played each other so many times, right? So they're very familiar with each other. And because of the best 7, it's not new to these both teams. So Game 1 playstyle, the strategy is quite different.
Yeah, it's about stacking those heroes. Like, I remember what you mentioned. KSG is all about the early aggression, and AGAL is about playing the mid to late game. So, starting the draft, you see Ukyo, Diadia, the strong early game heroes, remove away from Kuaishou Gaming's pool, and they lock in that pay in that first grade.
Exactly, and the reason is because if they just ban away this Ukyo, kind of prioritize Zoe's play, allowing him to lead the whole pace in the early game.
That's true, right? And I like the counter matchup coming in from the side of Coach Ziqi. We do have the Ying and also Lapu Lapu here, and we are getting a Game 1 Zhuangzi here coming in from AGAL. I think this is potentially the first one in our playoffs.
I do believe that Ino, back into the pre-interview, he said something about the understanding towards this patch, right? Because of the best 7, you need to give all the cards you have, and since Game 1, AG already takes some of it.
It reflects that playstyle, right? AGAL, slow, steady, mid to late game. We often see AG, the way that they play. Yes, you're losing in kills, but their goal is always higher than their opponents. We've seen it. Quarterfinals, semifinals, but can they do it against Kuaishou Gaming is what I want to find out, and I am loving that Florentino that will be going in towards the hands of Silence.
That's what the first cheer from our crowd behind us for, right? The Florentino. I mean, like, Silence used this Florentino several times, and you can see Silence always going to be really silent in the game farming up, but by this Florentino, he just gonna shine at the late stage.
With this specific matchup, right, go through with me how you feel about Florentino. It's an AoV hero coming in for this specific patch. And going in against a Charlotte, we've seen a few of these matchups here. It's slightly more favored into the Florentino. What do you think?
Well, I feel like definitely the laning will do well, but to the team fight, as we mentioned, it all depends on their pure mechanics and what opportunity they're going to find for them.
Fully agree with you as we pace into the second phase of the pick and bans here. More of the remaining hero pool will be removed coming in for both teams. We have the Arlie locked away from Yinwo and also the Haya removed from Liu Lang. I think you did tell me more history about Liu Lang here. He's been with KSG for a lot of years now. The only player remaining from the original roster.
And also, you know what? Last time when these two teams played against each other in the final, that was back into 2024 KPL summer. And at that time, Liu Lang was there, and actually the team just regrouped with him years by years. And in this spring season, they finally got their very first champion in their team's history.
Oh, that's just a very lovely story, right? Staying in one team, cultivating that winning moment, and getting that 2026 KPL Spring Champions here. But in front of them is AGAL. Can they do it once again? We have to find out as we jump right into the pick and bans before. Arlie, Chano, Mai Nui, Haya. So do you pick up a farm lane here on your first pick? The Aoyin is still available.
Because you mentioned about the stay the longest time in their own individual team. And as for AG, definitely it's going to be Ino, right?
Yeah.
Played the longest time for AGAL. So that's the reason why you can see like AG, they're targeting at Liu Lang, right? The captain of KSG. And on the side of KSG, they're just directly targeting at Ino's picks.
Yeah, and it further adds on to your question where they're targeting Ino. They're also saving the final counter pick towards the side of Yu in towards that farm lane here. So do we get to see something special here? Might be the Devara, might be Ino on his signature Baishi. Those things are pretty acceptable coming in from game one because in a BO7, we want to burn heroes slowly into the game 5 and game 6, right?
And also because they are trying to play the game in totally different style. So as you can see, by picking this Garuda, kind of just prioritize KSG's early game using Lapu Lapu and In, and also this Garuda allowing them to build up the vision control for the whole team.
Super aggressive picks here coming in from side of KSG. The final two picks will be the Consort Yu and the Yu Huan coming in from AJL. Such a safe composition. Their only early game comes from Zoe on that Pei and also Sheng on that Yu Huan. If they lose that 3v3 mid lane, this could be disastrous coming in from AGAL.
But that's how AGAL always play, especially for the first game of their best of 7, right? Play it slow, steady, but nicely. They're very comfortable about taking those late game hero. The only thing is that will Zoe be under attack in the early game? Because just as you mentioned, right, he's the only powerful hero on the side of AG.
If he falls, that could be a big trouble. And it's a reflection of their individual playstyles. AGAL, slow, steady, winning the race mid to late game. KSG coming at you with strong laning phase, good mid control, and want to break you down in the first 4 to 10 minutes of the game.
And speak of the laning phase, that's exactly what KSG tried to highlight for game 1, because on all 3 lanes, they're trying to build up the winning list on all 3 lanes.
Yeah, win lane, invade jungle, go for towers. That's the KSG playstyle. So as the coaches shake hand, we will be going into game 1 in just a short moment here, Nora.
And you know what? These two teams play against each other so many times due to their records. Actually, they played 32 times before, with AG a 68% winning rate, KSG 31% winning rate. But you know, this year they play against each other for
50-50?
4 times. That's a 50-50.
Hey, it's a 50-50 win rate. One of them will have to suffer a lower win rate after today's BO7 here. So some records will be broken because these two teams yet to suffer a single loss here in the side of KWC.
I mean, so far in KWC, both teams standing there with 12 wins in a row. And these two teams actually know each other very well. And I know KSG, they are known for their aggression, and AGAL, they're known for their microing.
With that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game 1 of our grand finals between AGAL and Kwai Show Gaming. Let's go!
Who's gonna take the first victory, first win among the best of 7 in the final this year?
Now, Nora, talk to me about the winning condition coming in from AGAL.
Well, I mean, AGAL definitely need to make sure that Pei, Zoe need to farm up very well, and also they need to accelerate pace, farming pace, allowing them to back up for their side lanes.
Oh, and towards early game, such an aggressive start coming in from Silence. Taking a bit of a damage here towards this specific game. I like your analysis on AGAL's win condition. But it's the total opposite for KSG. It's about breaking that laning phase, winning lane, and then converting into jungle control.
Yeah, and you can hear the rumbles right now from the crowd. You know, I'm gonna tell you guys who's watching the live stream right now, it's gonna be full stage here in the arena.
I love it, right? The crowd is cheering, they're roaring, and the fans has been amazing here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. So, in towards this early game, it's similar playstyle, right? It's about controlling that mid lane here. Zoe, still level 3, looking for that mid wave and then going in for that Crimson Golden Clear.
So actually everything just went very well on the side of AJL. The question is that how KSG is going to break the window for themselves, right? How they're gonna break the balance of all 3 lanes, because they need to do it. The time's ticking.
Yeah, it's really difficult. For them, it's about finding those opportunities here. So, in the early game, we do see more of the gold sharing that has been a signature KPL playstyle. We talk about it, right? You said that the gold farming style originates from AGL debuting in the tournament, right?
And also, it just allowing all those teams are very, very familiar with this kind of gold sharing. And check that poking damage, right? Liu Lang already makes some movements.
Amazing damage coming in from Liu Lang, the captain of KSG. But I like the gold sharing method. Yes, it's a strategy that has been proposed coming in from AGAL, but teams throughout the 2 years of AGAL's winning spree, they managed to break it down little by little at the very least.
I mean, break it down little by little, which means AG will play quite comfortable during the lanes, just play defensively, make sure that those mutual monsters won't be, taken away by KSG easily. Try to make some trades, even at least HP trades.
On top side, we do see the splash gradation landing on towards the side of Silence. Just a trade of ultimates here coming in from both teams. They're playing it safe, respecting that early game.
But I mean, play safe can be good for AG, but as for KSG, they're waiting for Juhao, waiting for income for backup.
Oh, Raging Sea landing on towards the side of Ron. Nice butterfly effect to cleanse it off towards safety here. LFF going dangerously low. First blood for the side of AGAL. Silence going in for the pedal reset here. But you get taken down. Try, stays alive for sliver of health.
That was a basic attack and it ended up with a 2-0 trade. I mean, it was KSG trying to make something happen. It was the initiation coming from Lapu Lapu with a flash. Nice control ability, but as you can see, burst out damage isn't there. And check Ran. Ran plays so well so far in KWC, giving him the priority and take the first blood.
And previous series, Ron was consistently being targeted down by multiple members, and now they're giving him the 3v3 which they want. It's looking so comfortable for AGA and LFF. You're low, buddy.
The HP trade, everything just in favor of AG so far in the early game, which might cause a little bit problem on the side of KSG, because we mentioned they need to gain themselves a winning lane in the early stage.
Yeah, 1,000 gold already going into that first 4-minute tire. If you're a KSG with a strong early game composition, you won't be feeling too good.
But I feel like maybe the 4-minute mark will be the time for KSG to make something happen. But just check the rotation Zoe and Shen is doing right now.
They might be wanting to dive Silence under the tower here. So giving away control over the Tyrant, where AGAL, they want to make sure that Silence doesn't get his free lane that we talk about.
They're just torturing Silence, right? Trying to suffocate him during the laning. But as for KSG, just like we mentioned, right? They made some trades about that dragon.
Oh, nice flash coming in for the side of Shung, dodging away Silence. Silence has no flash. He's almost getting taken down. Splash grenation, finding Silence, and that is 3 kills in towards the backs of AGAL.
I mean, it hasn't been 5 minutes, but Ran already with the pure sky. You can see like how Ran is being so aggressive today.
He's getting so much help from AGAL. They know how important that clash lane matchup is, and towards the bottom side, Yinhuo might be in danger. Nice Spear Will landing on towards Yinhuo, but the cavalry is here, Stry bailing his farm lane out of safety.
And I mean, with a 1,000 gold lead, it seems like the balance is not there for KSG. They're trying to pressure at the bottom, try to make some laning trades since this Florentino is really being tortured.
Now, I have a question. We know AGAL, this specific roster, has been with each other for at most 2 to 3 years. Their experience in the world stage, last year KWC. So when you compare to KSG, a very young and rookie roster, does it mean that they are more stressful?
I mean, speaking of the stress, definitely LFF is under huge stress. He's just been taken out by 3 members, but as Liu Lang is backing out with his ulti, trying to shred down the HP bar and force AG to retreat.
AG is just finding plays after plays after plays. Towards the top side, we still see a bit of a 1v1. Checking out replay here, Sheng lands a beautiful skill 2 landing on towards them, and then LFF flashes over. Nice pounce by Zoe. But back towards live, we do see a trade-off between both Yinor and Yu on that farm lane.
Yeah, I see like both farm lane actually has been taken down, and it's gonna be pace movement. Zoe just backing on this top lane again. So many things happen simultaneously on the side of AG actually.
But this is the playstyle coming in from AGL. We saw it from the group stage. We saw it against the playoffs. They farm, they outpace you. And yes, 4 kills. But the way that they generate the goalie already close to 3,000.
That's a lot because we haven't even like reached to 7 minutes yet, right? It's only like 6 minutes. So it's gonna be a little bit tricky for KSG how they're gonna gain the vision control, because as you can see, Lapu can be quite vulnerable if he can't just soak in all the burst out damage.
1v1 coming in from Silence, finding the refresh on towards the pedal. Here, Ron manages to dodge towards safety, so that's the end of that play. Meanwhile, mid lane, looking for a bit of push, but that's the Garuda playstyle coming in from Liu Lang. Easy wave clears.
Yeah, and I mean the Garuda pick can be good if KSG just fell behind, because they can always rely on Garuda's laning clarity, make sure that the tier 1 tower in the mid lane is always gonna standing there for them.
Yeah, as long as the mid lane tower doesn't go down, KSG can still push the game indefinitely. So we look at AGL's draft. Yes, they're currently in the lead, but there won't be a lot of engaged potential because it only relies on Sheng on that skill 2.
Exactly, because it's really acceptable for them to just farm up in this kind of speed.
That's correct. Mid lane, a bit of a clear coming in from both teams.
Oh, check Zoe's positioning.
Yeah, Zoe is positioning himself in this half man. Might be catching you on that rotation.
I mean, they are gaining all those vision control, and maybe the next target will be the invasion of the opposite side's red buff.
Oh, it's looking so comfortable for AGL.
Yeah.
Every rotation coming in from Zoe, just clearing towers left and right. You already lose a tier 2 so early on into the game. It's only 7 minutes 30 seconds.
And I feel like KSG, they are just trying to get into the mood. They are trying to make something happen, but the thing is that the rotation that AG moved is kind of be more flexible.
Very perfect as of this part here. Celestial Melody has to be popped here coming in from the side of Sheng. A bit of a poke here. Ooh, he does go very low, but that's the clear of the wave, right? You clear the wave, you rotate back into the jungle. Slow but steady for AGL.
And as for KSG, actually, it's just allowing them to have a plan B, which will be fix the spot of engagement in the mid.
Now, we talk about how AGL can win the game. Snowball Ron, Snowball Yinor, Zoe doesn't die. Ron getting caught out here, has to pop the Pure Sky. Silence going in for that 1v1. But a good disengage coming in from Strike. Strike has been such a reliable role, just putting down those anti-CC.
But I mean, nice catch. It's gonna be Zoe jumping in, getting his hand on this Yu, but he tried to make the tower die happen. You just denied that.
That could be the game changer here coming in for the side of Quaisho Gaming here. Meanwhile, towards the bottom side, Jiha wants trouble with the side of Ron. Ron in 1v2. Gets tagged by the pedals yet, but nice refresh coming in from Silence. Silencing Ron in that play.
I mean, KSG, they're just waiting for the right moment and try to make this pushback happen.
It's just a blink of a moment and you miss it, and they found the outplay, getting Ron, getting Zoe, and that 3,000 goal lead, it has shrunk to merely a 2,000 for the side of KSG.
And I mean, like, all of a sudden, you can see KSG at the bottom side, they already take 2 towers down, allowing them to have a winning lane at the bottom, and at the same time, they're less silenced to carry the red buff.
I think if we caster Kristen right now, I was saying that, oh, what does KSG need to do to win? And boom, Ron goes in, gets taken off, Zoe goes in, gets taken off. So, not the most optimistic approach coming in from AG from that mistake.
Yeah, I mean, because KSG's group hunt just take AG's members down one by one.
Oh, Stry here being tagged on. Zoe gets hit on by the Blossoms here. The Blossoms are resetting onto a Stry. Stry will be the first victim to fall. That is going to be a big pickup here for the side of AGL. It means they won't have vision for the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, because we mentioned that once Pages fell down, they're just going to lose control of the threatening vision.
It's true. So now, going towards this 10-minute mark, if just now AGL held their lead, maybe we see an AGL domination, but with the takedown coming in on Shrine, the mid lane tower just gets exposed.
I mean, the mid lane tower matters a lot, especially we're reaching to the 10-minute mark, and you can see the output damage from a Garuda from Liulang really hurt in the mid stage.
And LFF, such a smart play, marking Zoe, and Zoe gets jumped in. Blossom reset coming in for the side of Silence. Silence wants Zoe, but the job is done. They stop AGAL from trading that objective. It's looking so good for Quaisho Gaming.
It seems like everything just collapsed by around like 8 minutes, right? KSG just find one window open for them and keep snowballing the game.
And they're not stopping here. Ron getting caught off here by the side of Jiha. Jiha goes in with the ultimate, finds a slot and he takes down Ron in that play. This is disastrous for AGAL.
And I mean, just check the goal difference. AG is holding the goal difference quite well, quite decent, because it's still gonna be very even. But check the burst of damage coming out from Eno, just using his ulti with Shen's flash. Got such a nice gank.
Very good timing from Eno. He saw LFF leave his farm and immediately he's like, you're alone, and he gets taken down. This is the moments that you need here. So with that timing difference, maybe they can go for that overlap. But Ron, a bit over-aggressive here, being punished heavily by the side of KSG.
But so does Yu, right? The position isn't that comfortable. You can check his teammates are actually very scattered.
Coming towards live, Sheng chunks down Silence. Silence gonna be really low before the next fight. AGL, they have control over the Shadow Overlord pick.
I mean, the accuracy with Shen's skill too is definitely there.
Yeah. They are going dangerously low. Both teams.
Okay.
They're playing with each other. Ran
coming
goes
in.
over the back line. Who gets the steal? It goes over to the side of Zoe. AGL, they're not backing up. They already accomplished the mission, securing that Overlord.
Make the constellation effort happen again. A pretty classic AG playstyle. But on the side of KSG, since they already break down all those towers on 3 lanes, right? The tier 1 tower. So it's time for them to make some engagement happen on the red buff side.
I want to give props to KSG. The way that they claw back in towards this game was just remarkable. They were like down like what? 3,000 to 4,000 in towards that early, and they just managed to find picks after picks to actually get back into a 50-50 with KSG.
And right now, the top lane, you can see like these two teams are actually doing different accusations. AG is led Zoe to do the step push, right? And actually the Vanguard's really hurt.
Oh, LFF, he's getting caught in the middle of nowhere. That's a nice chunk. He still saved his ultimate and also the flash. So that's an okay pickup here.
And I mean, that's the microing we talk about all the time when we're seeing AG play, right? When they fell behind in the mid-game, they're trying to figure diverse methods to, just trying to even the game up.
In social media, there's a clip of Shuai standing in the river looking in towards that bush, and then it perfectly just slices off that vision. It's really viral in like global social media.
Yeah, and I mean, in that case, it's gonna give the pressure on KSG, and right now they're targeting at the tier 1 tower in the mid.
Yeah, this was gonna go down pretty quickly here. Eno and Sheng just using a basic attack to chunk it down little by little. I think the game decider will be happening later on. Jiha gets caught out. He's getting really low.
Really close.
Nice 2-man stun coming in for the side of LFF and Zoe. He gets taken down. Shuai has no way to escape. That's a double kill going over to the side of Liu Lao. Meanwhile, Silence is holding on to member Sheng. Has to commit the flash, but the job is done coming in from Kuaishou Gaming.
I mean, that was a really nice push back on the side of KSG. It seems pretty much like Jiha was the bait, right? Just let everyone get in, check the replay, check the positioning, right? Jiha has been taken extremely low, but after that, he survived, and with the Lapu Lapu with a flash getting in, and also Liu Liang's output damage with his ulti, just use his ulti to land all those kills as a double kill.
LFF has been amazing in this game. Yeah, he's 0-2 in the early game, but the way that he found engages after engages in the mid game is just superb coming in from a superstar new roamer.
Because I mean, like, speak of engagement, the only engagement that you can see on the side of KSG will be Lapu Lapu.
That's true, and he's managing to find all of those little plays on the map, which gives KSG back to control. 50-50 from both teams, but with the Shadow Tyrant, the next upcoming 2 minutes, it's gonna be rather stressful for AGL.
Well, you see, like, this is kind of like another class of playing, right? It's everything just went so 50-50, and you can see a lot of back and forth is going on, and even when we scrutinize about the goal difference, it's quite even.
It's even, like, it comes down to that one final play between these two teams.
Yeah.
If Yino dies or you dies, that could be disastrous for either of these teams.
So, you can see KSG are trying to push in a quite secure way, and AG is trying to poke in a bit more, the ulti trade.
Unending Despair coming in from the side of Sheng. That's going to be unavailable for the next upcoming minute here, but it's still all right. Both teams are just like giving away the outer tower, slowly but surely pacing for that Shadow Overlord fight.
Yeah, speaking of the Shadow Overlord, that's the reason why Ran is now showing at the bottom and check Silence. He's looking for 1-1 versus.
Yeah, Gentleman's Touch goes in for that 1v1, finds a reset on towards the Blossom here. The members from the side of KSG, they're slowly but surely marching down. He's being converged. Jiha goes in, finds the side of Zoe. Zoe has to pounce away, but the backline goes dangerously low. Yino is finding damage, and no one is tagging Yino. Sheng is the first to fall, and and the third Spag Spear will find Sheng and run towards the backline. It's a 2-4-0 exchange in favor of KSG. Yino flashes in, but Silence with a really good reaction time to dodge.
It's gonna be a flash trade. I mean, everything just starts with those skirmishes happening at the bottom lane between the Clash laners, right? 1 versus 1, and the team members is trying to back them off. But after this, check the controllability, right? Those stun just let KSG to make these things to be possible.
The spear wheel coming in from Jihao was so clutch to pick off Sheng, and with that win, Shadow Overlord going in towards them, and the high ground coming in from AGAL might be in danger later on.
Exactly. I mean, after claiming that Vanguards, it's just allowing KSG to push in a more aggressive way.
It's gonna be stressful. Like, you have 3 waves simultaneously pushing in. You can lose the mid tower, but you need to protect that high top and bottom high ground. And Liu Lang's damage, he's looking good. 105,000 damage to Garuda. He's having a field day.
That's insane, I mean. And especially he's not using his ulti, just landing on those tankies from AG's side, right? He's landing it even upon Yu Huan or this console Yu.
Yeah, Yino and also Sheng always gets chonked down by the side of Liu Lang's Garuda, and which has been really amazing. And with the Overlords marching in, they are trying to knock down this bottom tier tree.
I mean, Vanguards are here. Check AG's positioning, try to dodge the poking damage first. Ulti has been forced out, but the Vanguards has been claimed. Only the high ground tower at the bottom fell.
That's another one coming in from that top side here. I would imagine that KSG wants to use this big Overlord, take down this top tier tree, and then rotate for that 30 seconds time on that Shadow Tyrant. This could be a very, very important moment for both of these teams.
Yes, especially for KSG, when they're attacking, they need to make sure that they are putting everything in a cautious way, because you are playing against with AGAL, who's already been so familiar with this kind of counter-attack.
And another 1v1 that's been initiated by Silence. He is going in. Sheng has to pop the flash, and also the ultimate here. That won't be available for the next upcoming minute here, but job is done by KSG. Another high ground remove from the base of AGAL.
I do like the trades that they did before the engagement happened, and right now they're looking for some skirmishes. It's going to be Eno. Flash has been forced out. KSG looking for some troubles with the red button, trying to make those constant damage, letting upon Zoe.
The pokes has been amazing coming in from Kwai Show Gaming here. AGAL, they need to push in the vision line. If they lose this, it could be really dangerous. Zoe flashes forward, has to retreat with the help of the butterfly effect. With the health bars blinking low, this Shadow Tyrant will be a simple pickup for the Kwai Show Gaming.
But I mean, like, every time when AG trying to force KSG to take some movements, it's always going to be Liu Lang's ulti, right? Just shred those HP bar down and just cause such a great problem about the attacking that AG trying to initiate.
And the mid game has been about Silence, right? Going for those 1v1s and then forcing both teams to react towards it, with Ron being caught up, and then Zoe going in an awkward position, and then when LFF comes in for the engage. So they need to make sure that Silence doesn't get a proper flank angle.
And right now it's gonna be a trade. The skill trade is on, the poking damage is out there. I mean, like, AGAL, they are under huge pressure right now.
It's not gonna be easy. Shuai's butterfly effect on that Zhuangzi won't be available for the next 20 seconds here. That gives them a really good window opportunity to get this final tier 3.
And I mean, this is going to be the game 1 of the best of 7, right? And KSG is really close to the crystal right now.
They are pushing up the minions here, coming in from all 3 waves. Good poke coming on towards Sheng. Sheng has to take the retreat here. Minions are still far away. Yu goes in with the ultimate here on towards the enemy here. Tower is under siege by both teams, but they have to take the team, but the tower is exposed! There was no one from AGAL who cleared the minion, and KSG takes game 1 in this best of 7 series.
I mean, everything just being nailed down at the end of game 1, right? KSG, they fell behind a little bit in the early game, but as you can see, when we step into the 10 minutes mark, they've made a lot of trades happen, and also they just enclose the whole vision and push the game till the end.
LFF's mental game is so strong. Being 0-2 down in the early game and still being able to manage to find those team fights, those pickoffs, has been amazing. Check out these early games, right? It was Silence, LFF being taken down, insane snowball coming in from Ron, but the way that they come back from this is just remarkable from the side of KSG.
And I mean, from this kind of skirmishes happen, right? LFF has been taken down, but after that, they also made a lot of ambushing happening at the bottom. Yeah. The tower died.
They were just constantly putting pressure on towards Ron. Yes, we do see signs of excellence coming in from AGAL, but the way that they play team fights, the way that they pick them off, this was such a crucial one. Juhao making it out alive on that Ying, and Zoe Shuai gets taken down. This is where all the objective control goes back to the side of AG from KSG. And let's check out with the panel to see what they have to break down. Rain Day and panel, please do take it away.
Well, you wouldn't believe it if I told you if it was any other day besides the Grand Finals, but a KPL team has lost for the first time in Paris, and it happens to be by the hands of another KPL team. KSG take the win in Game 1 and move forward in their chances to debut here at EWC, KWC 2026, and take the trophy from the defending titles. Rain Day, Isaac, and Haller back on the desk with you. Saki and Nora just on the cast. Isaac, that was exactly the type of game that we expected to see. It did not disappoint.
I never get tired of just watching finals, man, because the finals are just so interesting. 19 minutes, we make it all the way until there. And I'm just loving the fact that it's a coming and going. It's a ping pong match, man. Like, it's never for someone. A lot of people say like, oh no, it's already 0-2 for Silence over there. Take that, turn around, KSG win.
You saw the playstyle of both of these teams as well. That's the craziest part, where again, KSG were able to take those team fights. They could go aggressive when they wanted to. AGAL were looking to shut the door many a times, and they played their playstyle early.
And I think that that's the main difference between having the KPL teams just fighting over there, right? Because they never put their hands down. They're always defense up. It doesn't matter if you start just losing at the beginning, they can always find a way to bounce back.
But it also seemed like the bounce back was because AGAL were making some uncharacteristic mistakes. They were forcing things. They were getting caught out. They were trying to make some fights like 2 versus 5, and that's never a winning proposition.
But you know what? Like, I do believe that KSG forces those mistakes out of AGAL because they understand something. They have the Garuda pick. And as Sagi just mentioned right over there, the mid lane turret cannot fall. And then in 8 minutes and 30, Zoe and the guys, they really want to just take that mid lane turret to fall, and then they lose to people, and that's the moment when KSG just turns the game around.
Yeah, they turned it around, and that was like a number of different moments where Zoe was trying to, again, force it a little bit.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they were kind of like, this is not the traditional AGAL that we know, because again, most times they do it, they convert, and they come out successfully.
It is very difficult with that pay, right? Because the pay, you need to have the momentum. So he has the momentum at the beginning of the game.
True.
So 8 minutes, he gets there, he's like, okay, I can do this. But when you're playing against the best of the best, the difference are just minimal.
And those differences adding up to a first game victory for KSG against our defending title champions. Of course, game 1, you're going to test a few things. And it was actually AGAL that got off to the better start. They had the lead at about 8 minutes. They were affecting the clash lane. Silence was 0-2. Rand was 2-0. Things were going well. But suddenly, slowly, surely, 3 S's that give us 3 different intonations on the story that would evolve is that it was KSG who would turn the tide. So, Haller, I know you have some clips ready for the Telestrator. What happened?
Let me
I got it.
into the first one.
I love this because I just love how I can get to hold the mic.
Thank you. As we go into this is the initial fight, right? You were talking about the fact that KSG loved to fight, and it went very south, right? And they were trying to turn this around. Shuai just barely hanging on, somehow surviving. And AGAL, this is the snowball that was starting off, especially with the pay.
And I think that this is one of the moments where you start thinking like, okay, Lia Feng, he's an amazing guy. He's really good. But there's a difference between him and Shuai where the shot calling, I do believe that it was too early for them to take that fight in there.
Way too early on that one. As we jump into the second one, this is where things are like, hey, they have a massive lead, AGAL, but look at how they're diving the tower, the Raging Sea punishing them. And Zoe, you were talking about this mid T1. They wanted it. Joey wanted it, but he got punished multiple times here.
And again, like if the Garuda just loses that turret over there, most likely Liu Lang wouldn't have had such an amazing game as he did.
Agreed. And as we go into the third clip here, this is where they tried to go for the ambush. They almost had Juhao, but the rest of the teammates all there, they made sure that they pay there. They're like, how dare you go after Juhao? And both of them get picked off here.
Liu Lang, man, I just need to keep calling his name. That Garuda pick in there, like the way of the damage, like the distance, the reach, the range that you can have is just a completely different thing.
Very different. And as we go into this last one here, this is for me the tipping point.
I love this one.
Where they're able to chase. Silence was actually doing quite a bit of work. And look at how Juhao just kind of baiting them in. It's back and forth where they go. And then they were able able to get the snipe in. And at this point, it was an all defensive mode for AGAL.
Now, it goes to this moment. That's what we're doing 15 minutes, right? Yeah. When you get to the 15 minutes mark right over there, you understand KSG has the priority to try to push onto the high ground turret. So we get to the last moment of the fight. They do have the minions. I thought that they were gonna just push back and try to go for the Tempest Dragon fight. And then after that, they just decided just to finish it, push the Crystal 1-0 for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost the entire team of AGAL who was up defending, but the pressure from the minions, the pressure from KSG, and the pace, which we had mentioned is a signature of this team, the aggressiveness early, is something that they wanted to lean on, and they had the confidence to do it. In some ways, this is kind of like that title match that we've looked at. Somebody who's historic, who's already been there, who's lifted this trophy, and a young gun who has the power, who has the potential, the staying ability to compete against them, now showing that they can. So my question is, what's the response from AGAL?
I do believe that when we watch KPL teams fight against each other, and when you have teams like AGAL against KSG, that first game is just about just trying to understand how they want to play the BP for the 7 games. So you can see picks that we have not seen yet, the Trunks coming in out there. That Trunks is something that a lot of people have not seen. Is the first Trunks we get in the KWC 2026. This allows them, just that in the moment the Lapu Lapu initiates, the Trunks with the butterfly effect can just purify, and then they can counterattack on that. So I do believe that AGAL in that game number 1 did a really good game on their BP.
It was definitely a good game. I think that, I don't know if the Zhuangzi pick it's something that they might need later, right? But I think for Kuaishu Gaming, I think that this is great. This is what you want to do, especially if you're a young team. You want to take game 1, and they did it assertively with some dominance towards that end.
One of the things that is also, when you look at a matchup here where you have 2 mid laners who are kind of stealing the show because of their history, Liu Lang and Sheng, as you appropriately mentioned. The Garuda, a very valuable mid lane pick, getting the win on that when it is your opportunity to play it, that means a lot. That kind of gives you some confidence, because on the opposite side, if that goes AGAL's way now, Isaac, that obviously means that they've got the pressure to kind of do well with that pick also.
I think that the Yu Huan pick over there to challenge the Garuda was actually a really good one, because it can just suck in so much damage. So it can actually just use that issue, suck in the damage. It's very late game, so they were thinking that Zoe could do a little bit better in the early game, and the mid-late they could have the advantage, but just KSG was too much for them in this one.
Yeah, too much. I mean, it was about that, like, solidifying the mid to late game, the pay, Joey. Once he got like caught out a couple times, it's very difficult to come back from. That's an early game hero that will fall off.
All right, well, heading into game 2, it's AGAL's turn to respond. KSG strike the first blow. Let's send it over to Sagi and Nora to get us started.
Thank you, panel, and we are back once again in this game 2. Nora, could you have expected game 1 bleeds over to the side of KSG after an amazing comeback?
Especially when KSG fell behind in the early stage. We know that this team is known for their early aggression, but since they fell behind, I'm kind of worried about them, right? Well, they make the comeback, but by those ganks they made at the bottom, really nailed it in game 1. And you know what? That just remind me about the spring season that they took.
Oh, what happened in spring season?
Actually, KSG is kind of considered as the underdog for this year's matchup, but as actually like being so fresh to the stage, not even mentioned to the international stage, they're showing their potential play right now on this arena.
So they may or may not do another 4-0, just like what they did to Wolves Esports in the spring season.
Exactly.
Wow.
Because, you know, play against AGAL is never gonna be an easy match. If you guys watched the last time's KWC final, you will know it.
Yeah, it was 1-3 against TTG, and it all went into an ultimate battle with the side of AGAL catching back-to-back-to-back games. As we hop into the pick and bans here, more of these mid lanes coming in from the side of KSG has been removed.
Yes, Haya has been moved, and so does that Frost and Liang pick. Potentially, maybe can be played by AG. They just denied it and prioritized this idea.
Oh, and that's an early picker on that Arlie and also Zhang Fei. Talk to me about this early pick coming in from Yinwo. He's well known in the KPL scene for being the FMVP of this pick, and I think every single series thus far, he has always selected this early pick.
Exactly. So far in KWC, this is his most picked hero. 4 times, 4 wins, 100% winning rate.
Hey, I know something that's 100%. So I remember the panel were talking about like, oh, KSG and AGAL both have a 12-game winning streak, but after that AGAL loss, their win streak has been broken, and KSG is currently on a 13-win streak instead.
Exactly. And as you can see, KSG trying to play more aggressive since they are picking out this Guan Yu and also Ogren on the top, because Guan Yu can do great threatening positioning during those team fight.
So much aggression, right? You have the Diadea Ogren for that early game. 1-2-2 coming in from Diadea could just set up a nice, beautiful gank in towards that Silent, and when the side of Silence is level 4, that's when the insane Razor Cavalry starts charging in those team fights, setting up for big success.
Yes, I mean, sustainability is what KSG right now has, and initiation is what AG has right now. Because of the Zhangfei's ulti comboed with Dharma's ulti, that can be explosive during the team fight.
Oh, maybe we get like a Direnjie here coming in from you. You know Direnjie? We don't really get to see him that much in the entire KWC, but it does work pretty well as a lane matchup against Yino on that early, or also against these double matchups here. So I'm pretty excited to see what Yu has in store for us in that farm lane pool.
But I mean, speak of the farm lane pool, already 2 farm lane has been taken away on the side of AG. Ao Ying be cancelled, and so does Kongsa Yu. So will it be, they go for the Mai?
I mean, both mid laners are well known for the Mai, right? I believe that Sheng was known for his Mai back in the KPL, where he can actually make miracles happen with his long-range engages here. So removing this is to say that maybe they want to protect Yino in those teamfight scenarios, give him a really comfortable space to play those teamfights.
I mean, so far on the side of AG, there's only one core that you can see, that will be Yino's early, right? So if they want to put more thing to it, I'm looking for a potential Jing play for Zoe.
Oh, I will love it here if we do get a Jing coming in from the side of Zoe here. So clock is ticking here. So that's going to be the setup. Nua being locked in. Potentially, there's still more to think about in towards this specific series. But you're AGAL. You lost game 1. What are you thinking in your mind right now?
Well, I mean, if I am AJL, I won't be that worried about if I fell behind, because these players, they've played among each these players have played together for over 2 years right now, right? I mean, what else they can offer to us? It's always going to be the expectation when we see them play.
And I heard from some of the Chinese casters, which is Li Zhu and Pinzi, right? They did mention that these players, this set of players, been to like what, 8 to 9 grand finals in a row.
And also they got 7 consecutive championships, including that one they got last year in KWC. So that's made them to be here again at the final.
That's what champions are made of. But KSG, they're coming to break the legacy here. I am liking the KSG draft. Very strong early game. You have the Angela and Diadea for that combination, and the Ogren early game invade. For this specific combination coming in from the side of AGL, it's really skill heavy.
The jungler.
If the jungle is really weak in the early game, that could be disastrous here. So they lock in the Musashi. I like it. You can reduce the healing, but how do you play an early game? It's looking really difficult for the side of AGL.
And especially this is only game 2, right? Musashi kind of feel a bit early for game 2, but we know the ulti that Musashi can do, right? Just restrict the HP recovery on the side of KSG. So that might be the main reason why they're picking out this certain hero.
My main worry right now, AGL has a beautiful draft, very strong 8 to 10 minute, but how do they defend that early game is my question to them.
Especially, you know, I really want to see Liu Lang play Angela in this stage for several times, but this is his actually first time playing this Angela in KWC. You know, Liu Lang's Angela is totally another level of Angela. You will see it in game, and also it's kind of like prioritize their early game, as just you mentioned. If KSG really played in a more explosive way, it's gonna cause like great pressure on AG's farming pace.
And you talk about Liu Lang, you talk about Juhao, there's a lot of fans coming in to support Kuaishou Gaming and also AGAL. This is one of the few moments that you have to wonder. AGAL needs to equalize this series. If they don't, losing 0-2 in the BO7 might not be the most comfortable position that you want to be in.
Definitely, and so actually, that's the reason why they're picking out some late game hero. For example, Shen's Nuwa, right? We mentioned about Shen and Liu Lang. They're the top mid lane players, and also they're best friends. And they know each other's playstyle, and it's gonna be the time for them to gain the victory for their own team.
The Gorge is ready. Let's hop right into game number 2. Kuaishou Gaming currently leading the best of 7 series in this grand finals against the title defenders, AGAL.
Here now, we can hear the rumble by the crowd. They're cheering now.
I hear the drums right now, Nora.
The drums on. That's a KPL region style, you know?
We love it, the vibes here. You know, popping the frenzy, taking a lot of damage here. Oh, Shuai here's no spell 2. The mid lane 2v3 won over by the side of Kuaishou Gaming.
And allowing them to make the early evasion happening. They're jumping into the opposite side of the jungle. And here we go. Liu Lang's Angela already caused so much threat upon the individuality on the side of AG.
Such an aggressive play here coming in from Kuaishou Gaming with that mid lane 2v3 winning over to the side of Kuaishou. They pick up the Azure. They also pick up a nice small camp for Zhao Yu.
Yes, I mean, like for this channel, he's just gonna play defensively at the bottom. And because the laning swap that AG is doing right now is trying to say that they want to farm up peacefully and let the game to be in really late stage.
I think it makes a lot of sense and it's a very smart move coming in from AG. You move Yinhuo towards mid lane, which can push faster than Sheng. That gives them more room to move around the map like this. Gold sharing, funneling, so they can at least stay healthy in terms of that goal.
And that's those detailed microing when we're analyzing, especially for AG.
Slow and steady. So early game is what we're looking at, right? But what about team fight? AG has a lot of engage coming in for their composition, which looks really good. If we can stall the game to maybe 8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, or maybe like 4-minute mark, they can try to make some dragon trade happen, but still they need to, you know, even it up in the early stage. But also the team fight wise, you mentioned a really important point is that AG's ulti looks really nice. Unless you land it accurately.
Yeah,
as a combo, as a wombo combo actually.
Yeah, you have to match the wombo combo. Someone has to stop silence on that Guan Yu, right? Potentially Ran, potentially Zoe. Someone have to figure it out. That's where AGAL's worry. But take a look at this specific early game right now. It's pretty 50-50, but a nice Rizzo Cavalry onto his Ran. Ran has to commit the flash. So this is a very crucial timer. Why? 2:30 seconds, 2-minute cooldown. Ran won't have flash for the next upcoming Tyrant fight.
Which will be kind of vulnerable when they're trying to take that Tyrant fight around 4 minutes mark. And also those ganks that KSG did, still working again. And also check Liu Lang's positioning. He's gaining enough vision control on the side of KSG.
Just giving so much room for both Yu and Jihao to get so much gold. And I like this, right? People wondering, oh, what's the gold sharing? What's the gold sharing? You need one jungle, one roamer, and one laner, and then you maximize that gold earning.
And also allowing to have the efficiency to rotate faster. Not even mentioned to when you're playing heroes like Angela with Diadea, the burst of damage is definitely sufficient when you upgrade to level 4.
And if we were to observe this specific match, right, I feel like both Yinhuo and also Yu, their positioning matters a lot. Take a look at all the crowd control. Dharma's ultimate, Musashi's ultimate, Zhang Fei's ultimate, and then you have Silence, always looking at Yinhuo. So these two players will be crucial. If they fall, that could be the main damage dealer removed from the pool from both teams.
So you can see like at the bottom, Yu is playing extremely cautious. And I do want to highlight because so far in KFC, I thought like Yu played very well during the laning because you're always gonna see him play as a 1v3 or 1v2, right? But this time, if he's trying to confront AG's bottom lane, you can see Shy already be ambushing here for over like 1 minute right now, waiting for the right moment.
And Yu is so disciplined. He's just not walking out. He's like, I don't see Shy on the map. I'm not gonna play aggressively. Take a look at Silence. He's coming in first in this specific play. Tyrant has been started by KSG.
And right now, check KSG's positioning, right? Trying to rush this Tyrant. But Shuai, the Zhang Fei's ulti, is kind of threatening him to do so.
Yeah, breaking brilliant. The steal goes over the side of KSG. That's the first objective secured by Kuaishou Gaming.
It's just gonna be slight contest and everything.
1v1 coming in from Yinhuo.
Very well.
Nice stop from Liu Lang. So close. Yinhuo is still running. Can he get away? He's getting hit. The ultimate coming in from LFF gets the first blood on towards AG Yinhuo.
I mean, like, KSG just being so committed to take Yinhuo down. But I do appreciate Liu Lang's skill too with the flash. That was so beautiful. All of a sudden, right? Get control on Yinhuo. And Yinhuo just tried his best, tried to kite. It was Liu Lang just flash in, use the ulti. But the damage done was so close. And Liu Lang was really intent to do so.
Yinhuo tries to sidestep it, takes a nice turn. But this ultimate coming in from LFF was just remarkable. And even the fans are like, oh no!
Because actually he was very close to escape away from that kind of last-ditch effort.
Well, with that kill, Arlie is currently behind in gold. You need the Arlie to have 3 items going into that 10th minute fight. That's why the Arlie it's a ticking time bomb. If Nino can perform well, he can definitely grasp that 10-minute fight. That's what I want to see.
So I mean, like from this moment, from now on, AG will definitely feed the red buff to Ino, try to, secure their mid-game play. But as you can see, Zhangfei's positioning, Shuai always trying to gain more vision control and try to sneak at the back, make something happen.
That's such a daring move coming in from Dash right here. See, just like knocking hands, changing it with LFF. Oh, he's in a very peculiar position. Nice engage on towards the side of Shuai. Shuai has no more spells, might be pushed into the backline here. Shuai, he gets taken down. That is not the greatest news because the blue buff is open for the side of KSG.
I mean, Zhihao has already been there and the ulti has been broken. Shred down the HP bar from this early for them to get back. Everything just now in favor of KSG. I do like the idea how Shuai is trying to make something happen at the back, but check the awareness that LFF has, right? Even though he's really new to the stage, but still, he's making sure that each of the bush is very clear for his teammates.
They study the Dash Right playstyle, right? Making sure that Zhang Fei doesn't get like a random outburst from the side of the backline. So that's a nice clear coming from LFF. Towards the top side, good rotation from Zhihao to minimize any sort of aggressive attempts coming in from AGL.
And right now we can see the goal difference. Actually, KSG are accumulating 2,000 goal lead against AG, which is really good on the side of KSG. But the thing is that how they're gonna pushing all those towers down, especially the tier 1 tower, because we mentioned about how important that Shen with this Nuwa is when they step into the late game.
It's a very important pick, right? Sheng is the main focus for the late game. So you can start to see their trading sides. KSG going for that mid, and then AG going for that bottom side. We do see a bit of a teleport here coming in for the bottom side. Are they looking for a play? Silence gets jumped on.
The tower's
nice due to
down.
the depth on towards the side of Liu Lang. So Silence, he's really safe. But take a look at the backline. They are looking for a potential flank. There's no towers behind, but they're respecting it, preparing for this Azure Gold.
And preparing for the blue buff side, it's going to be engagement coming from Zhang Fei getting control on this LFF. But because of the sustainability that they had, just escape away.
Oh, that's a good trade-off for the side of AGL. So they actually have more health bars to defend this Azure Golem here. So good trade coming in from AGL. They slow down the tempo coming in from Kuaishou Gaming.
Especially guarantee that they will secure the blue buff. I mean, like one flash trade for 2, definitely gonna be fair trade.
It is. So, okay, that's an ultimate coming in from Liu Lang, so that will be available.
It's just waiting for it. The feature about Angela is that you can have a really high efficiency to, unleash your 3-1 combo.
You burst down tanks really easily, right? Especially when you have a solo tank like Shuai. So that's gonna be easy here. Oh, I like it. Yes, you don't steal it away from AG, but you force Zoe to take it away from Dino. So that's going to be a crucial Crimson Golem unavailable for AGAL. So back towards my question. Game 1 KSG, they didn't look too good in the early game. But now, this is the KSG playstyle that we're waiting for.
Yes, and also they're letting Angela to play by Liu Lang. You can see just what we said, right? Just check out his outplay thing. He might trying to find another burst advantage happen by using his flash and skill 2.
Oh yeah, he's sitting comfortably with a scepter and also the voice staff. So if he lands a full combo onto his run, onto his Zeno, it's just boom, you're gone.
However, if we check Zoe's skill difference, as we can see, Musashi already has 6,000 gold, right? We mentioned about Musashi's ulti allowing him to restrict the HP recovery on the side of KSG, so that might be a potential play that we might see in the future engagement.
It's gonna be really quick now. 40 seconds on the dot before the Shadow Tyrant officially spawns in this game. I believe both teams will definitely want to be playing over this specific bottom river later on.
But speaking of the river side, actually the river control is kind of be in control of KSG. And right now they are looking for someone maybe in the red buff side. But Dharma just spot that, ran, take one step back.
Yeah, Crimson Golem will be the next target for the side of Kuaishou Gaming. Potentially, yeah, it's not to steal. It's to force out the smite from Zoe, then go for the objectives here. But they're slowly backing off, looking for a bit of a mid lane push. This tower might be going down. It's like, you want tower or do you want red buff?
They want the red buff. They're aiming at the red buff.
Okay, Jihao He's in the midst of everyone here. Zoe has to force the smite on the objective. Another good steal. They force both things. Mid tower goes down. Crimson Golem denied from Yino, and with that rotation speed, they get to go towards this bottom river first.
I mean, even though no kills happen, but that is so smart for KSG to do so, right? Claim the smite from Zoe, so AG need to wait for the smite until it has been available.
They also need to wait for Yino on that third item here. If Yino has no third item... Silence. He's looking at Yino.
He's
Silence.
They're pressuring in the mid lane, and as for AG's positioning, they're trying to guarantee or vie for this crucial 10 minutes mark Tyrant.
Okay, it has been started coming in by both teams. Zoe takes the first aggro. We do see a 2-2 coming in from LFF just to find a bit of a poke, but LFF doesn't have the mana bar for this specific fight.
I mean, still Silence waiting for the right moment to come in, and it's going to be AG first trying to break out his ulti. Shy got the Tyrant.
Prison, we see the Silence coming in from the backline here, finding the engage on towards Zoe. Zoe gets taken down. That's a 2-for-1 trade, but there is no one marking Yino. Yino is still doing damage towards the backline. Ron finds a beautiful knock-up. Silence going solo. Gets taken down by Ron. You in the bush. He goes in for a 1v1 against Yino. Jihao, he's so tanky. He's looking for the execution here. They are still landing damage galore.
Don't get him in.
He gets the trade off with the side of Yino. That's it, 4-for-2 in favor of AGL. Jihao dangerously low. Path of passing, running away. Where is the teleportation coming in from Shove? He wants to chase. Okay, there's no more chase. Jihao is safe, but AGL is the miracle 10-minute team fight.
I mean, miracle team fight around 10 minutes mark is so classic to see AG do so. First reclaim the Tyrant by this Shangfei, and also Musashi's ulti directly targeting at Liola's Angela, deny him at the first place, and check Ino's positioning, being so safe, and so does Shen, this Nuwa, just letting out all those constant bursts of damage upon Kuaishou Gaming's members. And as you can see, that 1-1 trade, you can see like Yu is just being so committed to trade for Ino.
The team fight composition realized by the side of AGAL, and they just make it work perfectly at that 10-minute team fight. And Shuai, you gotta give him props. He stole the Shadow Tyrant just now.
And his aroma, and I mean, this might be the pivot of Game 2.
It reminds me of Game 1, where all of a sudden, you start to have a shift of momentum due to one single play. It really amazes me, the way that KPL teams find momentum through a small mistake from their opponents.
I mean, like, never be the end of a game, right? Even though if the game still keeps on, you are still gonna find the chance to fight back.
Now we're back to a 50-50 coming in from both teams. 13 minutes mark. 4-4 in terms of kill. Goal lead, dead even, unavailable, and they are right now starting the Shadow Overlord that may decide the game.
And also, that kind of team fight just kind of alarm KSG that they need to play more aggressively.
12,000 coming in on this Overlord. It gets secured by the side of Sean. They go into the backline. Jihao is the first to fall. But Silence, he's kind of strong, and he's still pushing for more plays. Double kill goes over to Zoe. Meanwhile, Ron, he's also another victim of this team fight, but 2-2 in favor with AG secured. But Zoe, where are you? He gets caught in the jungle of the blue side.
I mean, it's gonna be a double kill goes over to you. Still, the channel is holding it. It's the buying time for his teammates.
Well, coming from Yino, he's trying to find the backline. Shuai, he has no spell too. He might be chasing down by the side of Yu, but they respect it. Are they still chasing? They're still looking for Shuai.
Waiting for the right moment since his ulti is unavailable, but without the red buff, they're not allowed to do so. But still, Kuaishou is making comebacks right now.
Yu's just charging it for Yino. He finds Yino in the midst of two towers. That's a really good play coming in from the KSG farm lane.
I mean, KSG's farm lane, Yu being so new, and check the red buff side. Angela got another kill upon Shen. Just deny those members one by one.
So this Unbridled Alpha starts with Sheng securing the buff. But take a look at Silence. He flanked the side of Sheng and takes him down. Yu also, it's a bit of a half-half map where both teams are finding the opportunities. But later on, the most important play coming in for this is them finding Zoe in that jungle. That is crucial for the side of KSG.
And once they know that they got numbers advantage, they're just being so committed to take every possible kills.
Oh my god, it's such a back and forth game coming in from both Kuaishou Gaming
and check the skill difference. I mean, it's quite even, right? It's quite even so far. And as we mentioned, if we are talking about the late game hero, AG Shen, this Nuwa is gonna prioritize. And as for KSG, it's gonna be Yu's channel.
Yeah, And I was wondering, like, how did Liu Lang manage to find Sheng? Sheng's range is so long, but Liu Lang still managed to find the backline against Sheng. That's just
insane.
Amazing for me.
Yeah, and right now KSG, if they're trying to push forward, they are making sure that they are going to play around Yu's channel. I mean, Yu is definitely on fire so far in KWC.
11.6 thousand on that channel, 5-1 entry. If he stays alive, he's definitely going to be melting big tanks for Shuai or also Run. So he's your main guy to go to. You talked about me on this, right? You, first year in KPL, already getting that championship title and coming in on a world stage, he's feeling so comfortable against Yino, one of the legendary farm lanes coming in for KPL.
I mean, like, he's not fair to confront the opposite side, right? Actually, he's kind of like showcasing right now by using this channel.
Yeah, he has to keep himself safe. Yino finds a bit of poke here on towards the side of Yu. Half of passing, Precious in just to get a bit of poke damage on the side of AG.
And speaking of the poke damage, actually Nuwa allowing them to do so, and with the Musashi's ulti, actually they can deny the channel for a possible play.
Ah yes, the skill 1 block right on the projectiles. That could be the game-winning moment here. I'm looking at, yes, Yino, that direct matchup, but also the playmakers. This game is about Kuaishou Gaming, Silence, and LFF. For AGAL, it's about Ran, Zoe, and Shuai. Whoever finds the key targets will win the upcoming fight.
And the key target will be Channel and Nuwa.
They're respecting it, right? You see, like he bought the Ominous Premonition, one more tanky item, just to survive in those team fights.
Try to solidify his survivability, right?
So we're waiting for the Shadow Overlord here. That will be the main target coming in for both teams. Whew. Bit of a damage from you. That seems to hurt quite a lot. Ron finds the triple towards the wall. He flashes away, but gets caught by the death to Sunset. And then we do see Silence just pushing everyone into the Overlord pit. And he finds the double kill out of an engage from the side of AGL. It's looking so good for KSG at this moment.
I mean, when we're talking about the bottom lane, you know, the top lane is never gonna be content with that. It's gonna be the time for Dharma and this Guan Yu to make so many things happen. The double knockup just denied China the very first time, just like we mentioned. But as Silence, by using his Guan Yu coming in, kind of scattered the whole arena and brought the chance back to KSG.
Is this his first game of Guan Yu in this tournament for Silence?
No, I mean, like, he actually played it very well, but in KSG's KWC, yeah, it's the first time.
First game and already this sort of level of performance is just marvelous coming in for Silence. If I'm not mistaken, through our conversation, he's known as a Zhuangyuan, which is like a first pick draft coming in from the youth league, right?
Yes, and so does Zhuhao. That's the power that they got on the top side of the map, on the side of KSG.
What an amazing performance thus far. But still, 18 minutes, it's a bit of a reminiscence of game 1. Still 50-50 coming in from both teams. You need to see whether Kuaishou Gaming finds a decisive push coming in with this Overlord. There's still about 90 seconds left before we see that Tempest Dragon.
I mean, that's gonna be Silence's job to do. He needs to make sure that he's gonna be the second man stepping into the battlefield. Because as you can see, either Ran and Zoe, their ulti is kind of scary.
You can't get caught in those coming in from the due to the death from Zoe or Ran on that ultimate here. So you gotta tread the needle properly because we saw, right? The moment he sticks just a bit towards the wall and Ran just flashes in for those plays.
And without a flash, since this channel's flash is not available, they're just gonna play extremely cautious.
They have so much to worry, but can Sheng steal this? He does have vision. Ultimate, okay, that's safe. KSG secures that Shadow Tyrant.
And that's some experience that we mentioned when these KPL teams played.
Discipline, right?
Yeah, the discipline is definitely out there.
Okay, now Shadow Overlord marches towards that top side. This could be a very big push coming in from Kuaishou Gaming. Potentially, one tier 3 may be taken down from the base of AG.
And I mean, the Vanguards are on their way. They need to secure their place so far because they are stepping into game 2. And so does AG. A lot of pressure is on AG right now.
Sheng, that Nuwa is just nasty defending this base. Well, Zoe taking a lot of damage.
They need to make sure that their own positioning allowing them to dodge Nuwa's damaged out.
We are almost pacing into that Tempest Dragon in our first ever in the BO7 Grand Finals. I am stoked for that. Wow, with the final waves being settled here, AG's goal is to push out the waves, go for those flank angles, find you. For KSG, however, it's about getting that teamfight moment for Silence.
But that may need to be done if KSG trying to initiate first, or it's gonna be AG's counterattack. Because as we are stepping into the Tempest Dragon, everything just even up.
It's gonna be an interesting one for the upcoming play. This will be the first ever Tempest Dragon of our BO7
Let's
this
go,
game
find
two.
our first Tempest Dragon.
Okay, Silence, he gets marked out here. In towards the mid lane, Yinhuo is marked by the Diadea. Both teams are fighting for mid control over this bottom side river. It's gonna be really, really important. Whoever gets the bushes, whoever gets the flank angle, may have a really good team fight.
Because they know they have such a clear understand that this might be the last team fight.
They're just waiting, right? They're just waiting. First of all, take away the Crimson Golem, you know. We have slow time. Ron, he's pushed through towards the mid lane. 2-2 coming in from side of Diadea. There's no follow-up play, but flash used by the side of Ron. That's gonna be a big cooldown if he wants to look for you in the back line.
But I mean, like, one flash trade for two. Angela is also absent with this flash, so it might be a G
to the death coming in for the side of Zoe. But Zoe, he doesn't find on towards anyone. Jihao is still really tanky. Both teams respects that and they back off.
And at the bottom, you can see Silence is constantly taking his eyes upon Ran, making sure that he won't come in and cause threat towards Angela or this channel.
Try walks in. He wants to look for a bit of a vision play. Tempest Dragon has been started by the side of Kuaishou Game.
It has been taken half away right now. It depends on AG whether they try to contest this Tempest Dragon or not. It's going to be Red coming in first.
Due to the death finding on two members here, we do see a nice pushback coming in from Ron to disengage Zoe towards safety here, towards the back line. Linking Hellbars on towards Zoe, AGAL. They need to find a way to re-enter this pit.
Still doing trades and still AG is holding it, but since Zoe, he canceled his recall, it seems like AG trying to contest it head-to-head. The HP bar has been taken halfway down, and so does KSG is trying to bait in a lot of things, and the ulti of Zhang Fei is ready now.
Jihao gets pushed towards the wall. He goes into the right Hellbars on towards multiple members with the back line. AG Zoe secures the Tempest Dragon, deals to the death on towards Liu Lang. Liu Lang has nowhere to go. He has to flash away. The Cauldron play coming in from Jihao. He gets taken down. Yinhuo towards the back line. He has to save Sanctuary. He is still alive. They are looking for the final play. Yu is so dangerously low. Raise on Cowrie does nothing. And AGAL finds every single member. And they are looking to push it into a game to an equalizer.
I mean, after suffering for almost 20 minutes, AG make a miracle comeback again. Those wombo combo, they did it. Everything just put it in such a decent but impeccable way. And it's going to be their time to make the pushback.
You'll break my win streak, I'm gonna break yours. Both teams, they are back to an equal footing in this best of 7. And minions are marching through. We are going to an equalizer after this game 2.
It's gonna be a 1-1 at the start of our final of our best of 7.
You told me that AGAL plays slow and steady, but this is not the one that I'm looking at. They are just fighting for control in every single opportunity that are given them.
But to be honest, I'm so amazed by the last team fight that they play, right? The layers. I thought it might be Jumpy's ulti first, but actually that was Ran. Ran Dharma coming in and then come out with the Jumpy's ulti, double stun, and that Zoe to find a spot, getting in, ultimate down, and just deny the members on the side of KSG.
Such a well-played game coming in from Shry and also Ron. Yes, their KDA may not be the best, but the way that they structure these team fights, you push away the side of Zoe, you give him room, let him smite, and if he got that Tempest Dragon, that was the crucial play for AGL to win this game 2.
And I mean, like, that kind of be a little bit frustrated on the side of KSG because from the replay we can see they did really well. They did extremely cautious, or even we will put a question mark on it. Is it like extra cautious, right? Because they are holding the advantage for over like 20 minutes, but one lasting fight, boom, collapse.
Top tier teams going at it, and I'm loving how competitive this game has been between these two KPL Titans. You look at these plays. It's just back and forth. Two sides coming in from two teams. But let's pass it over to the panel with Rain Day to check out what exactly went down in this game 2.
Well, you guys said it best. It takes a Titan to take down a Titan, and KSG get exactly what they serve back in kind. AGAL with a 22-minute victory, and they light this crowd on fire. What a moment there. Inua, 3 kills to add what was already A delicious treat here in Paris, France. You could see the reactions there. It was just the cherry on top to have the star grab the final few blows. Welcome back to the panel, Rainday, Isaac, and Holler, to talk about what was finally the end of KSG's win streak. 13 games, though. That was pretty good.
That was a long one. That was a very long one, but I am amazed. Whenever that you're in doubt, just go for Ino on the early. That man can turn things around because that is his signature hero. We knew since the beginning that that was going to be the ball game. Pass the ball to Ino, let him farm, let him get better. But whoa, Holler, the way that he turned the tide, it's crazy.
Incredible, right? Incredible play by Yanoa there. But also at the other side, if we're talking about you know, like he was the man, especially early. They were starting to roll, and then in the same way, they're like, okay, we need to shut him down. And once they did, the tables had turned.
I think that sometimes SU does not get that much love, man, because he's in such a competitive team. Like, he's got Silence, he's got Juhao, he's got Liu Lang. But Yu's top level, man. Like, he's a baller as well.
That Chano was incredible. 5-1 for most of the game.
Yeah.
There were a lot of moments that centered around him. I know we'll take a look at it, but yet again, it was a little different from the start to the end. These two teams finding ways to be competitive, but also in different moments, KSG out in front this time around, and it was AG all on the back foot.
Yeah, all on the back foot. I mean, it seemed like AG were like, how do we get back in this game? It seemed like KSG had all this momentum, but at the end, when you're able to extend the game, slow the game down as much as possible, get to a Tempest Dragon, what is going on here?
And that is the beauty about AGAL, man. That's why we love watching their games, because you never know exactly what's going to happen. It's never that easy just to say like, oh no, they're losing by 10 minutes, 13 minutes. It's going to be for KSG. Now AG can always turn it around.
There were so many moments. I got to see what you prepped for us on the Telestrator, Holler, because, I mean, from Tyrant kills to Overlords to Tempest Dragons, every big objective fight turned into what was a decision that turned the tide of the game.
Yeah, and let's go to this one right here as we go into the first one. This is going to be the earlier piece. You know, he's thinking, oh, he's on this early, he's going to be fine. He just barely gets hit by that Destiny encounter. Ensure that they get to the first blood, really setting the tone for this game early.
And that in that moment is just a moment when Ino's whole strategy starts falling apart, right? Like, because they started roaming around so they can actually share gold all together. Him falling in there just kind of just makes them go all the way behind.
And as we hop into the second one, this is kind of the start. There were a lot of big team fights, and they started with the big neutrals here. This was that Tyrant moment. Shuai with that amazing steal. No smite. It's just like, hey, I'll just basic attack that one, ensure that he gets it. But then the control that you're seeing, a little bit of revenge in the sense that AGAL were able to kind of bounce back, do some work on their own end, and KSG just barely surviving on this
Up until right there, it was just a game of rotations. If I want to defend something, I'm going to have to let something go. And it was just the way that KSG was playing up until then, right? Like, the Tyrant falls because Ino does not have the red, but wow, he comes back on the 1v1 against the channel.
Yeah, he came back, right? It was almost like revenge. Just like, I need to take down Inu before he goes. But that was a nice one. As we hop into the other one, yet another fight around the big Overlord here. And this is a huge one. Shen getting the steal, getting the take. And again, the team fights where Zoe finally gets the better of Juhao, is able to take down this Ogryn, and things were kind of looking a little precarious for KSG as Silence gets taken down as well. He had so much control throughout.
It was such a long fight. I think that this one just went like for about like a minute long. They come over here, and then in there, like, you can see how you in there, after taking the double kill in there, he puts a target on Inua's early.
Yeah, and also Zoe just kind of sticking around a little too long, invading behind enemy lines. Probably not the greatest of positions as he paces.
He's trying to get the blue, man. Like, he's like, okay, we lost that fight. Let's try to get something around. Trying to go for a Azure Golem.
Yeah, and as we go into this one, it's going to be the final one. This is the Tempest Dragon. Of course, this is going to be highlight reel. The perfect play by Ron with that pushback, creating space for Zoe to take the Tempest Dragon, and then from then on out, it's just a snowball from there.
Holler, I think that they didn't want to actually fight that Tempest Dragon.
Yeah.
They just wanted to kite a little bit, just to kind of just try to get AG to come in. They wanted to lure AG a little bit in so they could actually take on the fight. But the problem is that they kite for so long time that the Tempest Dragon, the HP bar goes so low that then they're like, okay, seems like we're gonna have to commit. And when they committed, AG just took it from them.
There were actually, it was almost 3 for 3 when it came to objectives. Big objectives. You talked about the Tyrant, the Overlord, Tempest Dragon. It was all AG. But the moments that KSG clawed it back was what they could get after that. You and on the Chano getting a double kill after that Overlord fight. Yes. And then even then towards the end, you're thinking KSG are kind of in the gold lead. They have an opportunity to keep this up. That Tempest Dragon, though, I think showcased a little bit of the strength of the new WA pick as well. She was baiting and waiting and saying, keep going, keep going. I got my ult, I'm ready to go, Holler. But, you know, that one I loved how she shifted away and then said, let me actually do the damage onto your players so that now we can just win the fight and run it down.
Of course, of course. The positioning is so key, especially in that Tempest Dragon. Nobody needs to get caught out, but to Isaac's point, that was on bar in the sense that, hey, they were trying to go for the Tempest Dragon. At the same time, KSG was like, I don't want to do this. They're like afraid of commitment at the end of the day.
We talked about the mid laners at the beginning, right? Like just that matchup between Shang and Liulang. And if the first one for Liulang, this one's got to be for Shang.
I think so, for sure.
Because the new one is the one thing that just keeps the high ground standing right over there. If the high ground turrets are still standing over there, then the problem is that the Guan Yu cannot cope from behind, cannot find the flank, so then KSG does not have access to the high ground, cannot actually go and finish the game, pushing us all the way to 23.
Which was very different from how this game was going, where Silence was always on the prowl. He's always on the flanks, always trying to find that little place. But he got caught out. Everybody was right in front of AGAL, and they have a tremendous burst, and they were able to just push everybody aside.
If you add that to the complexity of, okay, we got to wait for this new we don't want her to steal it, or the way that Shuai was playing that and getting those last hits, just his positioning, then you kind of almost, with KSG, have to slow down. You have to respect it. You can't necessarily rush into it. So it's interesting to see them kind of bouncing back and forth, saying, man, the tempo of these objective fights are very hard for us to manage.
Randy, we're going all the way to 20 minutes in game 1 and game 2, man. Like, this is gonna be a long day, but I'm here for every single game of it.
I can't wait. This is so exciting, and we see both teams now evened up. No one's on a win streak anymore. Well, I guess AGAL technically is, but both KPL teams in this tournament taking a loss. I wouldn't have it any other way for our grand finals. It's 1-1. Time to see who will take the edge yet again with Nora and Saki.
Thank you, Rain Day and the panel. I'm stoked because I think this is one of the first few series that we have that's going neck and neck in our playoffs. And of course, it's in the grand finals.
And I mean, everything just being so uncertain since the result comes out, right? Just like a lot of back and forths are actually happening during that team fight. And also the last Tempest Dragon fight to secure the victory goes to AG for game 2.
I like that uncertainty here because it's not just farming and not fighting, but it's about both teams fighting neck and neck, back and forth for control. And you won't know who will win until the 20th minute mark. Tempest Dragon, that was a legendary match in game 2. But refresh your mind, both teams are 1-1 now, and we have to start off with the pick and bans coming in from AG on the blue side and Kuaishou Gaming on towards the red side.
And you know, that's the time that we brought this to the table, that since we are doing the global ban pick, right? And AG, they are using some safe cards. For example, they picked out Zhuangzi and also Musashi. That's kind of saving cards. But on the side of KSG, 2 compositions that they used are quite expensive.
I like that, right? It's about planning your draft going into a BO7. You don't want to show all your cards in game 1 and game 2. Then your coaching staff, your players like, now what?
Now what? So, now what for KSG? Is there any surprising hero that they may offer to us in game 3?
Hey, this was reminiscing, right? Like, I've seen this early Zhangwei in game 2 on the same side, but this time it's coded in Kuaishou Gaming's names.
Yeah, and I mean, like, AG on the other side, they pick out this Aoyin. Aoyin can be really well-rounded in this patch, I guess.
I feel so as well. It's a very strong lane hero. You can actually self-sustain in lane. You can play strong, you can play weak. It's really situational on what AGAL wants to be playing for, and that's a really early priority going over to side of Fatih. I remember in KPL, Fatih or Cao Cao is always used against the early in that specific matchup, right?
Yes, not even mention to last year when AG went to the Ultimate Battle play against TT Global, the top laner that they picked was Fatih.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, that is a whole other story, right? Ultimate Battle is still so far away. I want to get back into that later on. But I'm interested to see what sort of game strategy that KSG is actually building for themselves. I like the Haya.
I like
Liu Lang has been one of the key playmakers with Silence in game 2. And if you give him a Haya and you go for those aggressive engages, that could be a very huge marker for KSG to find tempo in this game 3.
And because of the fatigue and the idea just kind of denied the potential Lapu Lapu or Guan Yu, right, to be the counterattack towards this Haya. So I would think this Haya can be really smart as the 3rd pick on the side of KSG.
It also forces the side of AG is like, hey, you want to pick the Agudo, but you won't have a tank. So maybe you have to burn through the floorborne tank, something like that, to potentially look to tank against this Haya. So it's really smart drafting coming in from Kuaishou Gaming, and I like it a lot from Coach Ziqi.
But still, like Agudo is an open choice, right? Well, they let Zoe to pick that Agudo or not. They're letting this Agudo out, right? Because of the tankiness that you just mentioned. It just forced AG to do a lot of poking damage instead of using their tankiness to gain division control.
Do we get a Kaiser? Do we get a Yang Jian? They do need something like that to stand in the front line. If not, there will be a zero frontline composition for AGL, which could be pretty difficult to pull off. At the very least, we do see the Valor and Charlotte being locked away. For the side of KSG, they lock in that Byron.
Well, since they locked this Byron, kind of means that a slight potential assassin jungler can be seen on the side of KSG, played by Zhihao, right? Or, on the other hand, they will only have one core, which will be Use Ali to play in this game.
That's dangerous, right? We don't ever want to see a one-core composition. It puts so much pressure on one player, and if you just poof and die in a team fight, your team will be, I wouldn't say they will lose, but they'd be in like such a defensive position.
Defensive position is it. And so I'm looking for some heroes like Jing, or even like some surprising assassin junglers played by Zhihao. But still, for Zoe, the question is that, oh, Monkey, I like it. I always gonna like a Monkey play against Haya.
How does it work?
Well, it seems like your tankiness allowing you to, even being dragged by Haya into his ulti, you are still gonna be potentially getting out and survived. At the same time, because the initiation is kind of lagged, and Monkey can't just, build that up.
And you are a tank Monkey in the front line, you can get supplemented healing coming in from Diadia's ultimate.
Yes.
So it makes a lot of sense. And the Xia late game, to give more levels over to whoever that's carrying, maybe it's Yinwo, maybe it's Ran, and then you can also reduce the tankiness from the side of the tanks coming in from side of KSG.
Oh, Luna pick! Like it! I mean, Luna always gonna be put under the spotlight, because you know that once you landing your ulti constantly and impeccably, then allowing you to win against your opponent. On the other side, wow, we know it.
We know it. We get a Luna coming in from Zhihao in this game tree. You talk about Luna. As long as you're gliding, you're finding the refreshes here, you can consistently dash around the team fights. That's what KSG is looking for this time around. Their composition is not that late game, so if KSG fumbles in the early game, that could be really punishing for Kuaishou.
And also, speak of the tolerance upon these two different compositions. On the side of AG, they're trying to build up a really solidifying late game composition, which is in their comfort zone, right? But on the side of KSG, it's kind of give a lot of pressure on Zhihao, right? Whether this Luna can play well or not, just being so deciding in game 3.
You can only find out in this stalemate. Currently, it's 1-1. In this best of 7s, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Paris, France, with the Esports World Cup, holding on this Honor of Kings 2026 World Cup, and we are going into game 3 between AGAL and Kuaishou Gaming.
Well, I mean, game 3 is going to be quite peaceful in the early game, since they are along a lot in the late game.
Early game aggression coming in from Ran, but he's taking a lot of damage coming in from you, so that's a bit of a win coming in from AG.
Yeah, I mean, like, they traded for the skills that Kuaishou Gaming has, so yeah, definitely. And also, because of Liu Lang's rotation, just make sure that they will have those advantages being built on the top side of the map.
And Nora, I'm loving the vibe here at the venue. Here you can hear the drums, you can hear these slogans coming in from both teams. They're just cheering on for their favorite players, favorite teams, all the way from different regions, different continents of the world.
And you know what? It's kind of like a ritual when you're seeing KPL teams playing, right? Those fans are actually just hitting those drums, waving the flags, and also cheering for their favorite teams. And also, a lot of fans are actually flew all the way back from China to here in Paris.
That's the lovely part. The community unity, that is what we're looking for here. And back in towards this game itself, KSG, very early game aggression, locking Ran ready from this minion wave here. So this is going to be really difficult for Ran. You want to fight his skill towards the late game, so you can't allow him to continuously take blows on his face.
And because of the KSG's reading, right, they know that they need to suffocate this farming pace on Ran. That's the reason
for resetting. Luna coming in, just finding the first blood on Taurus Try in that first play. This is going to be big. No Purify for the upcoming minute. He will be the prime target that's being taken down. Silence, he has no flash. He's being poked down. But the nice flash engage on Taurus Silence, but they don't find a finishing damage. Liu Lang has to force away towards safety. So they disengage and they are out of it.
I mean, like everything just being put in such an explosive way. That was the initiation coming from Zhihao's Luna getting in.
Oh, Dream Realm forces away. They do manage to steal away the Azure Golem. This is a big momentum coming in from KSG. Liu Lang doesn't have the ultimate. He might be taken down. Zoe gets the kill on towards this side of Kuaishou Gaming's mid lane. This opens up entirely that bottom side and also the Tyrant, but they need to defend it Azure Golem first.
I mean, with one man fell down, with numbers in disadvantage, AG still make it as a counter-attack.
How did they even find that angle here? We need to take a replay later to see what exactly went down. But with that play itself, it was just marvelous. Look, losing Diadea, but still managed to find an engage over to side of Azure Golem.
Just check out Monkey and also Ziya's poking damage, and also Liu Lang's ulti has been dragged out, has been denied, so that's kind of just give the slight window open for AG.
Wow, Sheng on that Ziya was just insane. That pixel perfect knockup, just removing Liu Lang from the equation was so remarkable because we talk about it, right? Haya needs to find the momentum. If you can't find the momentum on Haya and you have no goal, you might be locking yourself into a death zone 1v1.
So in case of that, KSG is trying to accelerate in their pace, and they are taking the Tyrant down.
Nice refresh coming in from Zhihao. Rider Alpers locking on Yino. Yino has to go on towards his dragon to escape towards safety, but no one is picking up Shuai. Shuai is the first one to fall. 4 members hovering around Zoe near this Moonscape Mirage. He's out of the picture. He's being poked low, but there's no ultimate coming in from Zhihao, but it doesn't matter. Yu takes another kill on towards Zoe, pushing KSG further in head.
It's gonna be a 0-2 trade. After KSG lost the last team fight, they just instantly pull themselves together and just play around this secured Tyrant play because they know that they're capable enough to do so if they got the early and jumps ulti with them.
What? The momentum is shifting really fast between these two teams. 1 second is a left-hand jab coming in from AG. The next second is a right-hand jab coming in from KSG.
You could never know.
Not backing down whatsoever.
Yeah. You can never know what's gonna happen, right, in the future play. But right now, the thing is that the game is quite in favor of KSG in this certain stage.
At 1,000 gold lead, they are looking to potentially invade this Azure Golem. Silence is in place, but you know what? They respect it. They give them room to play.
And also, they're letting this early play so well at the bottom. You just having his fun, having his good time, and also keep pressuring on both side lanes.
I like the matchup between Aoyin and also the early, but okay. I would say that Aoyin wins the lane, but when it comes up to the mid game, Arlie is just such a better V1 pushing tower.
Especially with this red buff, right? Always feeding to this early, allowing them to do so. So it's gonna be a little bit tricky on AG. How they're gonna handle this kind of situation, this kind of aggression showed by KSG so far.
They need to slow it down. They have very good late game on towards side of Ron, Sheng, and Yino. They just need more time to scale. For KSG, they need to step on the pedal and force more plays and silence. Oh, that's a lot of damage in towards that face.
Trading a lot of HP, trading a lot of poking are actually can be seen on the side of AG.
Nice refresh coming in from Zhihao. They are finding Zoe. Zoe has no ultimate yet. Rider Alphas locks him in place. They find the first kill on towards the AG jungle. Meanwhile, Ron gets locked in towards a 1v1.
It's gonna be a 1v1 and it seems very decent right now. Everybody just waiting outside of this ulti and wait for this secured kill upon Ren. Deny him. It's gonna be another 0-2 trade on the side of KSG. And it's not gonna be the end. They come in A, force out this Aoi's ulti and take that tier 1 tower down. They got everything that they want on the side of KSG.
Big wins across the board for Kuaishou Gaming. They're just feeling it in this game number 3. They are locking in that goal lead comfortably well. And you take down Ron, you take down Zoe. You won't have any front line to pace towards these team fights.
And because of the flexibility and those mobility that KSG's individual hero has, allowing them to separate the whole battlefield. You can see like Zhihao just playing in such a deft way, right? Dash in, dash out. It's kind of kiting out a lot of members on the side of AG.
So this last pick Luna has been remarkable because when Yino or Shuai uses their ultimate or their crowd control, there won't be actual CC crowd control in stopping Zhihao from dancing in these team fights.
And right now it's gonna be the ulti upon this monkey. Everybody just gonna wait for it. It's gonna be Zhihao getting in, baiting out a lot of HP first. and trying to secure this monkey pick.
Untitled Outburst tagging on towards the backline. Zoe gets locked down by the initial pick. He will be the sacrificial lamb for the side of AGAL. But they came what they are coming for. They take the tier 2 and they are looking for more.
And you know what? That's the best thing when you're playing this high in advantage, because you can just easily initiate whatever you pick in front of you. Neither it's gonna be a Fatih, neither it's gonna be a Didier, neither it's gonna be the monkey, because you know that the vision control and also the crowd control allowing you to secure that kill that you want.
Liu has been so active on the map. Yeah, he died once, but ever since that death, he's just finding plays after plays, pickoffs after pickoffs, securing comfortable positioning in team fights for you and also Juhao.
So just check the goal difference, right? KSG already got 3,000 goal lead, which seems really optimistic to them.
We've been here before, Nora. Every time we talk about a goal lead for a team, somehow, some way, the other team will find a comeback here. So I'm gonna wait for the 10th minute shadow objective to see who can find that miracle play.
I mean, right now AG is trying to buy them more time, taking those neutral objectives, trying to make sure that they won't fall behind much. Speaking of this goal difference,
they need AGAL Ran or the side of Zoe to find you in the backline. If you is removed from the teamfight pool, then maybe AGL has a shot for this 10th minute. Because you see, the vision line that's being put on by KSG, you're not allowing AG to trade the objective nor go for the 50-50 fight.
And right now, as you can see, Shen is granting on Ino's Aoying. Make sure that Aoying can be very outstanding in the late game.
Yeah, just giving him that level breaking point. Right? As 10 minute arrives, the Shadow Tyrant is immediately rushed down by KSG. This is their tempo and they're feeling really good about it. With a 3,000 goal lead, they just need to push AG back into their base, get their jungle, get their towers, and slowly but surely choke AG from any single resource.
All right, so again, the same question. They try to push forward steadily, but this time, will they be extra cautious? Because we see what happened in game 2, right?
You have to be extra careful in the high ground is what you mean, right? I think that's definitely going to be a game changer.
I feel like you need to be decisive once you got gold in lead, right? You won't just, let AG to farm up until again to the Tempest Dragon. Then everything just gonna even up. Will be at exactly the same stage again.
The next 3 minutes is crucial moments for Kuaishou Gaming. They need to find cracks in the shield or the armor coming in for AGAL, and they just need to push it through and get this game 3.
But right now, as we can see, AG's positioning right there, let Shen this Ziya to use his long attacking range, try to make some pokes happen.
Nice Howl to rotate towards the bottom side, find a bit of a tower damage. Unbridled Outburst towards the backline, finds on towards Zoe, but they take the tier 3 and it's time to evacuate for KSG because there's another Overlord just waiting for them in that top river. Such a beautiful rotation coming in from Kuaishou.
This is a trick that they did, and also this is some improvement that made compared to the last game that they played. All right, it's gonna be an ambush because they know that AJ is looking for this red buff.
They're not giving it any single shot in actually getting that red buff here. So for Kuaishou Gaming, they're just playing their cards correctly, not giving any room of comeback for AGL as of this point.
And I mean, we speak of the double cores on the side of KSG that will be this Luna and also this Arlie. And with a goal difference, each of them has 2,000 gold lead against their opponent.
How do you come back from this? Is it going to be a miracle play from Ron? Is it going to be a miracle play from Zoe? You need something from AGAL to find a pickoff potentially on you, on Jihao. That is the angle that they're looking for, but who can set it up?
Well, I feel like the very first thing is going to be the items, right?
Okay.
Because right now, just got his 3 items, which allowing him to do some of the burst damage, especially check out use items. There's no armor defense can be seen from his item build, so that might be the window open for Ino to make something happen.
Yeah, if he misplays, if he uses his Maple Dance by mistake, then Ino might be able to take down you in those exchanges. I like that optimism here coming in for AGAL. They need to find that moment, but for now, we're just waiting for the minion wave to march in from all 3 lanes.
Especially on the top lane, they unleash the vanguards on the top lane. It's gonna be the silence flash in.
No flash on towards Sheng. They're looking for a refresher, but Jihao misses the ult coming in on the
that was really close.
But Stry goes very, very low. So that top tier 3 will be given over to side of KSG. Meanwhile, Liu Lang finds the isolation against Fatih in that 1v1 Moonscape Mirage. Outside of this, a nice Unbridled Outburst to zone them away. Damage galore from the side of you. Yu is still fighting for more targets, but Yino towards the side lanes. Will he be going in with the infinite bases? He is looking to chase, but he changes his mind to back off towards safety as the Overlords are marching.
But I feel like no sign for
they might be going for the game winning push. They take down Sly, and they are looking at the crystal here. Game tree goes over to the side of Quiet Show Gaming in a clean fashion.
I mean, like how decisive they are in Game 3. I most thought they might retreat, go for more gold, go for more vanguards. But as they spot out that, okay, all 3 high ground tower has been taken down, and still the vanguards are holding on to it. They're just being so committed to gain this Game 3.
Yu has been impeccable in this game tree. His early has been amazing, and he found multiple fights, surviving those, and dropped so much DPS against the members of AG. And don't get me started on Jihao. His Luna was just a sightseeing activity that you can do in Paris.
I mean, like around this 5 minutes mark, I most thought like maybe Jihao might fail down because his ulti has been denied. But after that, you can see this deciding team fight, which we are showing right now in the replay, allowing them to do the initiation, right, separately and take members on the side of AG one by one down.
And panel, I know you're stoked as well for this BO7 here. Right now, KSG is in the lead. Do break it down for us to see how AGL can make a comeback.
Well, thank you so much. It's a tall task, that's for sure, as about 13 minutes and 30 seconds go by before KSG claims the lead yet again. 2 wins out of 3, and they're back in front here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Isaac and Gene, you know, this is one of those games, those series that feels like it's got epic written all over it. One team jumps out in front, the other team says, no, not so fast. It's beautiful.
I am really entertained right now because it is just coming and going, right? Like we already be talking about that when we have KPL teams in here. But this one just feels a little bit short. I like 20-minute games. I don't know about you guys.
It's true. You had to put your jacket back on faster than normal. You were like, I'm used to waiting 8 more minutes here.
you caught me there.
Yeah. No, but I mean, to Isaac's point, we wanted the epic games, right? And I think that this one was more of Kwaishu Gaming just being like, hey, let's hold the line. Let's play our play style. Let's be aggressive and just take over this game. Juhao, absolute monster game. So much control. Liu Long with the backup as well as use damage. Oh my gosh, this was amazing.
I think that it was a matter of understanding the power spikes.
True.
Sometimes we just do not use those power spikes, and that's something that people need to understand. The Luna has such a big advantage in terms of items, in terms of gold, before the other side, before AGAL can actually start creating the Succubus Cloak in order to create just kind of like magic defense. That Luna just is flying around dealing damage, man. So that's why in between the 10-minute mark and the 13 mark, when the first Succubus Cloaks come out, is Juhao's game. Is just flying around,
taking over. And I think on the other side, if you're talking about Zoe on the Menki, he's a tanky hero, but he was not really tanky because Juhao was just kind of getting it right in his face, taking him over, just like steamrolling, if you will.
Completely agree.
It was a last pick. It was a pick that got the green room excited. We were back there for a few moments as well, not as long as we anticipated, but had a chance to go back there for a second. And I think you could see the impact that it had. You talked about timings. You talked about Lulang and Shang in the mid, but this was not their game to decide the fate. It was actually Juhao's game. And as you guys have some clips to talk about this and dive a little bit deeper, talk to me about the impact of this hero and the way that KSG used their timings well.
This is exactly what they started with. Juhao up in front, taking them down, and they would get first blood. They would walk away on this one. Not too much to watch on this because, again, it just started that a little bit of that early game lead.
I think that in this moment is just exactly when they want to start taking the fight, right? Like they want to start just taking in, trying to be a little bit more aggressive than AGAL.
Yeah, Juhao though, not playing scared. And this is another one. Again, it starts off with Juhao just forcing it out. But Liu Long, that was the secondary catch. When they found one, they usually ended up getting a secondary one.
Yeah.
And it kind of started with like, they would, again, just kidnap him away, Liu Long, and then Zoe, he has nowhere to go. He had a rough time to get anything going in this one.
And it was the story that kept repeating through this whole game number 3, right? Like just Zoe just being initiated and then not being able to use his ultimate to fly out because he actually used it to enter in the fight.
True. And as we go into the another one where it kind of, again, just started, they found Zoe, and then they would kidnap somebody else. That's usually how the MO was. Like every single time. 2 kills, it got them going. And again, when you have these advantages, you create all that space. When you have a 2-man advantage, you're able to take towers very easily.
That ability for the Heya just to be able to break the team apart is exactly what KSG was looking for. The BP for AG just wanted to just be able to deny that, but they were unable just to do that because Zoe was always caught.
Always caught, right? And that was the frustrating part, where this is the final push. When you just see just how much space they had, they were able to be aggressive, but Ju Hao was just on another level. This is 13 minutes.
Of course.
And he was just all the way in the back line. It's like, oh, what can we do? How do we deal with them? And they were thinking about doing like a little bit of a retreat, if you will, but they're like, no, KSG, well, let's end it.
They knew that they needed to do it right over there, man. We were talking about power spikes, and it was right over there. If they would have just gone back, most likely Ju Hao's Luna might have just lost the power spike. It would have allowed AG more time for them to turn things around, and they did not want to allow that to happen.
They had such a great presence in game 2, and it was objectives. But, you know, you talk about 13 minutes. We didn't get to half of the objectives that we had in game 2 because it was over so fast and the pressure was so on. They were dealing with those tier 3 towers half the time on defense. And so now you look at how do you start aggressively enough as AGAL to get back into a place where you feel confident. The game they got 2-0 up in the Clash lane over Silence. Of course. They actually didn't win that game. And so to me, what's the secret of success for AGAL to try to bounce back here? Because we've seen a long game go their way, but when it's been early, it's been pretty much KSG finding that little advantage.
This was one of the very methodical games that we have always seen from KSG, right? Like this is just textbook KSG every single weekend over there in KPL. It's just understanding, all right, what do I need to fight for? The Luna needs the blue buff, so we're gonna protect that blue buff. We need to have the Tyrant buff for damage. Okay, we're gonna go and protect the Tyrant. And then they just finish in so quickly, man. Like they come in, they start snowballing a complete avalanche.
Is it delaying, maybe? Yeah, Holler. Yeah. Is it just rushing that Clash lane, getting that early lead yet again for Rand, trying to figure out a way to be more successful and keep that tempo theirs?
I think that when you see aggression at you, you got to be aggressive yourself.
Right.
I think it starts with the draft. I think the Menki, but probably, I mean, it does have its play, but I think in this case they need to kind of consider a different, like a faster lineup, if you will, to give themselves a much better chance here.
You know, I hate to even talk about the scenario because I do not want it to happen. But if you're in the woods and you see an animal that you don't want to mess with, that's aggressive, a bear, a mountain lion, one of the things to do is kind of you back up. But if they get close, you jump back at them. You say, I'm big, I'm loud, this is me. I think the idea, at least from an eye test and somebody who's coming into HOK this week, is that KSG, when they set the tone, when they set the tempo, and they play their game, they are nearly impossible to beat.
All right, but if I see a bear running at me, I'm running the other way. I'm not yelling.
You're just running.
I'm just scared, brother.
Gotta depend on the color of the bear, right? Yeah. You gotta know that. That's common knowledge.
Hey, in my world, if it's yellow, it's Winnie the Pooh, and then you're at a fun place, right? My daughter's around. That's a good bear. We're gonna go to that one as well. Okay, this is a very, very big moment for AGAL because if they win this one, they tie it back up. We have one of the best sets we probably have seen setting up for the KPL and here in France. But if they don't, they go 3-1 down, and that could spell doom for the supporters. They are going to need all of the fans that they can get. That's why we set up this piece, the Saudi supporters for AGAL.
然后我最支持的选手是长生，因为我也是玩中单的，我是玩杨玉环的。然后长生，我感觉他今天拿出杨玉环或者拿出王昭君就是1分。
一诺加油
！AG 加油，一定会赢的，4比0他们。
在现场感觉超级燃，然后希望 AG 可以比赛加油，拿下总冠军。希望一诺可以比赛加油，在赛场上发挥的超级棒。一诺加油！
然后今天是我们第一天来这个 EWC 比赛，然后看 KPL 的选手，然后大家打的都很好，然后外卡队今天打的也就是比我想象中的要厉害很多。然后AG 我们选选手是我朋友比较喜欢一诺， 然后我是团队都可以看一看，然后包括中医长生也都可，还有大帅吧，然后辅助也很厉害，然后加油是吧？给AG家那就是心怀荣耀，然后勇往直前。
Hello， 这次来巴黎来看 EWC 比赛是一个其中很大的原因。然后我是来支持成都 AG 超运会的，也就是 AGAL。然后我从2020年开始看 KPL， 然后支持一诺已经6年了，所以希望这次他们可以 defend their titles， 然后 AG 加油。
China is home to the best Honor of Kings players in the world.
Pressure at its peak for AGAL. Everything comes down to their captain.
I love you, family.
Two-1 to KSG, and many people, many analysts think it was all thanks to Ju Hao. What a performance there in that game 3.
Man, Ju Hao, he is the first pick of the 2025 draft. You know that he just set up over there the record for the draft, man. Like it was 6.5 million renminbi that the KSG paid. That at that moment, Jindong Gaming paid for Ju Hao to be able to be part, setting up the record for the highest pick.
6.5 million anything is pretty impressive.
That's about $1 million, man.
Wow.
That is a lot of money.
Gene, one day we can hope to be there, huh?
Yeah, hopefully somebody will be looking to spend that money for me, right? You know, I'm just waiting in the line.
We'll get there one day. All right, Ju Hao, you might have us beat for now, but we'll see if you can keep in the lead against AGAL as we send it back over to Sagi and Nora.
Welcome back to the casting desk, Nora. I gotta say, Kuaishou Gaming is looking hot. Right now, they're 2-1 in this best of 7 series against none other than AGAL defending champions.
Yeah, and you know, it just reminds me about the backstories about these two teams. Actually, for KSG, the first time when this team getting into the final back in KPL was the game played against AG back in 2024 summer season. That final, they lost it against AG, and that was the start of AG's consecutive championship. So, you know, like, there's like a bound between there, right? And in this year, actually, in the summer season right now, recently, KSG played against AG twice and they lost twice. But it seems like right now they got 1 point advantage. They're ready to make revenge.
It's fate, right? Like you mentioned, the history of AGAL's win streak starts from that specific series that they won and coming towards here. Yeah, AGL didn't have the best of the best years, but they are looking to resurge with this win. So they need this BO7. KSG also needs it. So it's a battle of who gets it first.
And when we're stepping into, you know, game 3, game 4, game 5, then I'd like to highlight one mid lane, which will be very important. Exactly, and also Lorien. Like, these two is going to be the vying points from now on.
They have to ban it away, right? I am loving the Mai Shiranui here. There is actually a lot of highlight reels of Sheng on that Mai Shiranui. If you need him to stand up, usually we see either Mai or Princess Frost, right?
Yes, Mai and Princess Frost, and also this Mai allowing them to initiate, especially combined with this Anat ulti.
And it has been a fantastic pick for us towards the entirety of this Honor of Kings World Cup. At first we were like, oh, it's just another soft and squishy roamer. But as we pace into the playoffs, more of the flash engages coming in from all the roamer players here. And Shuai is known for his aggressive roamer playstyle in the KPL. So I think Annette is a perfect fit for him.
Especially, it's going to be a perfect counterattack towards all those controllability that we can see on the side of KSG, right? Dharma and also this Moses ulti just let them to complete the wombo combo. That would be quite threatening on the side of AG.
It will be threatening, right? They need to play with caution, especially when we talk about Mozi, this hero, right? Yeah. It doesn't have the most crowd control if you're not in melee mode on the ultimate, but if you land it from afar and you poke out Shuai on this Annette, that could be devastating because Annette, in the end of the day, it doesn't have heals.
Yes, and because of Annette's feature, actually we analyzed a lot, and so does AG's. Wow, this time they are turning into a totally different playstyle. They're picking out all those individual potential playing hero. in their composition, right? This Mai and also Umbrosa, they really need some tank hero in front of them.
Yeah, very late game as well. Umbrosa, Floorball, Marksman, these heroes need to farm into 10 minutes with 3 items, then they come online. So I like your point. They need a tank hero, potentially something like the
Kaiser, maybe?
Kaiser that they haven't used. So those heroes are sufficient because you see, Ogren has been banned, Yang Jin has been banned, so maybe the Kaiser, maybe the Dun.
Yeah, that is going to be very possible. But as you can see, when we're stepping into the late game of the draft, KSG is directly restricting Zoe's hero pool, right? Three junglers has been banned away, but we only got like 4 vacancy as for those picks.
Yeah, 3 jungles banned on the left side, and then you look on towards the right side. Neza is banned, Pei is banned. The pool of heroes is just starting to diminish for the side of AGAL, and they're really in need of a tanky hero in the jungle. We can only look to Kaiser and Dun. Those are the 2 available ones.
Here we go. And because of this spot out, this Agudo pick by Juho, right? This time actually KSG also trying to make some poking damage happen. You can see this time KSG also turned to another playstyle. They won't just dive right into it and try to initiate. Instead, they're trying to use poking damage done by Agudo, Mozi, and also this Yuhuan trying to, you know, shred down a bit of HP bar on the side of AG.
It's very deadly. The moment you get hit by 1 cannon blast, you might just get the whole team jumping on towards you if you're on the side of AGAL. So that mid lane 3v3 control, you have to be careful if you're on the side of AG because KSG, they are not letting you go without a fight.
But that will be very interesting to see these 2 junglers confronting each other because the only way that you need to, to get away from this Agudo's pushing strategy is trying to make some early invasion happen. Not even mentioned you are playing some hero like Kaiser, right? You can sneak into the opposite side, but it's pretty much like a mental play that we might see in the other stage.
Well, we have seen those 2 plays before coming in from the previous series in the semi-finals here, but let's jump back into the grand finals. Kuaishou Gaming currently leading this best of 7 with a 2-1 lead against their opponents, AGAL and AG. They need to bring it back, and the fans know it. They're channeling their energy into AG players to make that grand comeback.
Only 1 game away on the side of KSG to reach their match point, and well, AG even it out.
Well, the drums are speaking a lot. They are actually funneling that energy here. AG knows where they are coming from because we've seen this before. KSG pushing AG to their limits, and if AG are at their limits, that's where they pop up and come back in the series. That's what I want to see. Maybe a full best of 7. Oh, Ino going so low. You just takes him down in towards that bottom lane. They do trade it, but Zoe having to give up his jungle control all the way to the top side. He's slow in the jungle right now.
I mean, already can feel the vibe about those confronting on both side lanes. You can see like you actually playing so committed these days.
Black Splash engage coming in from Liu Lang, catches on towards Su. Sheng is so low, but Juhao, fortunately, for the side of AG, he's not level 4 yet.
But still, it's going to be a fair HP trade and also skill trade in favor of KSG, right? Because Agudo already being farmed up very well. He's going to accumulate his gold. And right now, it's going to be another solo happening at the bottom. You can see like Yu is playing extremely aggressive, especially when he's stepping into the final and play against plays like Ino.
And Ino is being pushed under the tower by the aggressive play, and with Juhao coming over here, potentially we might see the tower going down really swiftly in towards the later stages of the game.
I mean, it can be very painful during the laning. So Shuai definitely will be there trying to secure Ino's farming pace, right? You can't just let this global marksman to be so squishy in the early stage.
Yeah, you just need to make sure that he scales towards the mid game and then comes online. But look at the replay. I think what happened is LFF poking down Ino. Ino cornered into a 2v1, getting shut down by the fatal arrows. Fortunately, at the very least, it's a 1-for-1 still. It's okay.
Yeah, because you just break out his flash, right? Flash in and make the tower down happen.
Topside 1v1, Ron and Silence trading very aggressively between this early game matchup here.
Early game went very peaceful, everything just underneath the water. They're preparing for the potential initiate, which will be given from Shen's Mai. Sneak into the opposite side and try to make the tower dive. Everyone's backing Ino off and try to flash in. Take Yu down. Yu is just buying himself more time, but 1v4, that's too much for him.
Timer collected by AGAL. Yu only had his flash after he died. Such a smart and disciplined play coming in from AGAL, and they make it. We're elevating pressure for the shoulders of Ino. This is what you need to do.
And I do like the tactic that they are doing right now, right? The execution. You make the group hunt to be possible, which allowing you to even up your bottom laning.
So let's take a look at the replay here. As you can see on your left side, Yu doesn't have flash, and he gets pushed by 4 members all the way to the right side. Meanwhile, this is happening. Ron is playing so safe in that top
Yeah,
side.
I do like the detail that you mentioned, right? He's only like 2 seconds away his flash. That was really close. But those precise chance that they find out just even up the bottom laning. But still, KSG used this Agudo. Agudo already farmed out very well. I feel like the pushing strategy, the poking strategy will be the thing for KSG to do from now on.
And Kaiser has been an interesting pick, right, Nora? We've seen both of these two junglers play a lot of Kaiser during the semifinals, and they had a fantastic performance with this. So coming in towards this game, top side, Silence has to burn the flash, so that won't be available for the next upcoming few plays. Zoe going very aggressive in towards the jungle, takes a cannon blast, but he's a tanky boy. He's just gonna walk out.
I mean, so many things happening right now on the battlefield simultaneously because we can see the HP trade at the bottom and also on the top lanings.
Okay, Tyrant being started off by the side of all gamers. They are looking to take control of this river pit. So far, we don't see Silence coming in true because he doesn't have flash, nor the true mantra. So this objective is given over freely to the hands of AGAL.
Well, since Kaiser is definitely at his power pack right now, so that's what we're talking about. Agudo needs to pushing forward. They need to...
Silence?
So, he's a little bit over.
No flash.
It's gonna be the flash, has been forced out. It's gonna be Ren still on his way chasing. It's gonna be Mai at the rear. He's coming in. Flash might be broken, but it's Agudo, but Ren comes down and denied the Dharma.
Uncharacteristic mistake coming in from Silence, and he gets punished for that. And with that, potentially they will be coming in for this Azure Golem invade. Invisible Warrior popped by Zoe. He's just pushing the side of AG to get this Azure Golem. Can they escape? Though Shy has no flash, has to go on with expending it to escape from the cannon blast. But bot side, Yu goes in for 1v1, gets kicked up by the Ryu engine, but he's looking for a 2v1. He's so low. He knows that just more finds the 2v1 outplay on towards Yu.
I mean, you're just being so aggressive, and he's trying to make those 1-1 trade against Ino happen again and again. But this time, with a backup from Shen, they make it as a 2-1.
I just saw Sheng in the top lane. How did he magically appear in that bot lane to assist Ino?
I feel like Shen is everywhere right now in the battle, right? As we back into the replay, we can see with this 1-2 versus that's too much for you to soak in.
Wow, just a very well-timed play coming in from Yino and also Sheng. And you can see the crowd cheering for that AGL, nomming on that red as well.
Yeah.
Nice engagement towards LFF. He has to burn the flash towards safety here. But a nice unending sorrow to keep them up available. But the will win. Chunks out Jihao. Jihao won't be available. Silence coming in. Takes Ron on towards the wall. Silencing him for any follow-up engage.
That was Silence choice, right? He's not really committed into taking his damage upon those backliners. Actually, he's just doing all those contributing upon Ren. Just check out the replay, right? It was really close for Ambrosia to take Agudo down, but seeing Silence coming in, the punch just directly hitting on Ren's Ambrosia.
Timing hasn't been the best for that specific play itself. Sheng went in on a nice target, forces out a flash and LFF, but Yino was taking that Crimson Gold, so that was a 4v5 in favor of Kuaishou instead.
I feel like this game can be so tight. I mean, like, the goal difference is not that big, and also you can see a lot of back and forth, and it's gonna be Shen again, trying to make a lot of things happen. That's the main feature that you want to play a Mai well.
Yeah, you just need to go through with your extra mobility, find those camping angles, and I'm liking it from Sheng. He's making his position a mystery that KSG has to solve before these team fights occur.
And speak of KSG's solution, actually check out this positioning right there. Needs to grouping up. They need to pushing together as a one group. Otherwise, how you're gonna take the towers down since you're picking out double warrior composition?
And double warrior is the thing where if you don't win in the early game, you could be heavily punished for that late game marker here. Mid lane is being chunked out really low. AGAL secures that mid lane tower. Flash engage coming in from Silence, but that's only on an Ambrosia, who still has ultimate. He pays for his life, for his over-aggression. Towards the bottom side, they're looking for an engage on towards Jihao. Jihao has to back away towards safety. He secures the Crimson Golem. He has an Auto Dominator. Nice flash coming in from LFF. We do find a fight towards the backline. Shen Ron finding the backline, but Yu just limps away with a sliver of health.
And I mean, that end up with a 1-2 trade. Again, AG just using their energy and trying to push back. That was a really nice initiation on the top side of the map, and if we check the red buff, that was a Nat getting in, and also Kaiser's ulti broke in. That was so close to take them down.
The fatal arrows coming in from you, just healing him up for that final damage tick coming in from Ron, saving himself. But this is coming in with an AG tempo. Yeah, you're talking about, yeah, it's only a 2,000 goal lead, not the end of the world for KSG, but Yino is well farmed on this Flowborn Marksman. So if he goes out of control at the 10-minute mark, it's going to be very devastating for KSG.
And also that's gonna be something for you, this Chicha, to sort
nice
out.
flash engage coming in from Sheng, but a very pixel perfect dodge from Silence to escape himself.
And check Kaiser's positioning, right? The vision control, the whole map control is right now in AG's hand.
Okay, now we're back into this footing, right? Silence finds the true punch right on towards Ron. Ron still has the ultimate. Pops the Undying and marches forward through. But Shoi comes in, finds a 3-man stun towards the backline, isolating LFF towards one side off the map. Sheng, he's looking for a play, but it's just to push the KSG members to your own top side.
Oh, I mean, like, even though there's no kills happening, but I do like the layers that they put during those teamfights, right? Just check out AG's positioning. First, the Ambrosia ulti, trade for this Dharma's ulti, and then Shui, the Nat coming in, just kind of initiate again.
And they are still putting more pressure here on towards Kuaishou Gaming's jungle. Liu Lang comes in from the backline, wants to find a bit of a play, but Silence is so low. Kachusen doesn't land, he has to back away towards safety. AG is winning in health bars all around. They are rewarded with this bond tier 2.
But I mean that we mentioned about the late game is kind of promising on the side of AG. Not even mentioned they already got the advantage around the 10 minutes mark. So that's gonna be a huge pressure right now putting on KSG side.
But double fighters composition, they come on land 10 minutes. If they can somewhat find Yino with a Silence engage, with a Liu Lang engage, that could potentially change the entire fight for the side of KSG.
But you mentioned about a potential play, right? That relies a lot on KSG's synergy, whether they are synergized enough to take that instant kill down.
Oh, Q's face on with the Invisible Warrior. Yu is so low. He managed to get away towards safety. I can't say that for sure for LFF, but they find the truth, but a very crucial disengage coming in from Shui. Just making sure that Silence doesn't get towards the backline, unending Sorrow towards the backline, finding on towards Ron, but Ron is still healthy. Ron has the ultimate. He's coming back up, flashes away. This is a handshake, but Juhao still wants more. Both teams expending a lot of spells. LFF, where are you going, buddy? This is not your push. But they shake hands, they back up. Only Yino is taken down at the crucial 10-minute mark.
I mean, KSG did such a nice job before the 10 minutes mark. They just ambushing it, and can you believe that it was Yu Huan, this Liu Lang, trying to circle the whole team fight, the whole engagement, and get them the chance to take the Tyrant down.
The 10th-minute flip coming in from both teams. Zoe gets sent back towards the wall, takes a cannon blast towards the face, and he is being chased down. He's really tanky. He walks out towards safety, but still, how did they find Yino in the backline?
But I mean, like, everything just pivot, right? Once you already got the Tyrant, allowing you to do the pushing strategy, because we mentioned about the execution on KSG's side. They need to push forward, they need to poking forward, but they're suffering from all those engagement coming from AG side.
And AG, they started this Shadow Overlord. KSG doesn't want them to get it. They do secure it. Zoe in a very difficult position, gets set on towards the wall. Silence still has the ultimate here, but they all back
and
off.
And Chicha is waiting in the bushes and checking the Ambrosia breaking out. Now they trade it! It's a 1-1. Members are there. Liu Lang got the killing spree. Again, it's gonna be the ambush. It's gonna be the vision awareness.
It's the spike mail coming in from Ron, reflecting all the damage on towards you, and they equalize it once again. Goal lead is still in favor for the side of AGAL, so it's still a 50-50 game nonetheless.
And you can see it from the camera that actually audience are kind of be attracted by these kind of back and forths.
I mean, audience is attracted, I'm attracted. I'm pretty sure the panel is also attracted by how back and forth this series has been. So Sheng, he has to force the flash here, so that's going to be an important cooldown unavailable for later on.
The position is not that promising, actually. Everything could happen in 1 second. It's going to be Zoe soaking in all those damage, and right now Aguda is trying to take that Might down. He escaped away from all those enclosed by AG, and it's going to be Zoe still soaking all those damage, building up the front line for AG's side. But Everyone just retreat, holding it with composure, but Liu Lang has been taken extremely low.
How do they always do it? They always manage to escape with a sliver of health. Sheng, finding you. Oh, that was really close. But like I said, how did they keep escaping with so little health?
Yeah, I mean, like everyone's baiting and poking and trying to kite as much as possible.
Okay, AGL, they take down the mid tier 2. With the Overlords marching in, they're actually in a very comfortable position. KSG needs to repeat what they did just now. Find Yino in the backline, then they can look for more objectives. More room that they find! The drone throw in the backline, Yino gets taken down! Stry wasn't able to react towards that play. Zoe is in the backline, he isn't able to get any supplementary play, but he gets down with Yino. That's a play coming in from Silence!
I mean, that can't be the most deciding point on the side of KSG. Silence again. The man with silence, which makes the action speaks louder than words. It's gonna be the action he takes.
Look at that play coming in from Silence. Absolutely nasty from that man.
I mean, incredible coming in and just directly aiming at the backline of the core player, the only single core player on the side of AG, and take him down instantly.
It's faster than light speed right now, and AG fans, they know what happened there and they are worrying for AGL.
But actually, that is not easy for you to do so, right?
Exactly right. You need to have that split-second moment of decision-making and then pulling the trigger. It's about mental, it's about reaction, and also the execution.
Yeah, I mean, like, after that kind of execution happened, everything just gotta be in favor of KSG from now on.
Zoe just pushing the vision line so that Yino can secure this Crimson goal over here. We're back to a stalemate. I've said this before countless times. Liu Lang has to burn the unending sorrow. Both teams are setting their sight on this Shadow Tyrant.
It's gonna be the Tyrant fight again. It's gonna be Zoe breaking out his ulti coming in, looking for Yu. Yu has been taken extremely low, getting out retreat, but they trade for the ulti coming out from this Kai'Sa.
Silence is at the back. He's looking for a potential flank. Both teams, they're finding their position coming in for this bottom river. They are just waiting for an opportunity.
But I mean, the flash will be available simultaneously on this Dharma and also the Floorball Marks.
Front flashes in, finds also Liu Lang. Liu Lang has the ultimate, and the flash engage coming in from Strike, finding Liu Lang in towards the backline. Yu is finding as much as he can. He takes down Run, he takes down Shen, but towards the backline, Jihao is being marked by Zoe. Zoe wants more. Zoe wants to go to get more. He takes him down, and you have nowhere to go, and you will be taken down. Bottom wave is still available, and AGAL, they're coming for your crystal.
I mean, 2-4-4. Again, a beautiful trade made by AG. Everything just went so chaotic, but it seems like AG is trying to close out the game. LFF sacrificing himself, trying to buy his teammates more time, but still, 5 minutes to go. If Liu Lang wants to survive again, it's gonna be Eno just leading his teammates and ace the teammate. Their opponent is sending all those minions, getting in. It's gonna be an even matchup, giving it to 2-2 point.
What are we asking for? We are asking for more games, and we are going into game 5 with a 2-2 scores. The fans, they're worrying for AG, but AG, they come up once again.
I mean, they are worried about, right? Because you can't see how Silence could do that, right? They feel like, okay, is it going to be the pivot of the game 4? But AG just deny it with such a decisive team fight at last.
Ron flashing in for that play, and then Shuai comes in helping his classmate. Was probably the best play I've seen with the Liu Lang and also Silence play later on.
They play so well. I mean, both teams, all 10 players right now in the battlefield play so well. They're definitely at their best state. Check Silence firsthand in this engagement, and also Umbrosa Ran did the same at last.
It's a horror game for both you and Eno. You don't know where they're coming from those engages.
Yeah, and also check out all those top laners. They're playing so well.
Look at this Silence, man. That was just nasty coming in from the first pick of KPL.
But I mean, speak of the last big team fight, AG just scattered the whole team. And also Zoe, the Kai'Sa, soaked in all those damage coming out from KSG.
Ran just jumps in with the flash, finds the backline on towards Liu Lang, and with this, they don't have their consistent mid lane DPS in the late game. And finally, we have to check with the panel because this game got my breath away.
It took 15 minutes before Liu Lang died. And unfortunately, in that death, they won the game on the side of AGAL. It was an incredible performance, an incredible comeback, and it's brought us level after 4. Heading into game 5, we've got exactly what we want, which is more chances to play Honor of Kings.
I loved it because AG came in with a very clear plan of what they wanted to do in here, right? Like they saw that they have the 2 warriors in front of them. So they said, let's just take one of them down. Let's slow the Chicha down. And then after that, they want to have the late game damage. It was not until like that last fight over there at almost 15 minutes that used Chicha actually had some poking abilities.
Yeah, a lot of ability from you. And I mean, it was a game of all of the all-stars, all of the special guys. The reason why they're on the team, everyone stepped up. Everyone had a moment. There were so many highlights. I was like, okay, we have to cut down because of the fact that we can only have so many. But like literally, that was such an amazing game. It was so back and forth.
And it's between that 13 and 15 minute mark we've seen now 2 games in a row get decided. That final fight. It hasn't gone 20 minutes yet again. But I also, as somebody who's jumping in, you might be watching, you've seen that Motzi hero being played before, but a lot of times you're seeing it played in a different way. Talk to me what was different about that.
It was very different in this one because you have the Annette in front. And it is the problem that if you have the Annette, then you can just nullify the cannon blast coming in from the Motzi. So then your initiation, your poking ability, the fact that you're supposed to be slowing down your opposition is taken out of the table, and then that Motzi becomes pretty not as useful as before.
Definitely did struggle. I mean, his 0-2 and 9. I mean, it is a roam. It's not that, like you're not expecting like massive KDAs, but definitely behind on that one. And it was largely, I mean, the team, the way that the composition of AGAL, they nullified almost everything that was being thrown at them. I mean, even the Agudo with that push, it was just like largely like, you know, they were dealing with it quite well here.
And I think that KSG did something really well. That was just to keep that Agudo always online, right? Like they needed to protect that red buff. So it's always the Agudo making the rotations, trying to protect his jungle. They were very passive because AG had the priority over most of the resources.
Yeah, mostly. And taking over most, I mean, this game was as back and forth as you could go. It seemed like in the beginning, it started to me with the Yino versus Yu matchup. Yeah. They were trying to get the numbers advantage to ensure that they got a little bit of a lead for the farm laner, but then things kind of shifted, right? Once Zoe kind of got online, he was literally the invincible warrior on that Kaiser.
Yeah, Zoe helped drive that final team fight towards the way of AGAL. They tie it up. They're taking their little break right now. They'll be back in just a moment to play game 5, but we've got some telestrator. We have to, because that game, you know, again, it swings back and forth. This time AGAL do enough, and it takes till the very last moment to do it.
Yeah, and this is actually the beginning one where we're talking about how they were trying to focus on the farm laners as quickly as possible. Look at how deep Yu is. He should not be there behind the tower to kind of get that first blood.
And the painful part right over there is that Zoe takes that kill. And the problem is that since he's a Kaiser, then his jungle pathing should be slower than the Agudo.
Yeah, definitely.
But then taking that kill right over there gives him extra gold.
Yeah, definitely got slowed down there. And this is also just the return kill. Because, you know, whenever you're going to write a story, the sequel needs to be there with the revenge, if you will. And they finally found you on this one. But moving forward a little bit further onto this one, this is where you're kind of seeing Zoe kind of come online. He was, again, that Kaiser, or like that guy that was always in front. The KSG had to go around, but look at the flank by Liu Lang. Ensure that Yuno doesn't go home free.
It is just insane, just the way that he can just disappear from your screens for such a long time, and then just find the flank for him to come in from behind, and then just using his ultimate in between all of the AGAL backlane. It just opens up the fight for them.
Yeah, opens up everything. And this is kind of towards the later parts. Silence with one of the best plays that you will see. Again, the flash truth, all the way, the knockback, the control, everything that you want. In AGAL, they were routed at this point. Even with Zoe there, it doesn't really matter. They were able to be burned out.
I thought this was going to be the turning point. I thought that this was going to be like the moment where we were like, okay, yeah, let's just keep going all the way until the 18, 19 minutes, right?
Right. AGAL, we're like, never say give up. And this is the flash forward by Ron. You're making the play, and once you took down Liu Lang, that opened it up. I mean, Rainday rightly pointed out that was the first time he died, but that actually got everything going. The wheels were churning, if you will, and the KSG all out route. But Zoe on this one, he dodges the stun, and he continues and takes down Juhao there.
It is just so pretty, just the way that Zoe's playing on that Kaiser, right? Like, because he knows he's tanky. He is a big boy, as Zaki would put it right over there. He knows he can take the cannon blast. He can use his ultimate just to kind of nullify that, takes that last skill, and then just opens the whole bottom lane for AG just to parade it.
to me, I would be almost scared as a fan to watch this because I never feel safe. I don't feel safe if I'm a KSG fan. I don't feel safe if I'm an AGAL fan. Any moment, this game seems to swivel, and just indicated there by that last clip, it was the first time Grueling died.
It just goes, I mean, back to just like where your teammates are.
Yeah.
Are they able to kind of protect you? You got to always ensure that you're not walking in the dark, deep secrets of the streets of Paris, if you will. You got to be careful, right?
That's right. I know some people went to the catacombs, got a little scared. Don't do that in the land of the gorge. Now, I got to say, Isaac, going into this, let's kind of break down. We've seen two games, both sides. What in your eyes has kind of been the most important factor between this matchup so far on this stage?
I think that just the most important thing up until right now for everyone watching has been the opportunity of being seen like resilience right over there. Just being able to see that not all the time you need to be at the advantage. Sometimes you're going to be behind, but you need to just to have a plan to come in and try to do this. I am a little bit worried right now for KSG because they use their double warrior, and we know that AGAL does have double warrior compositions right over there that might be a very big problem for KSG forward.
Yeah, and the global ban pick actually restricts quite a bit as we're going into this one. It's essentially a best of 3. A lot of the heroes have already been selected, and we're going to see drama all the way to the end of this one.
I was going to ask about that because, you know, you saw Saki and Nora going, oh, they banned this, they banned that. There's like 2 more jungles they can pick. Kaiser's got to be, and then Kaiser gets selected. So are we worried a little bit about that, Isaac?
I would be worried about that. I would be worried about that because I'm not a coach.
Yeah.
But the coaches are not worried about that
not
because
at all.
they already have, like, I've seen their books, man. Like, their playbooks are just very thick, very deep, very complicated. I know that they're going to be fine.
You could confuse it with a dictionary or something like that. It's that heavy. So many different pages. Is this how you learn French? I mean, is this they give this to the teams to order food? No, just so you know, the food gets given to us over here. However, we still have to order. It's all luxury at EWC. They treat these players as they should be, as the stars they are. Whether you're watching at home, fans of the KPL, or you're here in Paris, France, get ready because this is now no longer a best of 7. It is a best of 3. The first to 2 more wins is going to claim this trophy. And it's time to see who takes the edge yet again. Sagi, Nora, it's your time.
Of course, you want to see who takes the edge, right, Rain Day? Because this series, who could have asked for anything lesser than this? 2-2 in towards that score. We are looking to see who is the first team to back that match point against their opponents.
Especially when we are going things like 2-2 in this best of 7 format, it just gives me a slight sense of, will we see the ultimate battle today?
颠不颠吗?
Well, it's still too early to say that, right? But match point matters a lot.
Well, what matters a lot as well is what Rain Day and the panel mentioned here. The drafting book, the strategy book coming in for the coaches here. How do you give a good composition for your team? Because for those at home or those are here who has never watched Honor of Kings Esports, we practice the global ban pick. Every series you use a hero is removed from your pool.
Yes, so in that case, you can see AG, they are using these 2 bans directly targeting at Zhuhao, right? Just ban away this pay and also Jin, which allowing him to lead the whole pace in the early stage. And as I mentioned, Lorian is definitely going to be the vying point when we're stepping into this point.
Hey, that Lorian has been amazing, right? We've been seeing it through the entirety of this tournament since day 1 of the play-ins up until the final day of the semifinals, and has been appearing in almost every single series here. But take a look at the combination from AGAL. They're like, you had your fun with Mozi the other game. Let me have it now. And we add on the Showyue for that insane lane combo against you.
I mean, like double poking, right? You can always rely on those snipers, especially you trying to win the upper hand of your HP trade. So definitely it's going to be a secure winning lane in the early stage on the side of AG.
I'm interested to see what they pick up for their tank again. Last game, they burned through the Kaiser. There's no more Monkey. Do we get an All-Grunt here or something at the very least to supplement that tankiness? Because, yeah, you have the Mozi, means that your roamer won't be a tanky hero. You need something from jungle or the clash lane to supplement it. But I like this matchup. This was introduced in the KPL, the Miyue versus the Devara matchup.
Well, it is so classic to see these two top laners play against each other back in the KPL region. And I would say Miyue will do great if you kind of just prone to let this Miyue to build up the early stage advantage. If you can do so, Miyue can be so dominating when we step into the mid game and do the splat push.
And it's one of the most aggressive team composition that I've seen that's being drafted by AGAL. Game 1 all the way to Game 4, it's always about scaling, playing mid to late game for those item power spikes. But this game around, AGAL is drafting heavily towards to winning the lane.
And also they are drafting heavily targeting at Zhihao. You can see like 4 bans upon those junglers, right? He's actually denying all those powerful junglers so far in this patch.
Hey, it's like what you mentioned, right, Nora? Zhihao is the Zhuangyuan, the first pick coming in from the last
The
year.
highest value
Yeah,
Zhuangyuan.
the highest value Zhuangyuan. So you gotta ban him away. Those 4 jungle bans is not a waste. It's a respect towards the side of KSG's jungler.
Exactly. And so does KSG. If they want to make those things happen, they need to initiate more so that they can suffocate AG from those farming pace, because the late game is going to be so scary on the side of AG.
So much damage, so much side lane pressure here. They need a front line. And Dun has been locked in for Zoe. We've seen before how Dun, this hero, is able to open up the space. Very strong early game to pressure the jungle outside of Kuaishou Gaming here. But I want to see what is the last pick here. You have a lot of mid lanes removed from the pool here.
The mid laner is definitely going to be a good counter pick, but in that case, maybe like a Hano can be possible, in my perspective, on the side of AG. But for KSG, Yangjin will be their answer, and so does this Flowball Marksman. Well, I feel like the pressures on KSG is that they need to pushing forward scarily, and it's going to be a Gan and more. Wow, 4 poking heroes on one side.
That is a lot of poke. I like this combination. We've seen this from Blacklist International before. One Mozi Cannon Blast, you get a shot on your face, you get the freshly forged on your face, so you cannot contest that 3v3 mid lane. This is very aggressive stuff that has been drafted by AGAL.
Yes, and I mean that it's kind of be a little bit extreme, right? Because you are letting 4 poking heroes, which means the initiation is definitely out there for you. But check out KSG's composition, right? I feel like a lot of potential individual showcase can be seen if Zhihao, this Yangjin farm, are really well paced.
They have a lot of carry points. You have the Devara, the Yangjin, the Flowball Marksman, the Lorien. A lot of damage, and if they can find the backline assassination on towards members like Yinhuo, on towards members like the side of Sheng on that mid lane, that could be game-changing, because once those 2 main damage dealers are not available in the team for AG, it could be disaster.
Yeah, so as we are stepping into this precious and dividing match point, you can see AG, they're playing in the quite, I would say, risky composition, right? If they can drag it into the late game, which they are really good at, yes, they can grab the match point. But as for KSG, they also stepping into their own comfort zone. They're trying to use their aggression and grab themselves the match point.
Momentum on the line. Both teams 2-2 tied in scores in the best of 7 in the grand finals. Match point on the line. KSG taking on AGAL in this game number 5.
And they encountered each other in the mid lane first.
Yeah, very small start coming in from both teams. This has been AG's starting style, right? Just starting Zoe towards the mid, get that clear in.
But I mean, the accuracy about your poking is really crucial on the side of AG this time.
Oh, I like the rotation here. We were thinking like, it's gonna be Yinhuo and also Mozi on Shuai, but he changed the direction. It's like, okay, Silence, you've been having a very good game. Let's pressure you on that top side.
And also we mentioned about if you want to play this Miyue against the Valor, you definitely need to highlight this hero in very early laning stage.
Oh, Sheng coming in for a bottom gank on towards you. You has the double snipe. Oh, that's a very good damage. Liu Lang is here, find a bit of damage on Sheng. That's a 2v2 that's been won over to the side of KSG.
I feel like Liu Lang can play really well by this Lorien, so does Shen. So definitely Lorien can be very powerful due to his skill set. right, against this Ganonmore in the early stage.
It's about range. Whoever lands the first blow first will be able to win that specific matchup. Is it going to be Liu Lang finding the elevation on the Lorient ultimate on towards Sheng, or Sheng finding the burst damage first on towards Liu Lang? It's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors.
And it's a bit like this game is going to be a pure mechanics combat.
I like it, right? When you are burning down your strategy pool, it comes down to the original core of how you play Honor of Kings. Mechanics, micro details, right?
Yes, just unleash all the potential play that you might offer to us.
That's true. Oh, so far Ron, top side though, he's winning a lot in towards that laning phase here. Thankfully to try with that early game roam. So that laning phase for Ron is something to look at. He will be the 1v1 monster towards that side lane.
And both teams are actually trying to, prioritize their jungler's farming pace. But in that case, you can see Yang Jin already got a level 1 advantage against this Dun because he had a high efficiency, speak of the farming pace.
One snipe coming in from Yinwo. That's a lot of HP being expended by the side of Yu.
Nice sniping. It all depends on your accuracy.
Yeah, find a bit of a poke so far. Early game has been similar in the past few games. Just stalling those item power spikes, waiting for one member to actually make a mistake. Oh, Sheng, nice steal with the Rescue Gorge.
And also showed his determination about landing his poking damage directly on the target that he wants.
Yep. Bot side has been 2v2 so far. LFF doing an amazing job with the Lianpo, blocking those shots for his farm lane, so you can actually scale into the late game. We saw how scary it is when you have a late game full-blown marksman, right?
Another steal by Ganonmore.
Sheng has been on fire.
Yeah, he's really accurate about how he's gonna do all those poking damage. But, the only difference in the early stage is that how they're gonna gain the vision control. KSG relies a lot on this Lianpo on the other side. AG relies on the Dun. It's gonna be Lianpo knocked up directly on the Inuos. Oh, it's gonna be the first blood goes over to Liu Lang.
But Liu Lang finds a nice pick on Yino, but Sheng also finds a counter kill on towards Yu. It's about the mid lanes here, finding the key snipes towards the back line.
So it's gonna be a 1-1 trade, and only the farm lane will suffer.
Well, Honor of Kings, farm lane, you'll always see 5 members coming in towards your lane.
Yeah,
I think it has been a usual occurrence for both Yino and Yu.
Yeah, under huge pressure, I need to say.
Well, we check out a replay here. Nice engage coming in from LFS Lianpo, catching on towards Yino. The elevation towards Yino, and Yino sort of displaces himself, but Yu also gets sniped down by Sheng.
Yeah, just as long as he trying to flash out, that's the point. That's timing for Ganonmore to take that full-blown marksman down.
The snipe is so good. And AGAL back towards live, they secure the Tyrant going towards their side here. So in this game itself, it's about, yet again, those 10-minute marks, how you play those team fights. Miyue has to burn the ultimate here. The Umbral move won't be available. Shrine finding the smite on the stun. But it won't be much of a fight.
Because the initiation isn't that secured. But Lianpo playing is so fierce.
No.
It even make it as a tower dive. But here comes Ganonmore again. It's gonna be double sniper. It's gonna be the last point. Flash in. Got him the just claim it as a double kill.
He's on fire with those snipes, and he is getting back after back after back. What did this man take for breakfast? Because he's just hitting all his shots.
I mean, like, Ganonmore, we haven't seen this hero being played so far in KWC in such a decent way. I mean, like, so accurate, so precise, so determined to do so.
The initial play was coming in from LFF, engaging on Nino, knowing he has no flash. First snipe onto his LFF, forcing his flash. Sheng out flash forwards, finds LFF, and then the last finisher on towards Yu was so perfect from the AGL mid lane.
It's all about calculating, right? You need to be really good at mathematics that allow you to do that.
Trigonometry, dimensions, Sheng is an expert. Yeah, that's another one towards the mid lane on towards Jihao.
But the only reaction that we can give to Sheng right now is just yelling out. It's an outstanding performance, I mean.
Extremely good performance, mid lane centric carry style, and with those wins, it's just jungle buffet for the side of Zoe and Ron. You can see how much pressure that has been put on towards the side of KSG just by Sheng alone.
And also, not only about this Grand Mode, but also the top lane pressure keeping in, right? They're doing those early invasions, they're denying those blue buffs from KSG side. So it may feel like KSG, they're kind of reaching a deadlock, right? They want to make something happen. That's why LFF is trying to use his ulti to initiate. But the thing is that they can't group together.
The mid lane tributary is super difficult, like you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
When they group together, and if they get hit by one cannon blast from Stride's Mozi, Sheng's ultimate is just gonna pile on towards you, and you're gone.
Yeah, and because of the, I would say like because of the really dominating performance that Shen is giving right now, is kind of led KSG to fall behind a little bit more, because you can see because of the poking damage, it's really hard for them to get reach to the backliners on the side of AG.
And I've been seeing Zoe just casually picking buffs after buffs after buffs. This is solely because of Sheng's dominance with that mid lane Ganemo. So give me a moment here. How does KSG find a way to make it back? Because Sheng so far, he's 4-0-0, and there's not a lot of engage coming from KSG.
I feel like it's going to be the time for this Yang Jian, because Yang Jian actually shared the even goal, and he's
nice knock on towards Yinor. Yinor almost getting zapped out. The passive from Jihao takes down Yinor for his over-aggression in that mid lane.
I mean, just talk about it, right? And Jihao just executed. That's the point. These players, they are so sophisticated about what they're going to do, even if they fell behind.
Nice dodge from LFF. If he takes that, he's gonna lose a lot of HP. So that kill is really important for side of KSG. This stops Zoe from stealing away this Azure Golem, which they need a lot.
I mean, the gold lead definitely going to be very crucial. 3,000 gold lead now is in favor of AG side. But check out Jihao, just showing his aggression. Because of the versatile damage, it's definitely enough coming out from this Yang Jian in this certain stage. So they need to make sure that Jihao is going to play in such a safe setting.
He cannot put himself in a very awkward position where his team cannot follow up towards the top side. Liulang and also Silence finding a 1v2 against Ron. Silence has to pump the Millennium Echo. Liulang gets taken down by the side of Ron. He does get traded, but what do you lose? Mid lane tier 1 tower goes in favor for the side of AGL.
I mean, they're taking down the tier 1 tower in the mid, but check out Juhao's positioning. He's trying to enclose the whole setting, but Shuai already spotted out. Such a great map awareness, but he didn't realize that there would be 3 members coming out for this move. So it's going to be kill spree, goes over to Jihao.
KSG needs to convert these kill advantages into map pressure. Those towers in the top side, those towers in the mid lane, if they can get it, they could equalize this lead. So far, those are great kills, but how did they make a comeback is what I'm looking for.
It's very hard because as you see, they sacrifice the Roma on the side of AG, trade for that Tyrant, so definitely the advantage is still holding in AG's hand.
Ron is just on fire today, so on form, finding the 1v2, 1v3, and still finding the kill. And Jihao, he has been finding consistent back-to-back plays to bring the game back into an equal footing.
Because he knows that he's the only member in this certain mid stage can hold the whole situation on for KSG.
Oh, this is going to be a 1v1 between the two junglers here. Nice secure coming in from Jihao, but he will have flash going into the Tyrant fight later on.
But I mean, check the goal difference. Well, how long haven't you seen the mid laner sharing with the highest gold in this patch? I mean,
not in this patch at the very least.
Such a privilege to see that.
I know, right? And Sheng just doing it out of the blue as we pace on into the 10th minute mark. Both of the Clash Names will be doing their duty in towards that side lane. Silence has been one of the players I want to point out on. He's been silently farming, and he will be a threat towards the backline at the very least.
And in that case, now Silence is doing all those pushing strategy on the side lanes and trying to make sure that they got enough time to reset for the engagement.
KSG starting off the Overlord, wants to trade off with AGAL, but it has been spotted by Ron from that bush.
They're trying to make the Dragon Trace happen and ran at the same positioning. Trying to deny it is always gonna be a kill. That was so close and scary.
And Yidol was just busy pushing in that bottom side. I thought Sheng had it for real. LFF has to pop the ultimate to run away. Silence goes very low and has to pop the Millennium Echo to pop away towards safety here. But with that, I feel like AGL won the map entirely. Bottom tower damage, Crimson Gold stolen away, and winning in health bars right now.
They're definitely snowballing the game, right? The tower pushing and also the tower guarantee, and also with the poking damage coming out from Shen, it's gonna be very scary. But in that point, how KSG can make those counter attacks? Because if they are only relying on Yangjin, the single hero that might not be capable enough for them to turn the table around.
Very true. We need Liu Lang to find an elevation towards the backline. We need LFF on that item to bring everybody in to find a miracle play. As the minions are marching in, this could be a lot of tower pressure onto the side of KSG.
Well, now it's gonna be the minions, especially with the vision control. It can easily allowing those snipers to shred down the HP effortlessly.
Jihao marks on towards Ino. Ino is very low and takes a lot of damage towards the face. AGAL, they need to heal up on Sheng. Where did the HP go?
I mean, it comes out from Yu's Global Marksman, right? Because Global Marksman also shares a really long attacking range, and also because the preset damage dealt by Yangjin, allowing them to take Shen extremely low.
So Yu is gonna be a winning condition for KSG if he can consistently use the ultimate and poke the backline of AG on Yino, on Sheng. That could potentially stall the game into maybe another Tempest Dragon?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's potentially to see that happen, but as right now, actually KSG try to step in out of their high ground tower, which will make the fishy coming out.
They need to be careful right now. They need to give away the Crimson Golem, and the waves are coming in. The bottom wave is coming in for this really low high ground that they're trying to defend. A bit of an engage on towards the backline, but Sheng, a very fancy sidestep to dodge away from the elevation.
Yes, and I do like the way how Liu Lang is playing right now. The Lorian is also using his long attacking range and poke Shen down before the engagement even happened.
He needs to, right? If he finds the perfect play, that's where KSG gets to extend the game into a position where Yu is really fit, Silence is really fit, because in the late game, I feel these two teams are really neck and neck, and LFF, he has to pop the flash, if not, he will be taken down by those fleshly Forged Blades. Meanwhile, minion waves will be cleared as the bottom tier 3 still stands one more day for KSG.
I mean, nice holding right now, providing by KSG, right? They're buying time for themselves, and they're looking for the windows open for them. But first thing first, they need to make sure that they dodge all those swords coming out from Shen.
It's like playing a mini game, right? It's like, oh, you gotta dodge the Multi Cannon Blast. Oh, you gotta dodge the Goddamn Mo Spears here. So you gotta tread with caution here. One wrong move from Yu or Liu Lang might be devastating for the side of AGL.
It's pretty much like a test for AG's accuracy and a test for KSG's mobility.
Yeah. That is going to be the mini game that these two teams will be playing as we look back towards the map. 20 seconds back on both of the Shadow objectives with a 5,000 goal lead. I don't think AGAL wants to trade with KSG. They want to seek for control, and LFF, he's taken down really low, doesn't have the flash. The poke damage is still coming in. First shot on towards Yu. HP has been won over by the side of AG.
The layers that AG is forcing out, the only engagement can be seen on the side of KSG, which will be this Limpo, right? You can see Limpo's ulti is always going to be unavailable.
Yeah,
once they try to initiate, it's not allowing them to do so.
And with that win on that HP bar, they managed to go for double objectives, both the Tyrant and both the Overlord. This is a very difficult situation for KSG to actually dissolve, because if they lose the high ground team fight, it might just be GG and match point over to AG.
Yeah, I mean, like AG is trying to solidify their play.
Zoe, watching True, finds a bit of a poke on towards the players on the side of KSG.
And I mean, it seems like the damage dealt from this Global Marksman isn't that sufficient, right? It all be survived by Zoe.
LFF goes really low. Does Eno find the snipe? Liu Lang blocks it for LFF. But this opens up all the tier 3 high grounds for the taking coming in for the side of AG.
But still, I really like the way how Liu Lang is blocked away that snipe, trying to save Limpo at that point.
Hey, you feel love in the air for Liu Lang and also LFF. He's like voluntarily blocking for him. If Liu Lang falls, or LFF falls, that could be a very big issue. Eno gets hacked by the dog coming in for the side of GG. Finds Eno in the nick of time. And this is the 4v5 coming in for the next upcoming 40 seconds. They fend off an important push that's been set up by AGAL.
I mean, we mentioned about how KSG is going to hold this kind of deficit. And now again, the captain of KSG, Liu Lang, stepping out again, comboed with Zhuhao's coming in and just deal that burst of damage upon Eno.
All 4 kills coming in from Zhuhao has been remarkable, installing more time for Yu and Silence to scale in towards that late game. So he bought them a lifeline in this game number 5.
And also bought themselves more time to step in out. And don't forget about Silence, right? Don't forget about this Devara, because Devara can also make a huge pivot when we're stepping into those huge engagements.
Silence is silently farming towards the late game item power spikes, right?
Don't forget about this, man.
Oh, Zoe, he's being isolated now, doesn't have the unruly blade. He's taking a lot of damage coming in from the side of Silence. Yu takes him down. Now there's a timer in the side of KSG. No Zoe, no frontline for the next upcoming 40 seconds on the side of AG.
And I mean, like KSG, they definitely need to force AG to take all those damage, to take all those initiation.
They do clear the wave, so this is still going into a direction where AGAL wants to play for the next upcoming objective here. So it's gonna be a good prep for KSG. They're looking for more ways to come back.
There's time for them to, keep their composure and figure out what they're gonna do. And right now, because of the winning lane that AG has by taking out that high ground tower at the bottom, so that's gonna be some kind of distraction to Juhao. Juhao will be absent from the front, which means AG allowing them to do the poking damage again.
It's back to poking. Does Liulang get the first engage, or does Yu get the big damage output, or does Sheng Shuai finds the key pickup? All these are things that we need to figure out as we go into the later stages of this beat.
Oh, it's coming Yu getting in and trying to make a solo kill happen. That was really close.
Late game floorboard marksman is up and available right now, so both teams, I would say they're back to an equal footing as of this point. Silence is gonna be scary, Yu is gonna be scary, they're already full item as of this point.
But the thing is that the vision control just pivot, right? Actually, for both composition, whoever wins the vision control will win the advantage.
It's true, and the vision line has been in control of KSG as of this point. Ran, he's being caught out. He will have to face off himself with a 1v3 situation. He did burn the frigid charge, so that won't be available for the next 15 seconds in this team fight.
What they're doing right now in the gorge is trying to make some trades happen. It's gonna be Yu again getting forced out Sheng's flash.
Flash for flash coming in from both Sheng and also Yu, so that won't be available. Jihao, he's being caught out. He gets taken down. So that's gonna be a 4v5 in favor of AGAL. They are setting their sights on this Shadow Tyrant. Silence is silently going for that Shadow Overlord. I don't think he can trade this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely by a single Devourer, it will be too tough for him to do so. But just check out AG's synergy, right? Just before the Tyrant spawn, they just got knocked up this Yang Jian and also deny him from the potential Tyrant play.
Zoe has been so consistent on this dude. He's the front line of the team, providing so much room for Yino and Sheng to do damage. And then, that's not all. He found the perfect setup onto his Jihao as well.
It's the trust between Dun and also the sniper, the Shouyue, back in that team fight.
And then we do see minion waves marching in towards the mid lane here from the side of AG. They want all of the tier 3 high grounds from the base of KSG.
They're sending all those minions again, but this time, will KSG just remake the same story happen, remake that motion happen?
Last time it was Jihao finding an important catch on towards Yinor. Now with the Overlords marching in from all 3 angles. What is the play coming in from AGAL? Star Chaser has been used by the side of Yinor. He's looking for a bit of a poke, but they have escorted that play. Yinor is going very low. LFF might be the first target to fall. That is going to be a 4v5 for the next 43 seconds for the side of AGAL. They still have the next wave of Overlords marching in for the base.
I do like the way how, I do like how AG is pushing on the top right now because they are solidifying their advantage on the top, right? By taking those high ground tower in such a secure way. Check out Ino's position at that time, right? Make sure that he's gonna escape away from all those burst damage. It's gonna be Devourer coming in, and the resurrection has been triggered. It's gonna be Miyue coming in also, using his ulti to force all those members from KSG to get back. It's gonna be the Vanguard on their way. Yue is still holding it up, hiding a bit, dodge the stun coming out from this Mortal, but still AG is chasing in, and it's gonna be a 1-1 trade happening on the top side. It's gonna be the resurrection again coming out. It's gonna be Eno take that Devourer down. It's gonna be a 1-2 trade in favor of AG.
And still AG, they have minions marching through. Zoe goes in for the aggressive engage. His eyes set on for the crystal here. LFF, he's fighting for a disengage, but he will be taken down. Jihao is the fall. AGAL, they are going for the match point.
The match point in the final in KLMC 2026 goes over to AG first by using those pure mechanics, pure accuracy, precisely and cleanly close out the game.
Prize Show Gaming are at nice edge right now. We are in a BO7, and the first to enter that match point right now is AGAL. Yino and AGAL, they're smelling, they're looking for their new trophy in that cabinet.
And I mean, I do appreciate the way that how they're drafting actually, because it is so risky that you're gonna take out 4 poking heroes in one side. It's like the pure trust that you can see beyond the teamwork.
This is the start of everything, right? LFF being the first target to be taken down, ultimate flash from Sheng, and he found the amazing snipe on towards the side of you, and that was just the start of these plays.
I mean, because of Sheng's accuracy and also their vision control, allowing them to do so, just, kind of push the game till the end.
And there were signs of moment where Kuaishou Gaming was able to claw back into the game itself. They found the side of Yiluo, they found the side of Zoe, and they extended the game to almost the Tempest Dragon. But in the end, Zoe with this catch was just impeccable. But if you want to know more, let's pass it over to the panel for the further breakdown.
Well, it's another game that finishes here in around 20 minutes. However, this is the first time we have seen one of these two teams win 2 in a row. And the elation from Inua's family, his father standing up there, should be testament enough to how important that is. Match point now for AGAL. They are our title defenders, and they are 1 game away from doing it.
We have been here before. AGAL 1 step away from taking the trophy to be back-to-back champions. I do believe that KSG still has things right over there that we're gonna break down for you as we move forward. I'm telling you, I don't think that this is gonna end up in a 4-2. I have the feeling that we're gonna go to Game 7.
Yeah,
that's just my feeling.
Yeah, I think we have the same feeling. I'm hoping for that to happen, if anything, because again, we want to see the drama, if you will. We want to go to the ultimate battle, but AGAL, the way that they're able to play, also Sheng, my God.
Yeah.
Did not die a single time. He was sniping everybody.
I think that was just the key for AGAL to open the game, right? Like just how accurate Sheng was on that Ganon Mo. Like, it's not even about the fact that he got the kills. The opening of the game, he comes in and then with the blades, takes 1 jungle camp, takes a 2nd jungle camp, a 3rd jungle camp, and that is just money that goes into his pocket, taking it away from Ju Hao.
Actually, the highest net worth on the team as well. So he was just constantly farming. He was stealing from everybody, if you will. And again, he didn't even die at that last point with this the nice clutch play with the Sage of Sanctuary.
Randy, it is such a difficult hero to play, man. Not everyone is just built like that you can say like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna put Ganon Mo on a Game 5 of the Grand Final of the tournament. Nah, it's gotta be Sheng.
Execution at its highest here for HOK. If you use that QR code, you download it in your own games, you see somebody playing like that, maybe it is a good time to surrender, because that would be a tough matchup. You might find yourself in this lobby by accident. No, I think these are private servers. So at the end of the day, you love to see new picks coming up, but you love even more to see the reactions when people realize that you are close to making something important. And that is right there, Inua's family realizing that they are about to watch their son go back-to-back as a champion in France at EWC. What a special moment. And I know, Holler, there's so many moments that compound this result that we've got. Let's break them down.
Yeah, and let's just hop into the first clip here as we go in. This is the initial piece. Again, it's that focus fire where they were trying to take it out. LFF, it seemed like he got caught out, but look at the blades. Sheng, the slice, getting the double kill. It was all value all the time for him.
Come on, it is just the opening of the game. Do you really want to give the Ganon Mo a double kill? Because you know that he just starts snowballing really, really quickly. LFF tries to go for the turret dive right in there to try to get the advantage. It doesn't work.
Doesn't work at all. I mean, as we hop in, it's going to be most of these things, but this is actually, I believe, the part where they were able to get the final jump in. They end up taking down on this one. They were able to kind of weather the storm. KSG, yes, they were behind this game most of the time, but they tried to prolong it as much as possible. It was a very difficult ask for AGA.
The problem in here is just the different compositions, right?
Right.
Like when we start thinking about this composition that we have from AGAL, the good thing that they have is the reach. They can poke. So it means that they can clear wave very quickly. On the other side for KSG, nobody could clear the minions. And that's why they couldn't just defend their Hydra for a little bit longer. Because in the moment that someone would jump in to try to clean the minions, disappear from the map immediately.
You can see the pressure that needed to happen. Ju Hao, I think the big moment for me that I witnessed was they're defending against Terror 3s. All of a sudden you think AG might end the game. Ju Hao flashes in, finds the kill, and it kind of delays to the point where you say, maybe we do get another Tempest. Maybe we buy some more time. It was a day late and $1 short. However, it was an indicator of how their lineup wanted to play and find success, which was this very specific, yet valuable way when they can get that job done.
Yeah, Juhao was carrying the team, right?
Yeah.
Giving KSG a chance with this Yang Jian. The way that he was able to pounce on forward, he ended up like 3-1-0 early. He was kind of putting them or giving them a chance, right? But then he got caught out in that mid game, and then once that happened, the wheels had kind of fallen off at that point, and it was again too much AGAL in the end.
I do believe that the key moment in here is in the BP when they decide to AGAL to take that Miyue. So they decide to take the Miyue just as a counter against the Devara, right? And then since Miyue is going to be over there at the clash lane, then what happens is that the Miyue takes the red buff first. So then the Devara does not have access to the red buff. The Miyue has the advantage. That forces Liulang to have to move to clash lane, and then they have priority for Inuo just to slowly just keep farming, keep pushing, going all the way into the high ground. We come to the late game, Inuo takes the red buff, and then they already have the damage.
Yeah, and that's the strategy, right? I'm basically forcing KSG to do what I want, right? By being able to dictate things, stealing things across the map, so that they don't really have that farm. They were not comfortable in this one.
Setting the early tempo. AGAL found that to be successful on both occasions that they've done it. I think they've also learned from the mistakes where even though they got that early lead, and I think it was game number 1, they weren't able to turn it around into a victory. KSG pushed that back out. But it's been 1-1, it's been 1-1, and now we finally see a team win 2 games in a row, and that's AGAL. And gentlemen, if they win here, we won't come back to stage till we see Inuo lift that trophy again. What does that mean? What is this moment here? How do they capitalize on doing what they came here to do in front of their fans?
I am telling you, if they're able to come in and then just to finish it, I hope that it's not going to be only for Inuo, but for the 5 of them, it's going to be such an important moment. And it's just going to be so special just to have all the fans flying all the way from all over the world, because I have been talking to people over there in the audience. They're from everywhere right now.
Yeah, everybody loves AGAL. I think that you're seeing that in the fans in the stands here. I mean, Kwashu Gaming have their own fans as well, but I think that overall it's been a lot of energy to AGAL. They've got the drums, they got the panda was walking around. I mean, they got everything at the stage.
We talk about buffs and parent buffs and kid buffs and family buffs. They're real in my opinion. And front row and center the entire tournament, we've seen Inuo's family, and that's just maybe a microcosm, a small thing to pull back onto the big picture, which is that AGL, if they win, this place would erupt. But KSG have found a way to bounce back. They are so deadly. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile.
I do believe that AGAL has a plan right now. I know the players, I know the coaches, they do have a plan, but at the same time, KSG, they're young. They want something. They're not going to come all the way to Europe just to go empty-handed home.
KSG have to all in. They cannot act like they have another game. And AGAL have to realize that if they don't do it, there's still a game 7. So that could affect the draft.
It's pressure on to KSG. You were talking about the youth of this team. They're going to grow from this regardless of the outcome. But again, they need to show up. It's a best of 1 for them.
Well, AGAL on the precipice of greatness. And for the call that could send us to the stage for a trophy lift, let's send it over to Saki and Nora.
We are back once again, and we will be finding out soon whether or not KSG can push us to a Game 7. For now, Nora, AGAL, they are looking strong, just like what the panel said. They want back-to-back games to push it to a match point here at Game 6.
And especially they are the title defender, right? So definitely they're gonna all for it, and also for KSG. That's the most fun part when we are reaching a score like a 3-2, because no saving cards. If you pull all the cards that you have, right, bring it to the ultimate battle, everything will be set up as the original one.
Yes, you reset the picks, you go into a blind draft, you don't know what your opponent picks, and you have to structure your own draft and trust in yourself in the ultimate battle. But we'll save that talk for later as we go into the draft. The Yang Jian Dolia being picked up by AGL. It's looking good.
This duel is so classic, right? I just prioritized that definitely Zoe will have his power pike earlier than Juhao, because you can see if Juhao had a really nice farming pace, he's gonna do well in the mid game. But on the other side, this time KSG is giving the ball to Yu and also to Liulang.
And so far the KPL teams, they have a 100% win rate on Kaiser. This pick has not lost a single game every time KSG or AGAL has selected them. So coming in towards this grand final, if the statistics still follows, maybe this is KSG's miracle pick on towards Juhao.
And also, it feels like they're trying to play the same style that AG just did in the last game, because it also let Kaiser to bring all those vision control and let Noir to do those poking damage for him.
They definitely have to, right? Like, you form that front brick wall, move in together for you and also Liu Lang to do consistent damage here. So everyone will be locked in here for the side of Yinluo. It's gonna be an okay lane at the very least. You on the Aoyan, he won't be able to buy that Frostguard Embrace to fight against a magical damage output.
So the laning definitely gonna be a little bit torturing for Yu, and it also means that they need something spicy on the top, right? Maybe a Byron will be possible on the side of KSG, but they already used that.
It. Yeah. It's still available at the very least for Ron in that Clash lane. Maybe for the side of KSG, there's still the picks like the Fatih, the Charlotte, those are still available, and you know those two picks, it screams silence because those are carry picks where he's known for.
So that's the reason why AG is denying this Fatih pick, which only may be a potential Umbrosa we may see in this game.
Well, there's still the Charlotte, there's still the Umbrosa, the Vara ban away as well. That's the pressure and stress when you are playing the global ban pick. There's like, what, 5 heroes automatically banned away from your pool, plus 4 heroes, so for players, you not only need to know how to play the game, but you need to have a very, very large hero pool and understanding.
Exactly. And speak of the hero pool, Haya is definitely gonna be the one, because like Haya can easily initiate and also deny this Kaiser from the front of KSG side. I'm looking for a potential shallow play for Silence because it's one of his signature hero, and also because they are trying to drag A to the atom battle, so just bring it out. But Kui, it's gonna be very interesting.
It's a KSG tradition.
Okay.
I know it's not the same roamer, and I know LFF is new, but we've seen what Kui can do for Kuaishou Gaming, and it's coming down to this specific pick here. We want to see how this Kui can actually set up for KSG. If you can land hooks on towards the side of the Yangjin or the side of Shuai, that could be game-changing for them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And the thing is that we used to see Kui paired up with Angela or Xiaoqiao, right? Capable enough to do all those insta-kills upon the enemy who's being put back. But check out, if we just scrutinize KSG's composition, there's no sufficient burst of damage can be seen into the stage.
We need to hope for the greater good. At the very least, use those hooks, make it into your advantage. If you can land multiple hooks on Yinluo, on towards Shuai, on that Dolian, maybe, just maybe, Kuaishou Gaming can push it to an ultimate battle game 7.
But I mean, like, question mark is definitely putting on that Kui pick, and also question mark is putting on the result of today's game 6. Will it be into the ultimate battle, or will AG just defining their title?
So Nora, I learned this from KPL, from the region. 颠不颠？
什么？
颠不颠？
颠不颠？
Ultimate battle?
Okay, everyone, 颠不颠？
The crowd wants it. The crowd wants an ultimate battle here. So we need to see whether KSG can pull it off. They have the crowd energy. They want it to be an ultimate battle. And with the draft set and lock, we will be going into Heroes Gorge, potentially the last time, unless KSG can find a miracle here in Game 6 of our Grand Finals in honor of Kings World Cup 2026.
Let's go, we are ready for the battle, and everyone just use your loudest voice, cheer it up for your favorite team.
Together as one.
The rumble's up, the tension's out there, and it's gonna be the game for these two teams.
Stakes has never been higher here, Nora. AGAL, they find the match point and they want to make sure that it ends here, right now. A bit of an invade here coming in from KSG. They do take away the fire beat from the side of AG.
Right now, we can see a nice knock-up. Well, it can be a little bit difficult if you want to confront Byron in such an early stage, especially during the lanings.
One of the strongest Clash lane laners, which is the Byron, so For Ron, he's very self-sufficient in that top lane. That's why you see Shuai. He's just following the side of Zoe to maximize that goal potential for this young Jane carry pick.
And also, speak of the bottom laning, you can see Ino is actually trying to calculating all those minions spawning at the bottom, right? Because we mentioned about how painful All-in could be during the laning.
I like it, right? You're giving Ino a very comfortable laning place. You're also funneling more gold. But Zoe gets hooked into the midst of everyone. Invisible Warrior tagging on towards AG's jungle. That's the hook that we talked about, Yadora.
LFF picking out that confident great play. And right now in the mid lane, you can see Silence are making some noise for him.
He's wanting for his solo kill, but it's still too early on in towards this game itself. But that's the play coming in from KSG.
I mean, just check out the hook, right? The ability with Flash, allowing him to get attached to that Zoe.
Skill 2 Flash was just beautiful coming in from LFF, and the crowd really loves it. So, this gives KSG a comfortable early game. At the very least, you know you're putting Zoe behind in that farming tempo.
Yes, they're trying to cut off the farming pace away from AG side. And also, you can see the
another one.
Like another hook.
Into the void. Ron has to burn the flash. LFF is not missing these hooks right now.
And you know what? LFF is so new, not only to the stage, but also to the team. Actually, in this spring, he was first picked up by AG, right? So, and then in the summer's season, he just rotated to KSG, and this is the first season he ever debuted in this stage.
Young players, right? The potential is just amazing.
I mean, young but scrappy.
Young but scrappy, but we love it. We love to see how they fight around these objectives, and LFF has been showing pretty good hooks thus far.
And right now, he's taking the vision around the riverside and trying to threatening AG's positioning.
Well, we're back into a farming tempo here. Like we say, we always love to see what Sheng has for that early gameplay. So he's pacing himself in towards this top lane bush, maybe finding some trouble against Silence on that Charlotte.
I mean, definitely they are trying to pressure this top lane, and right now they're taking their movements, dragging them into the ulti. It seems like the damage out there.
It's not enough though. All the members coming in from AGL, they are already here. So this is gonna be a play coming in from AG. Strong flashes towards the backside. He's looking for a play. He finds the side of Silence in a 1v4 situation.
So it's gonna be a 1-1 trade. Wow, everything just went so chaotic on the top side of the map.
But I still like it, right? AGAL, they expend only 2 members, but they wasted 4 members' time coming from KSG. That's an overall win if you were on the side of AG.
And it's all because of the synergy that they had, right? Led Heya to landing his ulti and drag the most squishy part on the top side.
And with that kill on for Silence, this opens up the Tyrant freely for the side of AGAL. The steal won't come true as it goes over to the side of AG.
They know that they still have a winning lane at the bottom, so they are just trying to secure every Tyrant on neutral objectives that they can gain to.
Yeah, and this is looking good so far. Goalie-wise, KSG is still looking really well. I think this is because Zoe suffered that 1 death in towards that early game.
Yeah.
So that's their saving grace. But how long can they hold? They need Liu Lang to be the late game carry. They need Silence to be that late game monster as well.
But as you mentioned, time is exactly what KSG need right now. But how they're gonna bring it into the late game, that depends on LFF.
Yeah, LFF 0-0-2 on that KDA, still 100% in that kill participation here.
Oh, he's waiting.
He was in the bush. He's inside. He might be hooked here by the side of LFF. LFF finds a hook onto her side. Not the best target here. She still is able to survive. Liu Lang has no flash. Gets tagged on by the house coming from Zoe. That's going to be the first pickup here for the side of AGAL. Meanwhile, this is happening. The abduction coming in from Sheng. In towards the moon skimming run. Zoe is waiting. Zoe gets the pound. But does he get the engage? No, he does not. LFF gets to run away towards safety. Silence, and also the side of Jihao is on a stronghold run. Flashes in towards the backline, but Yiro gets hooked in. Jihao is finding more trouble with the team of AGAL, but it is a win coming in for the side of Quasho Gaming.
I mean, that is insane to see such a big 5 versus 5 team fight in 5 minutes at the bottom. Can you imagine that?
I thought KPL was a region about rotations, but this is all about fighting, and I'm loving it.
That's because we are stepping into the final stage of the final right now, right? Because it's the match point for AG. They're giving all the cards they can. They're doing it, being so committed. But as on the side of KSG, you can see like they won't give it up, even though only a slight opportunity is there for them to get it back.
I am loving the aggression coming in for both of these teams here. For KSG, it's about LFF, Juhao, is looking for those plays. For the side of AGAL is about Sheng and also the side of Zoe here. But Yu taking so much damage here. He has to give away that mid lane control.
Yes, and actually backtrack onto those composition. I do want to highlight this Dolly and Yangjin pick, right? Because the double ulti that Yangjin has, allowing him to be very dominating in the mid game.
Yeah, I think that is going to be one of the main winning conditions that AGAL wants to be able to look for those key winning plays here. That's a nice chunk of damage on towards that mid lane tower. Ron just getting a bit of control for the side of AGAL. But talking about composition, right? Late game, I would have to give it over to the side of KSG.
Yeah, definitely. The late game is so promising because they have 3 late game heroes, Shallow, Nuwa, and also Aoi. That's also going to be a little bit trouble them to handle the mid game situation because even if the hook is right there and get it back, the damage down wouldn't be there for him.
Yeah, that will be happening more in towards the late game there. Maybe hook into Liu Lan's Nuwa burst damage. We will never know, right? Maybe that's the game-winning play coming in from the side of KSG. But right now, in this early game, both teams are consistently fighting for river control. They are looking to see how they can actually push that goal lead.
I mean, speak of the goal lead, is quite even actually right now. Very, very tight. And also, the situation is reaching a deadlock so far.
It's not going to be easy coming in for both of these teams. None of them wants to give an inch. One small mistake coming in from KSG and it is tournament elimination and second place. One small mistake from AGL and we might get a game 7.
Yes, that is possible. And in that case, actually Yu is changing his item building logic, right? He's prioritized the Daybreaker, let them to have enough versatile damage.
You need it, right? There's so many tanks here. You have Ron, you have Yangjin, which is a good point that you brought up because usually Aoyan is not the best hero to take down tanky heroes like those 2 Clash End fighters that we talked about.
But in this kind of certain composition, there's no choice left for him.
There's just no choice. That's the pressure coming in from the global ban pick. As we look in towards this mid lane tower here,
the mark
finds the mark on towards him here, but the infinite Vastus will be expended by you, so that's going to be a crucial cooldown unavailable as with that being expended, KSG gives control over this Tyrant.
I feel like AG, they are really disciplined so far because as you can see, they made a lot of skill trades happen, right? Because they know Aoyin with his ulti unavailable and it's really hard to let him landing the burst of damage that we just named right on this ring or this Haya.
So the next 60 seconds for you is going to be a very crucial timing. He cannot get caught. He cannot be taken down. If not, that's going to be a win. They do get the hook towards Zoe though. Zoe, he's stuck in towards the midst of the void. But with the tenacity coming in from the Yangjin, he walks away towards safety. Meanwhile, this is happening. Hino is finding a bit of fun on towards the bottom side on that tier 2.
Well, in that case, I do want to highlight the item building lodge. And sorry, it's going to be another full hook coming out from Quay, but the damage isn't there for them. That's the thing I do want to highlight because Zoe's item build logic is also different. He also prioritized the magic armor item for himself, in this case for Yangjin.
Succubus cloak, right? Oh, yes. Shug just barely dodging that hook. That is very dangerous for the AG mid laner.
2 teams are just baiting out all those skills that possibly have because they are presetting for the upcoming 10 minutes mark.
This is going to be a very important one coming in for both of these teams. We've seen how explosive these fights has been every time the 10th minute mark hit. So now, 15 seconds on the dot. Positioning from the side of AGL is slightly slanted over to the mid-bot side. We need to see how KSG decides. Do they go for the fight or do they go for the trade?
I mean, lack of the flash allowing Zoe just coming in 1 versus 3 and even make it as a 4. It all relies on this double ulti that Dolly and Yangjin has.
Immediately, we see the trade-off here coming in from KSG. They go on towards the Overlord. Looking for a 50-50 trade. I don't see any potential steal coming in from the side of AGAL. It will be a handshake coming in from both teams.
So it's going to be a fair trade. Speaking of those dragons on the side of KSG, but still, AG got what they want, right? Just pushing forward. Just play around with Inor carrying this red buff, right? Irene can easily take all those towers down in the mid-game.
Yeah, and I think Aaron's late game is also not the greatest compared to a Long, for example. So for AGAL, with this Tyrant, they need to try to push the game even further, find game-winning leads to potentially win out in this mid-game.
Well, in that case, I would say the formation matters a lot. It's all about the positioning. They need to make sure that Zoe, this Yangjin, is going to standing in front of all of his team members and taking the hook, taking the versatile damage, make sure that his backliner is going to be really safe.
Nice mind coming in for Juhao. He secures the Crimson Golem with the help of the hook. Annihilation doesn't find on towards the key targets here from the side of AGAL. Both teams having to clear the waves, just waiting for the potential moment here. Zoe going in, finds the void, gets sucked in, but where is the follow-up damage? It's just a bit of a poke. Look at Ron's HP bar, so tanky, but having to use that pure sky.
I mean, that's the thing we were talking about, right? The shortage about whether you're gonna pair up this play with those late game heroes, right? So still, I would say there's like 6 or even up to 7 minutes, which is needed on the side of KSG.
Yeah, they need more time, right? When Liulang starts getting those full items, when Silence starts getting those full items, that's where KSG's composition starts overpowering AGAL. But for now, AGAL is still in control. They need to find a potential engage, maybe on Sheng, maybe on Zoe. We need to see who can actually find it.
Well, I feel like definitely going to be Zoe. You can see like how aggressively that Zoe is playing right now, right?
Every time you see someone just goes in, man. Like Zoe, has no chill.
Yeah, I mean, just land all those marks and let him to chase them down.
And the damage coming from Liulang is slowly ramping up on that Annihilation. I think that ultimate took like what? 30% of HP coming in from Sheng's health bar?
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. And also because of the match point that they are reaching right now. So both teams are actually playing extremely cautious.
Yeah, one mistake can set up a very different ending here. Storm Strike onto us, Jihao. Into the void, goes blind, coming in from the LFF. Both teams are fighting for control once again over this Crimson Golem. Jihao gets pulled in by the moves, get Mirage. It will be a 4v4 outer skirts here in towards the mist. Nice flash poke coming in from the side of LFF, but he doesn't find a marker here. LFF will be the first target to fall in towards the side of AGAL. Meanwhile, this is happening here. Jihao is dangerously low, being chased down by Yinor. Silence is finding the backline. Silence by Yinor. Into the sky that you go. You want to fight Fly over to the edge, but he comes down safe. So that is a good win for the side of Show Gaming.
Exactly. I mean, KSG made it as a 1-2 trade, sacrificing the Roma trade for the jungler and the marksman. Definitely is a fair trade, and they are chasing Shy down. You might even TP down. 3-1. Clean Tyrant. It's going to be KSG.
I'm feeling something, Nora. Are we going to an ultimate battle? Because Show Gaming, they are controlling the game and bringing it back into their own hands.
I mean, like, it took so long for AG to take Kui down, right? They put so much effort on taking that LFF down, which allowing Silence to sneak in, allowing Yu to sneak in.
Yeah, Yino has so much gold, but he got taken down because LFF stalled so much time for Jihao, for Silence to get into that backline.
I mean, it's definitely gonna be the point for KSG maybe turn the table around, but how they're gonna solidify it, they're just letting Jihao testing a little bit, baiting a little bit. They're trying to secure the Tyrant that they want to have.
Tyrant has been started here by the side of Show Gaming here. Jihao taking a lot of damage in this initial exchange from both teams. Silence going in for the backline, wants to look for a steal. Zoe secures the Shadow Tyrant, but backline Silence finds Yino in an assassination flank. Where is the follow-up damage here? They're waiting for Sheng in the outskirts. Zoe gets taken down, infinite Vassal towards the sky. Wants to go for an aggressive engage. Finds it towards Ron. More damage coming in from you. Takes down Ron. And the last member from AGAO comes out. Sheng will be fall. And Shuai is the only member standing from AG.
I mean, KSG is on fire. They're ready to make comebacks. Could you believe it? Like AG, they are coming for that dragon. But instead, KSG, they are looking for killing. They are being hungry.
You can have the Shadow Tyrant. I will take the game-winning fight. Nice hook coming in from the LFF, finding onto a Shuai. One more being taken down, and unstoppable 5-0-5 goes over to the side of you.
I mean, falling behind in such a significant situation, but KSG just figured it out and pulled themselves together and used their own mechanics and their own awareness about how they're gonna do the team fight and take those members from AG one by one down.
Welcome to the league in Show Gaming. They stalled for their item Trinity. Now is the game pace coming in from Silence, Liulang, and Yu. If AGAL can find a miracle play, maybe it works out.
I mean, this point, I do like the way how AG is loading this ulti upon that Jihao, right? Just denying him to take the Tyrant. But the thing is that, check Silence and Yu. These two young players just sneak in and use their own mechanics and got those core players on the side of AG down.
And Liulang was untouched in that entire team by consistently pumping out DPS.
So true.
And with the Shadow Overlord secured, you can now start to see on the second screen Waves are marching in. AGAL might be pushed into a Game 7.
You can see the fans from side of KSG are just being very nervous, and so does AG's fans, right? Because it's still AG's match point. They're still holding their high ground tower, but KSG right now is making comebacks and looking for a potential ultimate battle.
That's the haul coming in from the side of KSG. They're rotating towards the top side. They want to take down this top tier 3 for the opening of the game.
Yes, it's gonna be the Vanguards getting in. KSG show no sign to retreat. They're sending all those Vanguards getting in. Play it around, let this Liu Lang to landing all of those poking damage upon side of AG.
They need to fend off this final wave of Vanguards here. Vanguard simultaneously stacking in towards the crystal. LFF looking for a bit of push. Zoe goes really low. Silence once more. The Infinite Bastards has been cast towards the sky. The defense has been flash engage coming in from Ron, finding on towards Silence. We do see a backline engage coming in from the side of AGAL. But where's the follow-up coming in from AG? Use on invisible onto the Shrine. Shrine goes dangerously low. But then coming in from LFF onto the side of Shung. Shung gets taken down. That's gonna be a 5v4 for the next upcoming 40 seconds. KSG, they're turning their heads. They're not going for the game-winning push.
I mean, how you're gonna dodge a hook coming from nowhere, right? You had no idea how could he land his skill too, just among all those props that they had, right? So actually, KSG, they are moving closer to the ultimate battle, but still, it's not the end because AG, they're holding the mid lane's high ground tower, and also you can see the seed breaker made by Zoe Xiangjian right now.
He is so fed right now on the side of Zoe. He needs to find the damage in towards the backline at the very least. Minion waves are still available for KSG, so they can actually slowly but surely pressure in AGL back towards their base.
They're trying to secure the win because they can't stand another loss since AG already reaching their match point. So KSG, they're looking for the Tyrant. They're solidifying their advantage that they got right now.
It's now or never for the side of Kuaishou Gaming. They need to push on with the gold lead, with the advantage that they have. They want to push it to an ultimate battle.
But if speak of the ultimate battle, they need to be extremely cautious and extremely to be secured. They're landing all those minions among all 3 lanes.
It's coming in for the side of Kuaishou Gaming. Super minions marching in towards that bottom lane. Wave clear is consistent for the side of AGAL. Zoe goes in on the initial play, but the stronghold still looks almost land on towards Zoe.
Oh, to me, it pretty much seems like the tranquility before the storms come.
Yeah, it's like silent before the storm. You're waiting for the hungry young players on the side of Kuaishou Gaming to find the decisive fight. LFF looking for a bit of a hook. There's a lot of members that's being stacked on by the side of AGAL. Super minions are marching through from all 3 lanes. Zoe goes in, hook goes wide. The initial play is starting to happen for the side of AGAL. KSG, they're looking for the potential play. Eno has the fast way towards safety. Crystal is exposed, but no one is hitting the crystal so far. Yu is fighting the finishing blow. Silence goes towards the backline, coming in from Saint Sanctuary. The stronghold still is alive. Silence gets removed, and in 1 more minute, we get the Tempest Dragon.
Remarkable play by AG. They're holding it, even though the crystal has been taken extremely low. But it's not gonna be the end of the game.
It's such a back and forth series between these 2 teams, and before the Tempest Dragon, Kuaishou Gaming secures the Overlord. They want to pace into a macro win against AGAL's base.
I mean, check the replay, right? Everything just went so chaotically, but KSG, they feel like it might be their spot. But the thing is that after, has been recovered from that HP bar, he just dived back into the battlefield. And also, check Zoe, double dash in, take the shutdown, and just deny Charlotte from taking that crystal down.
The fans are in awe as well with how that play exactly happened here. And welcome to the Tempest Dragon, ladies and gentlemen. It's the 20-minute mark, and both teams are fighting again. LFF has no flash. He's the first target to be targeted down. Jihao goes towards the backline, finds the initial play on towards the backline of AG. Both teams are looking for the play. LFF is dangerously low. Zoe is the first on the fall. Legendary goes over the side of Yu. Yu takes on his dragon, goes up to the sky, wants to find towards Eno. Eno gets taken down in Saint Sanctuary. He will be taken down. Yu still alive. Resurrected from space. Yu takes down, and that's 4 members down for the side of AGAL.
KSG win against AG from Team
the crystal.
It's gonna be 2-4 trade, and there's minions spawning on the top lane. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to an extremely outstanding performance done by KSG. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome
and this is Honor of Kings World Cup 2026.
I'm so thrilled today. You know, like, this is the second year that AG participated into KWC's final. And this, we are witnessing the ultimate battle twice in a row as we move to the final of KWC.
Last year, it was AGAL taking on Talent Gaming all the way to its 7th game. History repeats itself, but this time around, will Yinhuo get its 3rd title? Will AGAL get their 2nd trophy? This is all I want to find out. Or will KSG find their win?
The title defender, the titans, the icons of HOK is definitely under huge pressure caused by this young, scrappy team, which named KSG. KSG did so well this year, you know. They'll always be considered as the underdogs. And no one could expect that. How could a team with 4 members being so young, so not experienced, but only leaded by one captain could ever won that spring season? But they did it. And right now, step into the KWC, they are facing the title defender and drag it into the ultimate battle.
Dreams are made here at the Esports World Cup, but one will be shattered and one will be fortune legacy here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be finding out shortly on what exactly is the draft. Ultimate battle, blind drafts, pick and ban. Same heroes are allowed.
Yeah, no more strategy. It's all go down to pure mechanics and your mindset. You're gonna be on the cliff. You're gonna be on the edge, right? Even one little slight mistake will lead you to a defeat. So that's the nerve that we are having right now. That's the tension out there. And right now, both coaches are standing on the stage, picking their sides. So AG, pick the blue side. And KSG goes to red
side. So that's gonna be an interesting one coming in for both of these teams. Both coaches will have 3 minutes to structure the drafts coming in for this final game. And Nora, what could we ask for more? A way to end our KWC 2026.
And I mean, like, that is definitely an outstanding performance and so tight, so head-to-head. That is exactly the match, the final that we expect, that we may see those 2 titans play against each other.
All gamers, AGAL, going up against Kuaishou Gaming. You talk about it. It's about legacy. It's about being forged as a legend into EWC, or will the newcomer, the new era Kuaishou Gaming, the first picks coming in from the side of Silence, also Wuyan, they have been the cornerstone coming in for the side of Kuaishou Gaming.
And I mean, that's kind of like a psychological gameplay, right? Because you're picking out those cards blindly. And speak of those experience that these 2 teams has. Actually, KSG played Ultimate Battle 11 times back into KPL region and they won 5 of them. And as for AG, they played 16 times of Ultimate Battle and they won 9 of them. And also AG played twice Ultimate Battle for this year. They won all of those 2 plays. And on behalf of KSG, actually AG is the most ultimate battle that has played against them in their own team history.
So how many of those games has Kuaishou Gaming won against AGL in the BO7 Ultimate Battle?
Well, I didn't really calculate the winning rate, but the thing is that I know the last time when they played against AG in the final, they even didn't make it to the Ultimate Battle because they lost the game as a 1-4 against AG back in 2024 summer season. And right now KSG is ready for revenge and AG is ready for defending.
The storyline hasn't been greater here, Nora. The perseverance really paid off for the side of Kuaishou Gaming. Imagine, match point, losing early game against the tournament title defenders, only for you to find outplays after outplays after outplays and putting yourself into the ultimate battle in this Game 7 as the clock is ticking. 2 more minutes before the teams have to submit their blind draft.
And I feel like they are actually going through some discussions, right? As you can see, showing by them their faces. On the side of AG, last time in 2025 KWC in the final, they play against TT Global into an ultimate battle. And the drafted pick, that was Fatigue, Ogren, Princess Frost, Arlie, and Liang.
That sounds like an all-star AG lineup, right?
Exactly.
FMVP skins all around.
And I still remember the interview after they took that win. They said, "How are you gonna win against us with a 3 FMVP skin hero in our hand?"
Hey, histories are meant to be changed and forged by these young members. Yeah, AGL. They are legendary players, multiple seasons, this 7th win streak, back to back to back in KPL and including EWC. For Kuaishou Gaming, if they can win this BO7, it's about building their legacy, and maybe it starts from now.
Yeah, and only 1 minute left for both teams to prepare for it, right? And also, we are very curious about what kind of draft that KSG might take it out.
So far, the comfort picks that we have seen might be the Aoyan and Arlie. These two
makes sense
for both farm laners. Mid lane, maybe the Haya. I think both mid laners has been amazing.
Haya or Lorian, I guess, like one of them.
What about Mai?
I always love a Mai pick. You know, it's so risky, but still, it's trustworthy if you play it well.
Those are the available picks. And Romer, we have a lot of beautiful picks thus far, with AOV heroes included in towards the draft. Maybe the Anet has one of the more so amazing picks, especially on towards Players XY.
And right now, there's only 20 seconds left for both teams. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please count down with me, please? 一起倒计时好吗？准备好！5、4、3、2、1，欢迎来到巅峰对决
！Welcome to the ultimate battle!
Neither you're gonna be in KPL region or you move into Paris, into the stage of KWC. Still, the tension is out there, and these historical teams are trying to make the history happen.
Coaches shake their heads. Let's check what Sky has to say as we pass it towards the main stage.
Please, the crowds, tell me who's gonna be the winner of tonight? Who can take that trophy on the stage going back? Are you ready for the ultimate battle? All right, raise the hands. Anyone, you have something to say at this very moment? 有谁还有什么话想要对我们选手们说的吗？现在的这个非常关键的时刻，有任何人有想要说的吗 ？Hello, nice to see you. What do you want in mind?
May the best team wins.
Which is?
The best team wins.
Well, it remains as a mystery. Say the answer. What do you got for us? Hello. AG 一定能赢的，让 AG 带奖金回家。We're going to take the ultimate prize back home. Oh, I see a KSG answer from right now. Hello. What do you want to say for now?
快手一定赢，国内比赛输，我们国外一定赢。
快手的粉丝在哪里？ Okay. Woo! How about you? What do you want to say for us, Akira? We have a very nice guest here. 想说什么？喊个口号好不好？
心怀荣耀。
One more time.
心怀荣耀。
All right, let's keep moving forward. Who raise the band? Who wants to say something right now? That will be your only chance of your lifetime. How about you? I see a very cute sign over here. What you got in mind? 现在有什么想要和我们的选手说的吗？
大帅叔叔加油，你一定能赢的。
You will definitely be the winner of tonight. What you got, Mara, over there? Are you ready for this?
Sky, it is so intense in here. We saw the left side. Now we gotta go to the right. We got a fan in here. Hello, what's your name?
I'm Claudia.
Where are you from, Claudia?
London.
London, how did you get here?
I drove over 5 hours.
You drove over 5 hours. We got the AG scarf, the AG jacket,
and the pandas.
Okay, who are you here to watch?
Inuo.
Inuo is watching right now. Look into the camera. Pretend he's staring you right in the eye. What are you gonna say to him?
Inuo, thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for your positioning, for always being amazing team player, the way you know how to just be aggressive or when to back off, and I know that we can always count on you. So thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a question, and I need everybody to answer this. Who will win today?
AG!
And now we gotta pass it back to Sky.
Of course, here we are standing with a very special guest here. We can take a look at who is standing by my side. Hello! Hello, what do you have to say at this very moment? 你好，哇，好久没有见了。What do you want to say? 现在有什么想说的吗？
舞台有多大，战场就有多大，干！
It will be super awesome. awesome if we can have, thank you so much, warm sentence from our parents and team members over there. 轩轩，有什么想对你哥哥说的吗？ One more time.
今晚 AG 才是冠军。
Who's the champion? Answer me one more time. Who's the winner of tonight? Are you ready for this?
Oh, we got more fans in here. Tell us what your name is.
KSG #1.
KSG #1. Who are you here to watch?
Do silence, Wu Yan.
Silence. Silence is looking at you right now. What do you want to say to Silence?
无言，我们带奖金回家。
And how about you?
无言，get the rich, get the money.
Okay, what are they going to do to our opponent, AGAL? What will KSG do?
Destroy all the teams.
They're gonna destroy the teams. What will KSG do?
Destroy AG.
Destroy AG! And we got another one right over here. Tell everybody what your name is.
Joy.
Joy! Who are you cheering for?
So Jihao in KSG.
And what's your message to him?
So I hope you can go the champion today and show your youth power.
We're gonna have one last cheer from you. Cheer on your team.
Okay. KSG, got the champion.
KSG, get the champion. Sky, what do you got in there? Sky, let's hear from your side.
There's so many fans over there. They're super hyped about this. Only one last chance. Raise up and please. 我们还有最后的一次机会，看到了一个非常热情的小姐姐，让我穿过人群找到你好吗？希望你可以带给我们你发自内心的祝福。是为了哪一位选手来到我们的现场的呢？公益跟长生，有什么话想对他们说吗 ？KPL 第一大爷，重铸中路荣光。Cheer for this, please. One more time. Any person? Oh, you have something to add. Okay. 一诺，我等你，再拿一个冠军。Answer me. Well, they get it. AG, can they be the winner of tonight? 心怀荣耀。You like this? You like this? Who do you root for today? 今天是为了哪一位选手来到我们现场的呢 ？AG 的每一位选手，喜欢他们多少年了？我陪我朋友来。Wow, you could possibly count. What a shy person, but I can feel your tension and hype right there. We can see a little bit drums over there. Who can play the drum for us? Anyone? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, here we go. You're gonna play with that drum, and I will ask Akira to do the model one more time. With the drum being taken away, 喊出你们的口号，好吗？我们一起来 ，1, 2, 3。
心怀荣耀，勇往直前。心怀荣耀，勇往直前。心怀荣耀。
Thank you so much for the crowds here, and we have more special guests over there. What about you, Mara? Are you ready?
We're ready. We're here with another fan. Come on to the fan. 你叫什么名字？
你们内笑。
And who are you here to cheer for? What is your message to him?
心怀荣耀。
Who's going to win?
AG.
How about you? Who is going to win? AG. Who is going to shine? 大帅. And what do you want to say to him?
重塑辅助荣光.
And now we're gonna get the crowd to cheer. I want you to pop them up for your favorite team.
AG AL.
Okay, when I say AG, you say AL. AG. AG. One more time. AG. Back to you, Sky.
All right, here we go. I have another very cute and little lady here, Lady Sun Coster. How are you feeling right now? 你现在有什么想说的吗 ，AG 加油，然后你们5个永远最厉害。我觉得刚刚那个口号领喊的有点弱，我想领一遍。
Okay, one more time. The stage is all yours.
心怀荣耀，心怀荣耀，心怀荣耀。
Thank you so much for being here, everyone. We couldn't imagine this is going to be the ultimate battle for tonight, but things happen. You just have to accept the truth that every single year at the Grand Final here in KWC at EWC, we're going to see the ultimate battle for the last chance. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the very last match of the game? Tell me one more time, who is going to be the winner? Thank you so much for the hype, Philman. Thank you so much for being here. I believe there will be a lifelong memory for this. Thank you so much, everyone.
And here we are with another audience. And tell us what your name is.
Lee.
Lee is actually the voice actor for Yao. Let's hear some lines.
剑指的方向就是天才的故乡，加油各位，勇夺第2吧！祝福你们！我是耀，那个闪耀天际的耀，星光荡开宇宙，本人闪耀其中。
Okay, we need to pretend we're here in the gorge. I want you to say another one to pump everyone up. Okay, Yao, come on in.
心怀荣耀 ，Let's go， 心怀荣耀 ，Let's go。
And there you have it. We're going to settle this inside the gorge. It's time. This is the ultimate battle. Casters, lead the gorge.
Welcome to the ultimate battle. This is game 7. Before that, we got to check the drafts. Blind picks between these two teams, Nora.
And I mean, I can definitely feel the tension here, right? Everyone just raising up all those badges they had and also pulling out all those cheers for their favorite teams. And right now, it's gonna be the stage for both teams.
We will have to see what's gonna be the first hero that will be locked in here coming in from both teams.
And I mean, the trophy is right now, right here in the middle of the stage. Who's gonna grab this trophy back to home?
Only one team can do it, and we don't know how.
And let's go!
Last lane!
Oh, Dharma
for
versus
both!
Dharma!
Playmaking on both teams for both Clash laners. They have been on fire as of this point.
I mean, it comes so fast, right? And here we go, like jungler!
Hey for both! 2 out of 2!
Exactly the same! So what about the mid laners? Is it to be the same one or different?
We get...
Mid lane!
Mai versus Haya!
Woo! Both mid laners allowing them to do so many things for their own team. And speak of the farm lane, also going to focus. It's going to be early against Channel.
He wants FMAP early to defend his 3rd title. He wants it, and he's hungry with that channel.
All right, last pick. It's gonna be Chowfei versus Lapu. Lapu, so classic as we see so far in KWC.
All right, here, that's gonna be Zhangfei, and finally the Lapu that will be picked up by the side of the roamers here.
All right, and we can see from all those drops that they picked, it's kind of be very interesting because they are picking up 2 same top laners, right? And also for the junglers, they also stay the same.
Exactly the case here, as we will be getting into our final game of our Honor of Kings World Cup. This is the final match of tonight. Only one winner will be given birth, a rebirth here in Paris, France at the Esports World Cup. This will be AGAL going up against Kuaishou Gaming for the final time of tonight.
Ultimate battle, may the best wins. It's gonna be one game underway.
Already towards the mid lane here, 3v3 has been escalated by the side LFF. Finding a bit of knockup here, but it's only for the side of AG to clear out the wave.
Creed Ender ignorant.
Hearing from the crowd, and right now dive right into the crowd that they are right now in the gorge. You can see the lane swap again performed by AG. Let this early to rotate first in the early game, and also let Shen just play defensively at the bottom.
It's still really good stuff, right? You want to make sure that Yino doesn't get a hard lane. Funnel as much gold as possible so that this early can scale into those late game item power spikes.
Exactly. And since these junglers are actually picking the same pay pick, so the efficiency about how they're gonna farm up matters a lot.
And this is Juhao's first pay pick in the entirety of this BO7 here, so they have been banning it. They want to remove this potential pick from this player. Ron looking for a play, but Silence respects it. Both jungles will be appearing on this top side.
They're doing the vision game so far. And Lapu Lapu, because Lapu Lapu didn't really rely on his level 4, so he's gaining the vision control for his teammates.
Yeah, both teams are just scaling into those big timers on that level 4. When the ultimate comes online, I'm looking at Sheng and also Liu Lang. These two players will be the key playmakers to find potentially that big play towards the backline.
So actually the ulti that they have will be really, really deciding.
That's correct here. So if we were to look at the composition, right, I would say it's boiling down to who gets the perfect initiation. Is it Shuai, Sheng, or Ran? It's going to be Silence, Liu Lang, or LFF. These three players will be the pivotal 2-3 members to set up those game-winning fights.
I mean, speak of the initiation, it do matters a lot to both teams, but their power type is kind of different because of their farm lane pickers.
Shuai comes in with the umbrella outburst, catches on towards 2. Moonskip Mirage saves Liu Lang in towards that 1v1 zone, but Silence, he is looking for the play, he's looking for the re-engage, sets him on towards the wall. That's a beautiful disengage for the side. Zoe gets the first blood, Sheng flashes away, gets taken down by Liu Lang, and Liu Lang has nowhere to run, but Zoe gets taken down in towards the backline. It's gonna be potentially the 2-for-2. Liu Lang still running over. He wants to run. Can he run though? He makes it out!
He escaped away from that kind of circling. So after it's gonna be a 1-2 trade.
Wow, that was a play that has been initiated by Shuai, but Liu Lang single-handedly turns it around, and Silence was so patient on his mobility spells.
But as you can see, right, it all happened in 1 second. It just break out, and everyone just putting all those skill set that they had and try to make that last-ditch effort.
If we get the replay here, we can actually see what exactly happened, because Sheng was waiting for Silence to do his flash before he went for the combo. But that was amazing stuff coming from both teams.
And also, that's something I really want to mention about is that Mai has the pressure to get first hand upon KSG's members.
Now, 4th minute mark. Tyrant has been spawned. LFF gets engaged on. He does charge away towards safety here. This first Tyrant of our ultimate battle goes over to the side of KSG with 1,000 gold lead.
While they are actually securing their bottom lane, and since they got the first Tyrant, everything just went very optimistic so far on the side of KSG.
Yeah, it's not the best moment to be looking for here. You need AG to find those equilibrium moments here. They're looking for an engagement towards you, but they don't find it. At the very least, towards the bot side, Shuai finds a bit of a vision control to give Yino more space to farm.
Exactly, and actually Arlie already carrying the red buff can be quite explosive, dealing out all those damage at the bottom.
Yeah, we need Yino to find 10th minute mark. Once he is 10th minute mark, 3 items, that's where he has more advantage over you. But right now, with this slow and steady tempo coming in from both teams, we'll have to see what comes next.
It's gonna be some skirmishes happening right now on the top side. It's gonna be the flash coming out from Silence, get control, get a punch upon Zoe. Zoe turning into a tigress mode and trying to get out his division, flashing in and save Zoe from such a extreme situation.
Such tanky hellfires coming in from both teams as of right now. They are going neck and neck at it. We were thinking that Zoe might be falling, but he was able to find a really nice angle to jump away towards safety.
Turn it into a Tigress mode, but still, again, it's gonna be another ambush. You already rotating to the top, and right now it's gonna be Liu Lang breaking out his ulti, trying to drag Arlie in. It might be a possible solo kill.
That's disaster for side of AGAL and Liu Lang. He finds another signature play on the Haya.
And right now, it just opened a window for them to get invasion into the red buff side. Zhuhao is already on his way. They're waiting for this red buff to spawn. They definitely need to secure the red buff away from Arlie, try to shred him down.
Oh, they're giving props towards Ron. Ron is here, so they have to give the respect towards Ron. Make sure they back away so that Silence can actually pick up the farm one towards cross map.
But so far, we can see Liu Lang, the captain of KSG, is definitely under the spotlight.
Yeah, Liu Lang, 2-0-0. Just now we topped the top side. He was gonna fall, but he made it happen here. No flash on towards Silence.
Flash.
Gets set on towards the wall. They do find a play, but a nice disengage coming in from LFF. Silence gets taken down by the side of Yino. More damage galore on towards Liu Lang. Liu Lang also gets taken down. And AGAL, you can never count them out.
I mean, AG just punched back so fearlessly, right? And getting into the other rebuff side. I mean, like AG, you could never underestimate it, even though they fall behind.
Ron and Strike, take a look at this replay here, capitalizing the fact that Silence had no flash, capturing him for the play in towards the line. We see Shenron going in for the backline, doesn't find on towards the key member here, but they do take that tier 1 tower, and this is a good win for AGAL.
I mean, this tier 1 tower fell such an early stage for KSG, which means they were suffered from now.
Backflashing into Silence, but nice reaction time from Yino. He made it look easy on that play.
I mean, like, Ino is pretty much like in his zone right now.
Yeah, he's locked in for sure right now, and he made it look easy to dodge that play. Now, we go into the mid game. Both teams will need a hero. Is it gonna be LFF? Is it gonna be Stripe? Or the side of Silence and Ron?
I feel in this certain stage, it's gonna be Haya and also Arlie being on the spotlight, because AG, they need to use Arlie's power pike, right? To deal enough damage upon KSG, and then they can push it forward.
It's about the 2 captains, right?
Yeah, two captains.
2 captains, the storyline just fits here. Okay, mid game. Both teams are stacking on towards that mid lane here. KSG needs to be careful. There's no tower behind them. So if there's a cheeky flank from Ron, that could be disastrous.
I mean, the goal difference is quite even. Actually, it's quite tight. And so does those kills right now. And it's going to be the ambush from Zhuhao. Try to guarantee the red buff side, because it's going to be AG's next target.
AG wants to fight here.
3 seconds to spawn.
AG wants to fight here. They started off this Crimson Golem here. Stripe passes forward here. Ron doesn't find anything though. Liu Lang finds or Sheng. Sheng gets pulled into the Moonscape Mirage. That's going to be a 1v1 between Liu Lang and also Sheng. Who wins it? Sheng has to use the Splendor here, but he gets taken down. Alright, Albert attacks towards the backline here. Liu Lang is the first one to fall from the side of KSG. Meanwhile, this is happening. Ron goes dangerously low. LFF flashes towards safety here. Yino goes dangerously low. He gets taken down.
Oh, he gets out, and Zoe pays for his mistake. That's 4 down. Triple kill for the Tiger, and he wants more, but Stry escapes, but the damage has been done by KSG.
I mean, a 2-4 trade. Everything was triggered by Liu Lang's ulti with that flash. That's what Captain need to do, and it come up with Zhuhao's burst out damage. Just check the replay, right? Make it as a solo, even though actually Shen just buy more time for his teammates and also jump in, land his ulti in such a beautiful way. But just check out this complicated setting that KSG, right? Yu channel being so comfortably just dealing out all those damage, and also Lapulap's control ability, allowing them to make this wombo combo happen.
Liu Lang pulling in the Mai Shiranui was the game changer there. Without the Mai Shiranui, they cannot go for you, and you had a field day with those damages, but a kill coming for the Zoe!
Zoe's Dragon Theft again, so it's gonna be another back and forth. Wow, everything just being so tense right now in this field.
5 to 7 in terms of kills. 30 more seconds until we see the shadow variants of the spawn here. And we are back again at this Crimson Golem. Both teams want to fight. Silence finds a beautiful game to throw Sheng. Sheng gets taken out of the equation here. Silence won't be the next to fall. Zoe has fallen as well. Zhuhao is still chasing on towards the side of Yino. And Yino is down! Sheng is the only member alive. And this has happened not once, but twice.
I mean, another triple goes over to his channel, so it hasn't been 10 minutes mark, and we already had done triple goes over to KSG side.
It's not looking good for AGAL. KSG, they are going for double objectives.
They are trying to secure the advantage that it has. Not even mentioned to, they actually lost those games against AG so many times, so they are so determined to make their revenge.
And they are doing it at one of the biggest stages in the world here at EWC Paris, France, at the Honor of Kings World Cup here, Nora. And time is ticking for AGAL.
I mean, check the replay, right? Same spot, same setting, and it's gonna be Shen fell down first, being denied, and just check the Tigress, right? Check Jihao jumping in. That is pure technique.
4-0-3 on towards Jihao, 3-0-2 on towards you. They are just playing it so well, and in the final few moments, KSG, they're knocking on your tier 2s.
The Vanguards are on the top side, and they're trying to enclose the vision, enclose the neutral objectives, enclose the victory. But still, AG is holding up very well because of the early and also this Jumpfish ulti. As long as Jumpfish ulti can land it in a quite nice way, still allowing them to turn over.
They need a good one-more combo, but Silence finding out towards Yino. Yino is very low. Yino needs to take the back. They need to give out this outer tier 2.
They need to retreat for a second, but in that, it's going to be the tier 2 tower on the top side down. It's going to be fell down, the tier 2 tower. And it's going to be Jumpfish trying to protecting his teammates. Lapulap's ulti breaking out.
Top tier 3 goes down. Jihao skips away chunks from his flank. Hino is down. Zoe is down. Overlords are marching towards that top side. Zoe is getting pushed. Run finds the through, but it is too little, too late. KSG are your KWC champions here at Paris, France.
Congratulations to KSG. Kaisho Gaming. Youth questioned and tested, but today, with this outstanding performance, they defeated the legends, and now they are crowned by honor.
A new era begins. Kaisho Gaming are your 2026 Honor of Kings World Cup champions here in Paris, France. They do it with style, and they are your champions. And let's pass it over to Sky for the winners.
Now behold, the world is watching our 2026 KWC champion, KSG! Please, 流浪。
逆风破阵，尘梦追光。
One more time.
逆风破阵。
And gentlemen, please take a step towards where you crush the keys. This will be the moment where you crush AGAL's key and be claimed as the champion for the KWC 2026. It's KSG's first way here in KWC Journal. They've managed to walk away with the ultimate prize. This is a story of a rising star, and I believe this is gonna be a beginning of a new dynasty. Come on, boys, run for the trophy! 走吧，跑向属于你们的冠军奖杯！ Trophy up and high, and this will be the moment where you cement all your glory and write down your own history and dynasty here in Paris in KWC. So much for everything that has happened in this best of 7 series. It will be the time where we'll listen to the stories from our soldiers. Congratulations! 恭喜你就好，从你开始没有关系。 Miracle happens after Game 6. What happens? How do you feel? 在比赛的第6局开始之前，我们仿佛在我们的比赛当中看到了奇迹。可以告诉我们发生了什么和你们现在的心情吗？
我觉得，因为当时陷入绝境了吧，我觉得要该站出来了。
I think that is a dead end spot, and that will be the time where I stand up and shine. This is your first time here on the international and global stage. What do you want to say to all the fans from all over the world becoming the new world champion? 这是句号和 KSG 第一次在世界性的比赛舞台上获得冠军。现在有什么想要和我们分享的话吗？
我有挺多想说的吧，因为 OK。因为在国内可能我们经历了一段非常长时间的低谷吧，当时可能说对整个队伍我们都有点丧失信心了。但我觉得这个冠军对我们来说真的很重要，我们非常棒，然后我们有最好的赛运组和最好的运营团队，谢谢大家。
I have so much inside of me I want to say, because back in the time when we were in China in KPL, we are facing so many obstacles and ups and downs. We kind of lose our confidence and faith in us. And I believe this title will be one motivation for us to fight harder. And I believe we got the best teams, best players, best coaches. Thank you so much for having us here in Paris. Thank you so much for 句号，谢谢你。Next up, silence. It's time to not be silent at all. Thank you， 谢谢。无言，虽然你的名字叫做 Silence， 我希望这个时刻你不再无言了哈。有什么话想和我们说吗？我来。
我觉得没什么说的吧，不如好好看着，最后是谁站在这里
？There's nothing much to say. How about you just look at who's standing here? Be the winner of this series. Thank you so much, Silence. Thank you for that. Oh, 流浪. Very good to see you here, being the champion here in KWC. You are the foundation. You are the core player and captain, of course, leading the entire KSG. What do you have in mind? 其实，在这样子时刻站在流浪身边，让我觉得非常的有感触。你作为目前非常年轻的这个战队的队长，我也是看着你一步一步长大的。现在来到了我们 KWC 的舞台，成为了全新的世界冠军。有什么想和我们分享的吗？
可能确实在国内打的状态不好吧，我觉得现在这里我们大家都调整的非常快吧，相信团队的力量吧。
I think back in the days where we are having those matchups in KPL, it's not our best headings, but now here standing on the stage of KWC, we got the best version of ourselves back, and we just reclaimed the faith in ourselves, in our crews, in our families, and we are so grateful to be here. Any words, what will be happening next for us to anticipate in the future? 我相信这里只是你们中间的一站，未来的2026年，我们还可以在 KSG 身上看到全新的期待吗？
这也是我们的第2个冠军吧，希望我们再拿第3个、第4个吧。
This will be our second title for the year of 2026, and I truly wish for the 3rd and the 4th in the upcoming tournaments. Thank you so much, Lilang. Thank you. 小雨 Hi. Hello. What do you want to say to the audiences all over the world, since this will be your first KWC champion? 想说什么呢？在这个荣耀的时刻，
真的要说吗？
当然要说啦！
都给我低调点！
Keep it low key, everyone. What else do you have in mind? 除了这句经典名言，还有什么想跟我们分享的吗？
虽然下棋赛一直在输吧，输的我心态要炸了，因为打的自己打的不太好嘛。但是呢，我现在已经调整过来了，我现在感觉我是无敌的。
Even though we got somehow defeated and taken down back in the summer season, I lost confidence in myself. I started losing my ways during my path as an esports player. But now, standing on this very stage, I feel invincible and I will be super powerful in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you. 谢谢小雨。Last but not least, 烈风风。This is your first time joining KSG as a roster, and you managed to be the final champion. What do you feel? 这对于烈风风来说，这场比赛非常的珍贵，这也是你成为 KSG 的首发成员拿下的第1个冠军。所以此刻有什么想和我们分享的吗？
首先现在很开心嘛，然后感谢4个队友和教练组一直对我以来的帮助。尤其是流浪嘛，流浪真的教会我了很多东西。
在这个时刻，你也应该感谢你自己。有什么想要对自己说的话吗？
好好加油吧，努力变强。其次，从青训以来，我都是一直看着 AG 的比赛成长的，这是第1次战胜 AG，真的爽。
All right, first of all, I feel really excited being the champion here, and I want to express my sincere gratitude towards my coach, Ziqi, and towards the 4 teammates that are standing beside me, especially for Liu Liang. He taught me a lot. And for myself, actually, when I was in boot camp, I admire AG. I watch every single match from AG, and this will be my first time defeat AG on this kind of stage, and I'm super awesome. It's so exciting. Thank you so much. 谢谢烈风风. Last, let's talk a bit much with Ziqi. I think you're super proud of your players. What do you want to say? 我相信此时此刻你应该非常非常的自豪啊！有什么想对自己的队员们和所有支持你们的粉丝说的吗？我来。
首先的话就是，我觉得今天这5个选手打得他非常棒，这是第一个。然后第二个呢，就是我们在来到 EWC 之前，确实成绩不是很理想，输得比较惨吧。但是我们今天在这里拿到了冠军，我觉得我们做到了败不馁。然后呢，我希望就是在将来，不管是我还是我们的5个选手，我们要做到胜不骄。谢谢。
Thank you so much. First of all, I would say I have the best players on this planet for my 5 players. And second, even though we lost a bit during the KPL summer season, but I believe we could still fight back because this is a lesson learned. This is where we know that we never give up during setbacks, and we will know that and show to the whole world, prove ourselves to be the best ones. We never got to cocky when we are leading, and we never give up when we are losing. Okay, so much for the interviews, and I believe there will be a time where we announce a very important thing to the world. Shall we, Milosh?
Yes, Kai, please. This is the moment for our Sony MVP award. And this will be given out by the head of Honor of Kings Global Esports, Team E Studio Group, Tencent Games, our honored guest, Mr. Jackie Huang. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your MVP, KSG, Juha!
恭喜句号 Let's take a picture together. 让我们一起合影留念，记录这个属于句号和 KSG 团队的宝贵瞬间。Thank you so much for being here. Please, one step further. Did you ever imagine to be the Sony MVP for tonight? 句号，这是属于你自己的个人荣誉。有想过可以在今天的比赛当中获得决赛 MVP 的称号吗？
只想赢吧，因为不能想这个。其实打比赛的时候。
All I think during my game is how to win. That is the only thing I care about. Actually, there is a very interesting fact. You will have $25,000 as a prize to be the Sony MVP. This is very special. How do you want to spend this money and prize money on? 句号，告诉你一个特别有趣的事情哈。获得我们今晚的 MVP 呢，你会获得$25,000的个人奖金哦。那你会想怎么样去消费一下这样子的个人荣誉和奖金呢？有什么 plan 吗？有什么计划？
首先给粉丝吧，先豪一波。哦，还有其他可以说吗？
当然。
夏季赛可能不能跟队友征战了吧，因为要去打别的比赛。然后我相信年总冠军是属于我们快手的。
So first of all, if I have the chance with my prize money, I want to share all the benefits and special gifts for the fans, of course. And very last but not least, I'm not gonna be all the time out there in the summer season, and I believe that my teammate will do the same great job as I was here, and hopefully we can get the final champion in the annual KPL tournament. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, KSG.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your champions of KWC and EWC 26, Kuaishao Gaming! Gentlemen of Kuaishao, you may head to the totem and seal your keys frame in EWC and Esports history.
Well, they say it takes a Titan to slay a Titan. And KSG have proven it. On the biggest stage in the world, in France, they cement their legacy as the top dogs in Honor of Kings. But it is just one moment, that Game 7, that gave them the opportunity to do the unthinkable. The crowd dispersed Another way to say it might be silenced. As KSG said, there's no need for words. Just look with your eyes. That trophy, that MVP, it tells the entire tale as they cement their legacy.
Please welcome to the totem your KWC and EWC 2026 champions, KSG Gaming! A massive victory for KSG against AGL, against all odds. They managed to get it done. A fantastic showing. Congratulations, guys. What a performance. In a map 7, they take the KWC. Please, guys, take to the stage, put your frame in the totem, and write your chapter in the Esports World Cup history.
It's official. The Titans of HOK, Isaac.
It has been such a lovely 10 days here in France. We loved it last year in Riyadh. We're loving it right now here in Europe. It is the moment of the young players. It is not about the past. It's all about the present. KSG Gaming showing us exactly how this game is supposed to be played.
All that hard work, the dedication to your craft, the time away from your family, all to have this one moment, to be able to go up against kings, to take them down, and to become the true champion.
And from KSG, this entire year has been a bit of a dream. Spring champions, and now in France, world champions. Their legacy has been built here in 2026. But in many ways, LFF, you, Liu Long on the mid, Ju Hao, Silence, and even the coach, Zishi, have just begun to build the architecture of what could be a long-standing, a beautiful memory here that lasts a lifetime. This is just the beginning. And where will they take us? That's for time to tell. But we know one thing's for certain. They came and they conquered. France is theirs, and so is the trophy. Your champions of KWC 2026, KSG Gaming. And in this world where things are so often malleable, this concrete moment of defiance, of rising to the occasion, of showing your best when your best was only what could have gotten the job done, they will have this to remember for the rest of their lives. And from all of us here, from all of the crew, the production, the talent, these dear friends, these hardworking people who put this show on, we thank you. We appreciate you. And we invite you to never give up, to never stop gaming, and to remember that dreams are possible when you believe. We leave you with the STC recap and say good night from Paris. We'll see you next time.
Got our minds made up cause we were born to be contenders. When trials lie ahead, you know we never will surrender. Gonna be bold, gonna stand a little bit taller. As long as we are here, we can go a little longer. Caught up in this fight, now we're chasing every victory. Feeling every move, yeah, we're writing out the history. Running to the light, feeling calmer than a river. Ready for the fight, we go harder, we go bigger. Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, that you counting down. I won't let this crown be taken. Can you hear it go? Winner, legacy, feel it, limited. Listen, I'm on it, I wanna live it up like, call it, want it. Yeah, I hardly started, you're falling fast. Fortune, Valor, crowning on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, they coming, strong in the storm. Do you wanna go up in fortune? Valor, crowning on. Taking it from the top, I wanna rise it up. I wanna go with the feeling, all that we do is succeeding. Wanna get up and feel myself again. Wanna build a legacy, so undeterred, I'm making them listen. I bet you love what I bring to the table, yo. Look at us now, wanna raise it up, raise it up. It's in the blood, wanna live it up, live it up. Don't wanna stop, wanna bring it home, bring it home. Just wanna be the one, stay proud. Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, got you counting down. I won't let this crown be taken. Can you hear it go? Winner, legacy, feel it, limited. Listen, I'm on it, I wanna live it up like, call it, want it. Yeah, I hardly started, you're falling fast. Fortune, Valor, crowning on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, they coming, strong in the storm. Do you wanna go up in fortune? Valor, crowning on. Legacy, feel it, limited. Listen, I'm on it, I wanna live it up like, call it, want it. Yeah, I hardly started, you're falling fast. Fortune, Valor, crowning on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, they coming, strong in the storm. Do you wanna go up in fortune? Valor, crowning on. Crowning on.
Hello and welcome to the EWC Spotlight, where we're about to break down everything that you have seen so far. I'm Avalie, and joining me today, I've got Glitter and Soggy with me in this beautiful studio. I think they kicked us off the totem area, Glitter. They said that we are not worthy to be up there.
You know, I'm not that surprised. We have to earn our way back into the championship area. We just haven't won yet.
No, not yet, not yet. But Soggy, how are your vocal cords, brother? Because everyone was screaming over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage.
I mean, I was casting just now, I was doing play-by-play, and I think I ripped a vocal cord or something.
All right, well, honestly, let's jump straight into Honor of Kings and Arena of Valor, because a full 7-game series, a new champion. My God, what was it like?
It was lit on the desk itself, and the crowd was just going at it crazy. It was at, like, what, 3-2, AGL defending champions about to win, and all of a sudden, poof, KSG coming in, whooping 2 back-to-back games, and they are the champions, new one in 2026.
Yeah, and we actually have the full bracket as to how we got here, but walk us through how we went from day 1 all the way to the end of these finals.
Now, let's just focus on AGAL and also Quasho Gaming. They've been dumpstering the entire tournament, just 4-0, 4-0s all the way. Yeah, MKL teams, they came in clutch. They closed out the 3rd place of the match with 3rd and 4th, but for AGAL and Quasho Gaming, coming from KPL, coming from defending Titans, man, they've been clean at it, not dropping a single series win up until the final moment.
I know, I can't believe that. There were so many 4-0, 4-1, 4-0, 4-1. I mean, do you think that the pressure was on as soon as they stepped onto the stage, finally having a little bit of pushback for each of these squads?
Definitely has to, right? Like, imagine you're just like minding your own business, doing like 4-0s every single day. They're like, oh, coming to the final day, like, wait, the difficulty just went from easy to extremely hard.
They're not just gonna let me win?
Of course
I'm not
not.
used to this. Who would you say was the superstar, the standout?
Oh, I gotta give it to Juhao, man. Like, Juhao, KSG, the jungler. He's the FMVP just now, and his final game in Game 7, we have this thing called blind draft, right? Like, in Game 7, there's no more like pick and bans. You just go directly into blind draft, which is called Ultimate Battle. And he was doing extremely good in that final game.
Man, you love to see it. You love hearing that there's a new champion because, I mean, Glitter, we'll get to it a little bit later as to what those champion points mean at the end of the day. But let's go ahead and move over to the Alliance Vault because we have Tekken. We started with top 8, and I think we are now at some top 4.
We are, and we got to talk about how we got there too, Ovely, because an upset, I think, is what you would call it, because our 2-time defending champion Ulsan was taken out by Lowhigh. I see your face. You're shocked.
Like it's the same storyline, right? We have Yino coming in for AGAL. He's the title defender from 2024, 2025, and he was about to do a three-peat just to lose at the final game. That's heart-wrenching.
Absolutely heartbreaking. It's rough. But I mean, listen, everyone has been following one certain player as we get into Tekken, and that's Arslan Ash.
Well, Arslan did it big as well, okay? Not only solidified that top 4, but took out Falcons along the way, which means Falcons are no longer in the running in Tekken 8. And I think, you know, that was a place that they still did get those club championship points on the board like you're talking about, but not as much as they would have liked. Huge for Twisted Minds.
Now, as we look over to the STC Arena stage, the big stage where everyone is kind of gathering around, we do have some Call of Duty Black Ops 7. What have we seen so far?
Now, we've also kind of moved into the championship bracket side of things for Call of Duty. First match out of the gate, Heretics take G2 out of the running, and it went the full 7. 4-3 was the final scoreline, so it wasn't exactly an easy battle. Metal Z, with 146 kills, had to write this down. 1.16 KD, absolutely insane performance.
And we do have the bracket that we can also take a peek at just to see where everyone currently is in the standings. Here's our Group A. Again, we saw some of the opening matches. We have the decider matches here. And then as we can see, I mean, FaZe Clan taking that win there, advancing on. And I mean, look at those.
And this is going to be fun as we continue to move through all of these groups, because the result of what we got out of COD's group stage was that we're going to also see a little bit of a rematch. You'll notice it when we get there, of our recent World Championship Grand Final. And if you know what I'm talking about, it's between Optic and FaZe. I mean, talk about the most perfect setup in Call of Duty.
We were also talking a little bit about yesterday about Optic making it back in after losing 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Like, is Nade happy somewhere? Is what's happening in the Optic offices? Either way, some exciting Call of Duty Black Ops 7 ahead. But Glitter, we got to go to your stage. This is your expertise over at the Qiddiya City Grid with some PUBG Mobile. We had some Group B.
We sure did. And it was a very exciting, literal record-breaking Group B, okay? We talked about it. Vitality was a big team coming into today, 6 matches on the board, and they managed to get 108 points. Now, just for context, that's in one day. Yes, or out of Group A, 4 Thrives across 2 series of matches got 107 points. Vitality did that in just half of that amount of time. So it was a dominating performance, to say the least. We had Nongshim Remforce there in second place, and they only had 60 points. So a 48-point gap was just crazy.
I wanted for a second to make Soggy do quick math. I'm like, okay, if Vitality has those points and then AGAL gets half of those, then how many points does Falcons need in order to keep in first?
I failed maths.
Oh, no. That's why we're all here working at Esports. We all failed math together.
Ooh.
But maybe as we take a look at the club championship rankings, we can do a little bit better with these numbers, Glitter.
Now, this is really cool to get a visual for, because we were talking about AGL, what they could have gotten if they had won
Oh my God, they could have been first taken over Falcons. My, oh my, that's gonna be something to look at if we were to tally it up at the final week.
Right, and so now that has happened, right, so they're still second place. They are still alive in Tekken 8. They are currently top 5 in Tekken 8, so this is actually a massive opportunity for Zubair to potentially put AGL still at the top of this leaderboard.
And again, here are all of the teams that we have on the second page who are, I don't want to say that they're so far behind that they can never,
No.
hope to see.
Can't count them out yet.
The first page.
Maybe they need to try better, you know?
Try better.
Try better.
Be better.
Be better, you know? Like, their time will come eventually.
Look into your camera and just, give the losing teams a pep talk really quick.
You got this. Maybe not this EWC, but maybe the next EWC.
Maybe next year you'll be able to find some points.
I mean, I can guarantee you I can only give you hope. And hope is what you're looking for.
That's classic Hope Core right there.
Hope Core. Is there a club in particular or a team in particular that you're kind of like, where are you? Hello? Can I find you?
Are you putting me on the spot right now?
I cannot put you on the spot. You can also just say all of them. Say, where are you?
Ooh, maybe I'm looking at ROK Esports. I'm personally a big fan of ROK Esports, but ever since their loss at the top 4 in KWC, I haven't been seeing them much in the Esports World Cup.
Shame.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry, ROK Esports.
Good shout, though.
Yeah, but that's a fantastic point there. Glitter, any final thoughts before I release you from the couch and unlock the door?
My final thoughts are that I just really hope everyone is ready for when we have final results, not only from Tekken, but also Call of Duty and PUBG Mobile. I think we're going to see some big changes on our CC leaderboard.
I am incredibly excited to see what happens next. But for everyone, thank you all so much for joining us for this EWC Spotlight, and we'll see you for the next one.